country was teaching this stuff to my knowledge. And so we got on the program, or I finally got hired by the organization, and they assigned me to the Portland area. And I had the smallest assigned area of anybody in the country. I had the slowest start of anybody in the history of the organization. But within 6 months, I finally got to go through some national training that everybody else normally goes through, but I never got. And within 6 months, I started setting sales records that, to my knowledge, still haven't been broken for rookies coming into that organization. But after about 4 years, I had the highest per capita sales in the history of the organization. And but I was concerned that people are buying our product, buying our program, but what are they doing with it? And so I went and started surveying my clients and found that 60% of the people who started my exercise program never took it out of the box. And of the ones who took it out of the box, only about 10 to 15% of them were doing it effectively. And so I realized that there was something else that needed to be done. So that's exactly what I started doing. I started spending more time with people after they bought the product than anybody in the history of the organization. I traveled around the country doing not only motivational talks on fitness, but spending time to go back and get them going. And I finally got asked to do a TED talk by some people in Spokane who'd heard me for the 5th time and loved the talk. Just had me come back just as a regular occurrence for their group. And they got me on to do the TED talk, and it's one of the great things I've ever done. I really was pleased to meet Colin and hear what he was doing with the TED talk and introducing it to the students here. And I said, man, that is incredible. So what I want to do here today is I want to do 2 things. I want to kind of get you up to speed about what I said in that TED talk. I'm not going to do the whole talk, but I'm going to do a bit of the TED talk. And then I want to go into how I look at fitness today. What are the things that I have to do, and I believe you'll have to do, whether it's a clinic, a classroom, a community, a company, it doesn't matter. These things work everywhere because people are the same basically everywhere. They have the same makeup. It's just a matter of application, knowledge, education, all those things start to factor in. So I'm going to do that talk, and then hopefully stimulate enough questions for you, because I'm going to try to answer some of the most common questions that I get from people who listen to my TED talk and they have statements to make about things that they agree with and things that they don't agree with. And I'm here to tell you that the vast majority of the people who hear that talk are agreeing with the things that I've been saying. And I'll tell you, that still blows me away today. It's hard to understand it. So here's my TED talk. Heart disease, cancer, diabetes. One of the things they all have in common is they can be affected by obesity. The first recorded heart attack in this country was in 1896. In 1896 in this country, you had to get exercise to go to the bathroom. Everybody lived on farms. But we got smart and started building machines to help us get our work done. We moved to the cities and started pushing buttons for a living and started noticing that people were starting to die from clogging the arteries. By the Korean War, half the soldiers averaging 19 years of age killed during that war showed significant blockage of coronary arteries. 1956, the Eisenhower administration had a big meeting in Washington, D.C. The military was noticing something funny starting to happen. It's becoming increasingly difficult to find young American men who could pass the induction physical for the military. They wanted to figure out who to blame. What's the problem? They looked into the public schools, and some researchers had done fitness tests involving the ability of our students at the high school and junior high school level to perform what they call functional movements, everyday things that you might have to do in your jobs or in your lives, like can you bend over and touch your toes? At 16 years of age, you should be able to put your toes in your mouth. 57.8% of American kids taking that test failed completely. We said that can't be right. How can that be true? I mean, those are young kids. That can't. And we must have the most unfit kids in the world to have kids who can't do that. Well, they took that test to Europe and found only 7% of their kids failed the same test. They looked all over the world, could not find another group of kids on the planet that had anywhere close to a 57% failure rate on that test. They came back and started what eventually became the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports. And for over 40 years now, everywhere you turn, somebody's been trying to put you and your kids on exercise programs. So, so then we got another bright idea. You want to figure out, well, how well are we doing in this fitness movement? Well, 40% of us are still enthusiastically avoiding exercise. 50% are exercising and still in lousy shape, and only about 10% are keeping fit. University of Indiana measured a fitness level of 4 million kids between 6 and 17 years of age and found in the middle of all this hoopla about exercise, 57% of our kids are still failing tests, and fitness leaders say they're worse now than they were 30 years ago. So how do you solve this problem? Let me jump ahead here a bit. I read an article in the Journal of a Journal of Exercise and Sports Psychology. It was an article written by Dr. Mark Anschel. He has a dual professorship at Middle Tennessee State University in Murfreesboro, a dual professorship in the Department of Psychology and Health and Human Performance. He wrote this article conceptualizing a new fitness major he was going to call applied exercise psychology, which would have been what I majored in had it existed when I was in school. But what he had done is basically outline what he thought were the problems in physical fitness and what can be done about it. And it's so exactly mirrored what I've been speaking on for over 30 years that I wanted to meet the guy. So I flew back to Nashville, drove down to Murfreesboro, looked him up in his office, went up to him, gave him a great big bear hug and said, "You're my hero." And he called for security. But basically what he said is this. He said, this fitness problem is more about our mental failure than it is about our physical failure. It's more about your head and your attitude than it is about your body. That you can't just decide to exercise and have it sustain you for the rest of your life because your brain's going to fight you. Your brain's going to fight you. So what do you do about it? Well, you need to work on the human mind, on the head. What are the problems? What keeps you from exercising? Well, the most common objection is I don't have time. Every time we've asked, it's I don't have time. Number two is I'm so too lazy to do it, even if I do have time. Or the way one guy in South Carolina said it, I swear after college I'd never sweat again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is truly commitment. Well, I took this information. Let me jump from the TED Talk here and kind of get into some of the things that I want us to talk about and some of the things I want you to get exposed to. I basically went on to explain my philosophy about physical fitness and overcoming these challenges of time and motivation, and how I realized that the why you exercise is more important than what you do for exercise. In other words, when I go into a company to talk about physical fitness or injury prevention using exercise as a tool, the first thing that company wants to do is to figure out which equipment do we want to buy? What do we want to put in our gym? And I've had them literally turn me down because I came in and said, well, you can solve this problem with some exercise equipment and program that weighs about 3.5 pounds and will cost you only this amount of money. It won't take up a lot of space in your company. And the vice president shook his head and said, no, we're looking for something bigger than that, you know? And so big and more expensive means better, right? No, it doesn't. But that's the challenge that you will be faced with if you decide that what you want is truly physical fitness and not the image of being fit, not the interest of being fit, but you want to solve fitness problems. You want to get people fit. When people used to come to apply to work in my company, I would ask them one question. It was a key question. You blow this question, you don't work for me. And the question was this: why did you choose fitness as a career? And boy, I found all kinds of things. Well, when I was in school, I was a softball player, and the physical education major was the only thing that really fit my softball schedule. I said, well, you're out. No, you're not working for me. And the reason is that if your reason for being in the fitness field is anything but I want to get people fit, then you're going to have a serious problem because there'll be forces working against you every day that you're in it. The commercial community is going to be coming at you, and they'll say, okay, we want you to work. Come on, you can work in our sporting goods store, but we want you to sell a lot of product. And that's your motivation. And every day that I was been in fitness, I've had to make a choice between the reason I'm in this business. Is it number one because I want to get wealthy or make a lot of money and get famous or whatever, or is it because I really want to get people fit? If you come back with anything other than I want to get people fit, then you're going to be a bad match for this industry, because people, well, like one study said exercise is not natural. Every time we've gone into a laboratory and given an animal a choice between doing something that required physical exertion and something that did not, the animal always avoided the physical exertion. But the animal will exert if you give them a good reason. That mouse will go over that rock if you put a piece of cheese on the other side. So what can we offer the American people that will motivate them to even want to exercise? Well, that's the challenge. So what's the great benefit of exercise? Well, exercise is being called, or has been called, the best medicine in America today, outperforming almost every prescribed medication in the country in terms of its overall impact on our health. Everything from colds and flu to cancer is being impacted by exercise, but you can't just pay lip service, you actually have to do it. So how much fitness do we need in order to be healthy? I went to the medical school library in Portland to look it up because I figured I'll go to the experts on this one. And they had virtually nothing written on the subject. Some information on aerobic exercise, but other than that, there was nothing there. So I had done a lot of work with physiologists and fitness leaders and medical leaders on my exercise program, and they taught us a lot about fitness testing. Dr. Barry Brown, the University of Arkansas, Dr. Tony Evans, was a physiologist, actually got a degree in kinesiology from the University of Oregon, and did his thesis on isokinetic, which is the thing I've been working with. And so I put together what I contended was a fitness standard or fitness test, because there are already tests and norms that had been established involving components that can make up total physical fitness, but no one to that point had packaged the entire thing and said, this is the level of fitness we want you to have in order to be healthy. Well, that's what I did, excuse me. And for 14 years, took my proposed definition around the medical societies and physiology departments, trying to get somebody to disagree with me. And to date, I've not found one objection to one standard on my test. I've had schools, police departments adopt my standards as their definition of physical fitness. So any product or whatever that you see, if you want to really help the people with it, you better come up with a reason for doing it and a way to measure the consequences of the choices that they make. Because otherwise, you're relegated to competing with people all over the world saying my product is better than your product. Well, how does the consumer know that? How do they know that? And the nutrition field is even worse. It's just a big can of worms. How do you know that this is right for me? I got to talk with the childhood nutritionist, Lyndon Smith. And I asked him, what is the problem of nutrition in this country? And what he said was, the problem is we take our nutrition experiences and we generalize them out to the whole world as if they're going to equally apply to everyone. And it's just not the case. The same thing is true in physical fitness. Your body responds one way to this method of exercise, and somebody else's responds in another way. And so we have to start to develop some skepticism about what we're teaching. Sometimes we become overly confident in our method, and it leaves the consumer that we're trying to help out on a limb. So how do you solve the problem? Well, I want to share with you what I'm doing in terms of fitness testing at this point, or solving the motivation problem. There are three issues that you have to deal with, and I talked about this in the TED Talk. It's to, number one, define what fitness is. The term fitness actually has no meaning. There's no such thing as generic fitness, because fitness is activity specific. Everything depends on what you're trying to get fit for. I've trained the Seahawks, I've trained the Trailblazers, I've trained real estate agents, and I've trained paraplegics. What you need to do in exercise is determined by what you're trying to do. What is it you're trying to accomplish in that exercise program? If you lose that, you can forget it. There's no way you can succeed, because you would know success if it hits you in the face. So define what you're trying to go for. And again, what is the most significant reason for exercise? Health. Because health is something that everyone needs. No matter what your favorite activity is, without a certain level of fitness, you're not going to be able to do it. If your favorite thing is sitting on a bar stool, walking and watching football games or basketball games at the bar on TV, then without a certain level of health, you can't even sit on a bar stool. So you need to be fit enough to be healthy. Somebody has to define that. I've come up with my own proposed definition, but you'll have to find out whose definition you're going to pursue. But until you do that, you're dead. So number one, define fitness. Number two is measure fitness. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. If you can't manage it, you can't use it. That was told to me by a business owner who said, OG, you're exactly right about what you're saying about measuring. He said, we have consultants come in all the time into our company, and they throw ideas at our people, and we pay them a lot of money for doing this stuff. And then they leave, and we don't know whether it works or not. He didn't tell us how to measure the consequences of his program. He just threw it at us. So measure fitness. And so we define cardiovascular fitness, flexibility, muscle balance, and muscle strength. And all of you should, by this point in your career, have come up with tests to measure all those areas. If you don't, then you're an example of the problem that we're having. If you don't know how to measure consequences, if you don't know how to define your goal, then it's going to be difficult for you to not only not help the people you're supposed to help, you're going to have difficulty with your own program. How do you keep yourself motivated? How do you know that what you're doing is actually working for you? These are ideas we can't just take for granted. We have to get deep into this stuff, and we have to do it. But I've asked over 6,000 people, how do you measure cardiovascular fitness? See, when I got started in fitness, nobody talked about cardiovascular. Nobody could even pronounce it. And today, you can't find anybody who can't say cardiovascular, or they'll just say cardio. And everybody, if you ask them, how do you measure cardiovascular fitness? I've asked 6,000 people, how do you measure cardiovascular fitness? A lot of college students, a lot of fitness majors, and a lot of medical doctors. How do you measure cardiovascular fitness? 1% can give me one scientific way that cardiovascular fitness is measured. The most common answer I get is, well, you have to elevate your heart rate to 220 minus your age and 70% of that, and keep it there for 30 minutes, warm up, cool down, do it at least 3 days a week, and by all means, do something that's fun. I said, no. I didn't ask you what to do to improve cardiovascular fitness. What I asked you was, how do you measure cardiovascular fitness? How do you know that what you're doing is working? And they can't tell me. So I went around the country for 45 years teaching exercise in 3 minutes a day, a cardiovascular exercise in 3 to 6 minutes a day. I mean, well, you can't do that. Well, why not? Well, because you can't get cardiovascular fitness in less than 30 minutes. Really? Show me. Show me why. How is that possible? So you have to measure consequences, or you're no longer a scientist, you're just guessing. And Dr. Cooper at the Cooper Institute says, don't make decisions based on opinion. Make decisions based on research. Research is important. Science is important. We're not just charlatans. We're not just quacks out here just coming up with stuff that we can sell, but we can't make it usable to the general public. So measure cardiovascular fitness, measure flexibility, measure muscle balance, and measure muscle strength. In the background, you see Spider-Man. He's my favorite cartoon characters, but Spider-Man showed up at a I don't know what you call it, it's kind of a show that was being done, a volunteer show for the Kiwanis Club in Newburgh, Oregon. And they asked me to come in and do some things on fitness testing. And so I did. And this is the electronic strain gauge that we were using to measure upper back strength. It's a static electronic pull that you do for 5 seconds. And there are about 4 basic tests that you can do that will measure strength with 93% accuracy. And according to Dr. Barry Brown, there are about 12 different actual tests that you can do. So it costs about $3,000 for this particular setup with all the things with the benches and stuff like that. But Spider-Man came in and decided to find out about his strength level. And that was kind of a fascinating thing because everybody wanted to see if Spider-Man was strong. Well, Spider-Man hadn't gotten the word on fitness, apparently, and he didn't do real well on the test. But that's just one of the tests that we do. Again, the flexibility, muscle balance, muscle strength, all those things have to be measured. But once you do that, now you can make an assessment of what is a healthy level of fitness that we want you to have, and we have to relate that to some activity. So Dr. Brown, for example, found that if you had at least 45 pounds of abdominal strength, there was virtually no chronic back pain. If you were under 5 pounds of abdominal strength, there was a 95% rate of chronic back pain. Well, I found this out at a meeting in Denver, national meeting of fitness leaders in Denver. And sit-ups were one thing I could do growing up as a kid. There hasn't been a day since I was 13 years old I couldn't do at least 200 sit-ups. So I volunteered to demonstrate this stomach strength test in front of all these people. Got up there in front of all these people and flunked the stomach strength test. I scored 27 pounds. And I did what you do. I went to the researchers. Hey, you did it wrong. Something wrong with your test because I can do hundreds of sit-ups. And how can I be flunking stomach strength? And Dr. Brown says, big deal. We have people in our lab doing 2,000 sit-ups a day who are flunking stomach strength. Sit-ups, we found, don't develop strength. They build endurance. The greatest strength you can build in a sit-up is the amount of strength it takes to get moving off the floor. And they call it the braking force. And but once you get moving, you're just floating through the air and your abdominal muscles are doing nothing. I said, oh. So I changed my workout and within 2 weeks got up to 85 pounds of abdominal strength. And now on my birthday every year, to make sure I can still do the sit-ups, I have what I call my personal fitness test. And I decided when I was 18 years old that I was going to do this test, even though I didn't know about the career that I was going to be in or anything. I was just so impressed with fitness and how as you age, it became even more important. So I promised myself when I was 18 that on my 60th birthday, I'm going to do 100 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and run a mile in 8 minutes or less. I got up on my 50th birthday and I did it. I did it on my 60th birthday. And then I was picked up on my 65th birthday, have been doing it every year since then. And we'll continue to do it. Now, last year, I have an excuse. And excuses, I know, excuses only satisfy the ones who make them, and I'm good at it. But I did a test that measured stomach strength, and I got to get out of here. But I had an accident, but I had an automobile accident that put me through some therapy. So I did my 100 push-ups, did my 300 sit-ups, and I ran a mile in I think about 9 minutes and 15 seconds or something like that. So for 70-year-old, I'll take it. So, or 71-year-old. So, but the idea is to measure consequences of what it is you're doing. So 7 days a week, first thing in the morning, work out. 1 day a week, measure the consequences of what you do, and great things will happen. You need to reward physical fitness. Reward physical fitness is the third thing. Define fitness, measure fitness, and reward physical fitness. Rewards vary also from person to person. What one person thinks is a reward, some other people think is punishment. Like they used to punish us with exercise in physical education classes. So I still deal with adults today who have bad memories of exercise back in high school. And so we have to overcome that by giving them a new reason to exercise and help them to walk through that. So, but if you will exercise 7 days a week, first thing in the morning, keep it down to 20 minutes or less, and then work with resistance, because one of the biggest solutions to the time problem is working with resistance, because the overload principle says you have to get tired in order to see the benefits. And as you get more fit, it takes more work to get tired, which almost always took more time, until athletes found out that working with resistance allowed them to raise the intensity of the work and get tired faster. So 7 days a week, first thing in the morning, do your workout in those time frames. And if you do and use resistance, you will have a way to build exercise into a daily habit. Final thing, I have not missed a day exercising in over 40 years. And it's because I've figured out a reason to exercise for health. And I get up every day and I don't negotiate about whether or not this is going to be a workout day. And I have a method of exercise that will fit that format. There are a lot of programs that will not fit that format, and that's why I choose the one that I do. But without measurements, I found I will not work out. I found if people test every 30 days, there's a 90% dropout from their exercise program. If they test every 2 weeks, there's a 50% dropout rate from their exercise program. But if people will test every week, there's a 90% compliance rate with actually doing your workout, and they will make better decisions and better choices. The greatest thing I've seen in fitness came with my son when he was 3 years old. I went to him on his 3rd birthday and said, son, you're 3 years old. You've had your fun. It's time to get serious about life. And by the time my son was 5 years old, he missed only 2 days of exercise. He was outscoring 8-year-old boys on fitness tests. He could run a quarter of a mile in less than 2.5 minutes. He had a stronger exercise habit than 90% of the American people. Because in my house, we don't talk about exercise the way most of you do. We don't try to make it fun. We don't invite the friends over, and we don't get new outfits. At my house, exercise is a daily health habit like brushing your teeth. The biggest mistake in fitness today is telling the people that it should be fun. No, it should be physiologically effective. It should be practical, but it doesn't have to be fun. And as I said on the TED Talk, if it's fun, you're not doing it right. There's physiological requirements that must be met that supersede whether or not it's fun. And if we don't do it the way science says we need to do it, then fun isn't going to happen, because we're not going to be impressed enough with the physiological changes that we were expecting to actually stick with the program. So I want to thank you for allowing me to share this information and this time. I'd love to answer any questions that you might have. And if you will, I guess that it happens that, Colin's going to help me with this. If there are any questions. And if not, just go on my website, ogshawfitness.com, and that's a way to contact me. I have so much information that I want to share. I have a training program I call Community Fitness Leaders, where I look for like-minded professional people in the fitness and health fields, and we get together and talk about motivation and exercise compliance, starting with ourselves. Because one of the most significant things you have to do is to model that behavior. One of my hobbies is finding people who are writing these great books, the great fitness leaders, get them into a corner and start asking them personal questions like, what did you mean when you wrote that book? And 90% of the time, they'll tell me something different from what the general public is saying about what they said in that book. I got to meet Thomas Cureton, who was given credit for having coined the term physical fitness back in the 1940s. I met him at a seminar in Portland. I got him cornered after the meeting, and I asked him, what's the problem of motivation to exercise with Americans? And he said one word. He said leadership. That's it. So we are the fitness leaders. We're the closest thing this country is going to get to train fitness leaders. And what we have to do is to make sure that we're on target in the things that we do and the things that we say. And the best way to do that is not to talk it, is to, first of all, model it. So thank you very much.
Awesome, OG. So if anybody has any questions, you can throw it in there. It looks like we had one just pop up, and we may only have time for one here. But if anybody else has, no, that's perfect. As I mentioned, if anybody has questions, keep plugging them in there, and OG will be able to pull up in the Q&A himself and type responses. So question from Linda Keeler at Western Washington University. So the empirical evidence on motivation supports the direct opposite of your statement. Exercise should not be fun, particularly for long-term exercise behavior, example, intrinsic motivation. So, of course, there are a few exceptions, but do you have evidence to back up your philosophy that fun should be left out of exercise?
Yeah. I have a bachelor's degree in physical education. I'm not technically qualified to do anything, but I've had people, PhDs or people, fitness leaders, come from as far away as Auckland, New Zealand to go through my instructor training course. I've trained PhDs. I mean, so, but Einstein said, knowledge is what is left when I've forgotten everything I've learned in school. and I'm not the classroom type. But you put me out on the streets and I will perform. I'll outwork everybody. But the thing I can find to support the idea that fitness should be fun was a study, and I'm to this day I thought it was Dr. Anschel that had said it, but I've been going back through his research and I can't find him saying this. I'm trying to figure out where I got that. But the article said that the only evidence supporting the idea that fitness should be fun came when somebody looked at the probability of getting young people to go participate in a fitness activity at a health club. They said it had nothing to do with fitness. It just talked about showing up and participating. And all that meant was they socialized an event and found that it was easier to get people to show up to be social at an event that was fun than it was to get people to show up at an event that was not fun. So I haven't found anybody to show me the evidence that fun fitness is better. Now I know that the Cooper Institute is really high on exercise for kids, and that is a wonderful thing. I'm one of his greatest fans. I think he's done more to show the relationship between health and fitness than anybody else in the country, and he's paid a huge price for getting that information to the American people. But they do a lot of work with kids. But I still stand by my position, which is if it's fun, there's something you're missing. Now this yes, true. For kids, they don't need a lot of explanation. If it's fun, they will do it. But one day they're going to turn 13, and you're going to have to come up with a better reason than that, for those activities. And so no, I stand by what I do, but mostly I look at the 10,000 people I put on exercise programs and watch what happened. So you gotta decide which road you're going to follow and on what basis do you do that. And in my way of thinking, you have to measure consequences of what you do. Otherwise, you're just guessing, and eventually your brain's just going to give up on you and say, "Hey, forget that." But fitness is a discipline, and do it every day. That's the other thing I'm getting positive reaction to. Work out every day. 3 days a week gives you too many decisions. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Can I skip the day and double up tomorrow? If you're negotiating about whether or not you're going to work out, it's pretty much over. And so anyway, is there another question?
Great. So we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks a lot, OG. So you can open up the Q&A yourself, and you can answer those other questions. You can type a response in there.
You bet. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Awesome. All right. So we are going to, Zach, you can go ahead and turn on your audio and video. We have our first student presentation. Zach Willis, a graduate student at Western Washington University, is going to present. It's got a long title here: a qualitative analysis of the career transition experiences of intercollegiate athletes with high athletic identity, a comparison of athletes with high or low religiosity. It's all you, Zach.
Well done on the title, Dr. Fair. I appreciate it. And thank you for all that you're doing in setting this up. So without further ado, I'm going to dive right into the background of why I chose this study and why I was interested. So Taylor and Ogilvy mentioned in their research that a loss of athletic identity can be detrimental to adapting effectively, especially if that is the sole basis for how an individual identifies. Additionally, higher athletic identity athletes tend to experience psychological difficulties in post-athletic career adjustments and organizing their life after sport participation. And higher athletic identity athletes have a positive relationship to anxiety in post-retirement. And these studies were one of the studies was conducted on intercollegiate Canadian athletes. And then on another note, greater spiritual well-being was more likely to cope positively in comparison to lower spiritual well-being, and greater spiritual well-being actually led to a healthier psychological profile. And an additional study examined prayer, and prayer actually helped athletes trust and relax during stressful times. So why specifically spirituality and athletic retirement? Well, there's been minimal research conducted on collegiate athletes' transition specifically. In addition to that, no studies thus far have focused on high athletic identity. and isolated athletes with high athletic identity. But as we know from research that I just stated and these two articles, athletes with higher athletic identity tend to have a difficult time with their transition out of sport. In addition, there has been minimal research on transition for spiritual/religious athletes. Wild conducted their dissertation on NFL athletes transitioning out of sport and some of the issues and challenges they experienced when they left their sport. Additionally, there hasn't been research that's explicitly examined the differences in coping between individuals with higher religious faith or low religious faith. So that brings me to the purposes of this current online study. The first purpose was to better understand the transition experiences of intercollegiate athletes with above average athletic identity. Second, we wanted to determine if there are different thematic patterns of high religious faith athletes versus low religious faith athletes. And third, to determine if prayer is utilized as a coping strategy and what purpose, if any, prayer serves during the transition process. So the inclusion criteria for this study, athletes needed to play varsity intercollegiate sport for at least 2 years. They had to have graduated or left their university for greater than 3 months, but less than 24 months or 2 years. They had to be over 18 years old. They had to competed in the United States, and they had to have above average athletic identity, which I'll get to later what the cutoff was for above average athletic identity. And lastly, if participants were still competing at the semi-professional, professional, or Olympic level, they were excluded from the study. We really wanted to isolate former student athletes that are done playing sport. So the participants in this study, 101 total participants agreed to participate. With those 101, 84 participants had usable responses. And then after the Ames criterion, 75 met the inclusion criteria. Within the sample, there were 50 females and 21 males, and 4 chose not to answer. The mean age of the sample was around 22 and a half years old, and participants identified as Asian, Black, and predominantly white. And then at the bottom, participants identified as non-denominational, Catholic, Christian, Lutheran, atheist, and agnostic, to name a few. In addition, the average time since termination was a little over a year, and athletes competed in multiple sports. I listed the most prominent, which was basketball with 12 participants, football at 10, volleyball at 9, and soccer and softball at 7. And on average, most of these participants competed in their sport for 8.5 years. And the most prominent classification of participation for former athletes was Division III level, with a little sprinkle in of NAIA and then also D1 and D2. So the procedure for my thesis, the sampling method that we utilized was random stratified sampling. I went through 3 rounds of emailing coaches of various institutions. And then after that, we proceeded to use snowball sampling and convenience sampling, such as posting on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, for example. The data collection measures that we utilized was the retrospective version of the athletic identity measurement scale. And the inclusion criteria we utilized was female athletes needed to at least score a 42 or above, and male athletes needed to score at least a 44 or above. And we used those means from the Gill et al. Study. In addition, we also used the Santa Clara Strength of Religious Faith short form. And to group our participants in the high religious faith or low religious faith group, we based it off each individual question score. So if a participant scored a 1 or a 2 on each of the 5 questions, they were deemed as low religious faith. And if an individual scored a 3 or a 4 on 5 of the questions, then they were deemed high religious faith. And then lastly, the participants answered 3 open-ended questions. And the first question asked or investigated the difficulty with their transition and whether or not it was difficult. The second question specifically asked what coping strategies they utilized. And then the third question assessed whether or not they used prayer and how they used prayer during their transition. The analysis that was utilized for this study was an inductive thematic analysis. Each participant's response was coded line by line and grouped into themes based on each area of exploration. And multiple themes were held under each higher order category after analyzing participants' responses. For 2 higher order categories for transition experience based on participants' responses was losses and then difficulties. And then 2 higher order categories for coping methods were filling the void and managing mental/emotional challenges. And then lastly, 5 themes were used for prayer based on participants' responses. So the first table I'm showing details the transition experiences based on the higher order categories. So on the left side, we have the losses, and on the right side, we have difficulties. The 2 most prominent losses that athletes experienced was loss of sport, and then closely following behind was loss of sport relationships, which included missing their teammates or missing their team. And on the difficulty side, the unplanned career termination was very prominent, and many athletes cited COVID-19 as part of their career transition. Additionally, emotional struggles was prevalent in 13 participants' responses, which included maybe struggling with depression or anxiety with their transition. So the first example quote I want to show you is about loss of sport. Participant 1 stated, "You go from being focused on your sport for 17 years of your life, and then it's suddenly gone. It's a grieving process. It's like losing a close friend." But for loss of sport relationships, a participant stated, "I've always had an automatic community of friends with sports. When I left, I didn't have that." And then one example a participant stated for difficulties specifically related to unplanned career termination: "My transition was not voluntary, but rather stripped away from me. The spread of COVID-19 impacted my school, and all spring sports were ended immediately. It was my senior season, and I missed out on having the opportunity to perform for my school and myself one last time." So now moving forward to the transition experiences and the coping strategies some participants utilized. For filling the void, the 2 most prominent coping strategies individuals used were career focus, and mainly most of those participants were either sticking in their sport or employed in their sport, maybe as a coach or a strength and conditioning coach as well. And second, physical activity was prominent from almost half of the sample as well. And then on the other side, managing mental/emotional challenges, maintaining sport and competitor identity, such as finding new alternatives to compete in, such as board games or new activities that they have not participated in previously. One example for managing mental emotional challenges that one participant recognized, a former football player mentioned, "I watch a lot of sport on television and relate it to the times that I played it. I break down plays and fundamentals and view it with a coaching mentality. It helps me find peace, and it's honestly quite enjoyable." And now to answer our second purpose for this current study was the comparison between high and low religious faith individuals. So the most common loss and difficulty experienced by both groups for losses was loss of sport, with high religious faith individuals indicating at 40% and low religious faith individuals indicating at 45%. In addition, for difficulties, most participants, or a quarter of the participants, cited unplanned career termination. For common coping strategies between the 2 groups, physical activity was significant, or was more common for the high religious faith group than the low religious faith group. But then for the low religious faith group, maintaining sport/competitor identity was slightly more common for those individuals. An interesting thing to note is the high religious faith group had higher frequency for 2 themes specifically within the losses category. And one was loss of identity, where a quarter of the participants identified loss of identity with their transition. And then also there was a 20% increase in loss of sport relationships recognized by the high religious faith group as well. Now moving on to the utilization of prayer as a coping strategy. Almost half of the sample, 46.7% of participants, utilized prayer to cope with their transition. And some of the themes that were included was prayers for direction, prayers to help build a relationship with God, prayers for identity, prayers for inner peace, and prayers of gratitude. So one example a participant used for prayers for direction: "I utilized prayer because I felt lost when I ended college and sports. Something that had been such an important and prominent part of my life for years was instantly gone. I felt like I needed help finding what direction to go in life and what my purpose was." Another example for prayers for inner peace, participant 2 stated, "COVID-19 ended my collegiate career, so I had a lot of moments where I questioned why it happened to me, so I prayed a lot. I would talk to God throughout the day with friends and family, and at night to help me fall asleep. In the end, it gave me the peace I needed to make the decision." So now entering the discussion. The higher order categories of losses and difficulties confirms past studies, specifically former D1 basketball and football players experiencing anxiety and feeling lost after their sport transition. And additionally, as stated earlier, the anxiousness was positively correlated with high athletic identity for former Canadian intercollegiate athletes. And the current sample actually scored higher on the AIMS than some previous research for intercollegiate athletes, but the AIMS did score lower than other research that specifically examined community college athletes. Physical activity coping was confirmed based on past research, specifically with the Gill study, that physical activity was positively correlated with increased scores on the AIMS. And lastly, career focus was supported by previous research. Specifically in the Lally and Kerr study, they mentioned that since some participants knew they were not going to be playing professionally, they shifted their identity to an academic focus or an academic identity and started searching for job opportunities. An interesting note that I mentioned earlier was that high religious faith athletes actually reported experiences of losses and difficulties more frequently than low religious faith athletes. In addition, high religious faith athletes experience loss of sport relationships and loss of identity more than low religious faith athletes. And lastly, physical activity was more commonly used by high religious faith athletes, and they were double the amount that low religious faith athletes used. So some limitations from this specific study: the majority of the participants identified as white. There was also a wide length of time for transition, specifically the difference between 3 months and 24 months. So if an athlete was recently retired, those experiences may be fresh in their mind, versus an athlete that's been retired for 2 years. They may have some issues with memory recall and cannot fully remember how their transition experience was. Third, determining the religious faith has not been validated. And four, there's been no established cutoffs for high AIM scores, but we did use means and standard deviations from previous studies to help guide us, which is why we indicated above average athletic identity. And lastly, something we didn't have control over is if athletes transitioned during COVID or if they were pre-COVID transition. Some future directions would be to possibly include individuals of all religious backgrounds and ethnicities, and to potentially examine coping styles for each collegiate level and compare between high religious faith and low religious faith groups even more. Since this study was one of the first to compare the two groups, it would be interesting to see the differences specifically within these two groups. So some implications: it is probably important as practitioners to inform athletes of the losses and difficulties associated with leaving sport, such as missing the teammates, decrease in time demands, and other possible options. Another implication as well is informing athletes of effective coping strategies, such as physical activity, maintaining their competitor and sport identity, and career preparation, such as staying connected in sport. And lastly, potentially recognizing one's religious identity. Since almost half of the sample utilized prayer as a coping strategy, it may be helpful as a consultant to see if that is a coping strategy that that athlete uses, or if it's beneficial for them if they have a religious background. So with that said, I just wanted to acknowledge my thesis committee, specifically my thesis chair, Dr. Jessica Arthur Camisell, and my committee members, Dr. Linda Keeler and Dr. Hillary Roby. I appreciate all of the feedback and reading all of my various emails and questions. It is greatly noticed and it is greatly appreciated, and I thank you for that. With that said, any questions? And here's my contact information.
Great job, Zach. So got one question here that I'm going to echo. Actually, this is from Eric Martin down at Boise State. Interesting that the high religious faith athletes had more trouble with identity. Would have thought that since they had other domains they were invested, they would experience this less. And that was the same reaction that I had. So do you have a possible explanation that might explain this difference?
I can give you my best shot at that. This is something I was interested in too, because my literature review kind of hinted at the fact that maybe high religious faith athletes, since they have multiple identities, would be able to transition more effectively than athletes that had lower religious faith. The speculation may be that since they had a high religious faith, even though they lost one identity, they may still hold on to that second identity, but may not have indicated it. But still, they lose that athletic identity, but then they recognize that they may have a high religious identity as well. But that is interesting. I thought it was going to be the opposite, where more low religious faith athletes would indicate a loss of identity, but that was not the case. So it was interesting to see the results of that.
Yeah, an interesting finding. And I had one small question about just the inclusion criteria. I know you said you based it off of the Gill et al. Study on why there were different scores for inclusion for males versus females. It was a little lower score, 42 for females and 44 for males. Was there a reason? Was there an explanation for that? Why that inclusion criteria was different?
We just based it off the mean scores from that sample. So in that sample, female scored a 42 and male scored a 44. So we just indicated that and including it for our sample as well.
Gotcha. Okay. Are there any other questions from anyone in attendance for Zach? So I guess I'll add one more follow-up for you, Zach. You talked about implications and how practitioners can use this. So maybe you can provide a little more suggestions on that. So say if I have an athlete come in and I'm talking to them, because generally I approach this as a consultant is somewhat cautiously. It depends on, if an athlete shares more openly and that's something that can be tapped into, then I definitely will go in that direction and encourage an athlete to use those tools to pray and use that part of their identity. But do you have any sort of specific recommendations on how practitioners might look into that or approach that?
I think the way you approached it is what I would recommend. We're still working on our discussion right now. So any other ideas or discussion points that anyone in the audience has, please send them my way. I'm curious to hear what you all have to say. But I think what your approach is exactly it, is not being as blatant and outright of saying you should pray. If they're not a religious individual, they may take that and they may not take that the way you're addressing it. So I think making sure that that is something that aligns with them and that could be beneficial is an important way. But I do not have specific suggestions other than what you just stated.
Yeah, and I appreciate that comment, because that can be kind of one of those sticky situations. Even if, say, a consultant, for example, has a religious identity themselves, and they might recognize that, an athlete hints at that, but how do you know if there's a match there, right? Because you kind of described there's varying degrees of athletic identity, and how do you standardize that? Just within the realm of Christianity alone, you have so many different churches and approaches to that particular faith. So there can be some challenges there.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Zach? We got time. I'm waiting for my next speaker. I'm waiting for him to actually jump in. He hasn't jumped in yet. All right. Okay, Zach, you can exit that screen view. And while we're, OJ, are you still there? While we're still waiting for this next presenter, OG, you want to turn your microphone back on? I had one other question I wanted to ask you. I might be able to squeeze that in now, or we'll wait for the next person. Hey, yeah. So I wanted to follow up on one more thing about a question I thought of is how do you deal with those non-exercise schematics? And what I'm referring to are those individuals who just exercise is not part of their, Zach's just talking about identity. Exercise is not part of their identity, right? It's part of what you do. It's a daily routine. It's a habit. It's just part of, it's like brushing your teeth. And I love that comparison, but there's a lot of, I've come across a lot of individuals, you talk about motivation and just, they're not even thinking about exercise. Like that's not even part of their world. So, how do you approach those individuals?
Oh, that piece of cake is just like everything else. Well, number one, it's like discipline has become a dirty word in this country. But I remember hearing quotes about how to raise kids, and the quote said rules without relationship yields rebellion. And so number one, as a leader, you need to show compassion. I ask my clients about what type of fitness, what quality they look for in a fitness leaders, having worked with me for years, and they came out with two things. They said he needs to be knowledgeable and he needs to be patient. And I use patient as a word that I interact with compassion. I have to be willing to care. Most of the people who are successful at getting people to be motivated to exercise, I look for people doing successful exercise programs, whether it's a hospital or wherever, a military base. I go spend time with them and find out what they're thinking. We all think alike, except that we have different methods of exercise. But the key thing then is this: if the fun is not the thing that sustains you and motivates you, then it has to be a better reason, a stronger reason. And if you can't get a person motivated to do something to help their own health, then, like one guy said, one of my regional directors used to say, then that person, his problem is not physical. He has a mental issue that they have to deal with. If you can look at the guy says, you can take off your clothes, stand in front of a full-length mirror and say, I'm still not motivated to exercise. That's because they don't understand. We haven't done a good enough job in showing them the relationship between their personal happiness, their personal finances, their personal job security. All that is tied up in their health and their physical fitness. That's our job as fitness leaders. If we blow it, who's left? The medical people certainly not going to do it. I mean, they're not doing any better than the general public is in a lot of ways with personal fitness. So
right.
That's our job.
Well, and thank you for that, OG. Thanks for filling that little gap there. Apparently, Greg was in. He was as an attendee. So, Greg, you can start sharing the screen and get that pulled up. I'll introduce you here. Thanks for joining. So our next student presentation is Greg's son, University of Idaho. And actually, from what I understand, you successfully defended the dissertation last fall after years of working on this. So congratulations, Dr. Sun. Really cool for you to be able to present on this. So Destination Gold, an exploratory study on the perceived goal setting strategies of Olympic champions. Take it away, Dr. Sun. Got to turn your microphone on. We can see your screen. And turn your video on. Still can't hear you. We can see you, but can't hear you. See your screen, but we can't hear you or see you. Still got no audio.
Hear me now?
There it is. You got it. We can see and hear you. Go ahead. It's all you.
Colin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see you. Go ahead.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Okay, I'm ready to go. So as Colin mentioned, this was my dissertation from last fall. I'm looking at goal setting in Olympic champions. And just as a side note, because of the volume of data and the time limitations, I kind of simplified the presentation. My introduction here, I'm using the goal setting theory from Locke and Latham, where they identified or stated that specific difficult goals enhance performance. And also Weinberg and al. In 2000 had a quantitative study where they found that all Olympic athletes set some kind of goal, even though only not all of them found it to be moderately effective. Goal setting in sports has been equivocal, and there's a lack of research looking at Olympic champions. So my question was, how can qualitative information contribute to goals and goal setting? Particularly because in a lot of research on elite athletes, goals play a central role in mental toughness, resilience, grit, and mindsets. I use the qualitative for methodology, looking at purposely sampling Olympic champions. So they had to have at least one Olympic gold medal. I scoured websites and looked at coaches and athletes' websites, national governing bodies, Olympic committees, etc. Participants ranged from accepting my offer to conduct the study from 24 hours to about 7 months. I used semi-structured interviews. So it was quite extensive because I only had one chance to ever get in touch or call or talk to these champions. And individual questionnaire was about 50 questions, and the team sport athletes had about 70. I did face-to-face and phone interviews with an average about 62 minutes. I transcribed all the transcripts, and it took me about 3 hours for every half an hour. And generally, I started sorting the transcripts with using a priori codes and then inductively analyzing the information. So here's kind of a synopsis of the athletes that I contacted. So there was 32 total, 21 male, 11 female, representing 18 different sports. So 13 summer and 5 winter games. And 24.4 years was at their first Olympics, which is important when we talk about goal setting, because it tells you that at an early age, they start specializing in competition and perform high elite sport. Total medals was 60 and world championship was 103. Kind of an overview of the themes I'm going to talk about today. So I broke it down into 10 different things. So looking at goal vision, which was the sources of inspiration, goal support. So as you would imagine, parents started supporting their kids at an early age, and then it became to coaches, teammates. Goal proximity, we talk about long and intermediate and short-term goals. Goal specificity, general, do your best, and specific. Goal difficulty, easy, moderately, or very difficult goals. Goal type, process, performance, outcome. Goal venue, which is training and competition, which is two of the most extensive places that athletes spend their time. Goal feedback, so looking at monitoring and evaluation. Goal barrier, which is obstacles to achievement. Goal commitment, so how long do they persevere for a 4-year Olympic cycle? And then transitional goals, what happens after the games? So what I did here was just kind of put together a number of quotes from these athletes. And goal vision, the inspiration was primarily based on their talent and ability. Some at an early age, as you can see here, when I was 16 years old and qualified for trials, or at 13 years old, one swimmer won junior nationals, and the coach said that she could be in Olympic Games. One started playing on the junior national team in basketball, and the top quote there was, a college athlete was a sophomore when he made the Pan American team. So ability was a big thing as far as inspiration. As far as goal support is concerned, the two major influences were parents and coaches. So for example, parents shaped my mentality and my discipline. They also helped me recalibrate, but they also believed, as far as one athlete mentioning. And then as far as coaches, especially when you're thinking about this long-term development, say one Olympic cycle is 4 years, my coach and I had an amazing relationship during the best and the worst times. Another one mentioned that I trusted my coach. The coach motivated and challenged him every day, and he listened to whatever the coach had to say. Goal proximity. So this was looking at short-term, intermediate, and long-term goals. So we're just looking at an Olympic cycle, and my life was planned in 4-year chunks. So the long-term goal was to be at the Olympic Games. And what this person mentioned was that the long-term goals helped them focus, especially when they had long, taxing or tiring training sessions. What was it all about? Well, in 4 years' time, hopefully everything comes to fruition. The short-term goals, they saw short-term goals as a step forward. So every day they're moving towards that long-term goal. And then the third quote there, one athlete mentioned how they put the long-term goals with Olympics being at the highest level, the furthest away, then World Championships. and then breaking it down into smaller World Cup title or then an individual World Cup. As far as specificity, they all had specific goals. Practice was specific. They wanted to shoot X number of shots. As you would think about in training, say, for example, track and field, they had a number of sets, say 300 meters in a certain amount of time, and they had a specific rest period, etc. So that was all specific in training. And then for competition, one athlete had 101.39 for the most specific goal he had for swimming as far as the Olympic trials were concerned. And then another mentioned that they had very specific goals of where she wanted the hips to be on the takeoff. She did aerial skiing, because without that specific goal, skill goal, she wouldn't be able to complete her routine. Difficulty. So difficulty questions range from easy to moderately difficult to very difficult goals, and they all preferred to have moderately difficult to very difficult goals. For example, some dives I worked on was so difficult I risked injury. This diver completed the dives in a number of minor competitions, but was fearful to even complete it in the Olympic Games, even though he didn't need it to win gold. How do they determine difficulty? They use past performances. If their past performances was telling them that they had the ability to move on, they would up the difficulty levels, and they mix it with different competitions that they would use to be able to determine that difficulty. An advantage of difficult goals is avoiding complacency, because at this level, they all like to challenge themselves. And a disadvantage is if they fail to meet their difficult or very difficult goals, how long are they going to keep in sport? Because it just becomes disappointing and they lose confidence. So they wanted to be able to set the goals, but right at the outer edge of their capabilities. So we're looking at venue. So we talked about goal type. So we're looking at process, performance, and outcome goals, and how does that determine their goals as far as training and competition. So process goals are talking about the technical aspects of training. So we're practicing specific drills and situations and actions. And one talked about how that the outcome in practice doesn't matter, because as long as you're putting the process and the performances in, the outcome will come later on. And in competition, this one rower talked about outcome, which is winning. So going into the race, he would think about winning, but because the whole race is broken down, so a 2,000 meter rowing competition race is about 230 strokes. And she said, our race is broken down into 5 to 15 stroke chunks. And all she was thinking about is one stroke at a time. In the boat, she was number 6, so she was following somebody ahead of her. Question I wanted to find out was, how did poor training impact their goals? And as the first quote says, it doesn't matter how bad the training was, they never were going to give up, and they usually didn't change their goals, but they felt that there was an opportunity to get better. And the second quote was, if they had a poor day of training, they would just reflect on it, figure out what wasn't going right, and how to fix it so they can come back with a new set of goals the next day. As far as good training on goals, they just looked at it as a way, okay, we had a good training session, so we're getting closer to achieving the goals that they wanted to ultimately achieve. And good practices, as the second quote said, mentioned, they looked at good training as a way to increase and enhance their confidence, because it's an important aspect of sport. How about impact of losing and winning on goals in competitive environments? So they're looking at losing. If they didn't achieve the goal that they had in competition, they just accepted and moved on, because the same thing like they were doing in practice, they would look at it as a place to evaluate, as the second quote says. So these two quotes are giving you an example that they used losing in competition as a way to evaluate or recalibrate or to determine what it wasn't going right and how they can fix it in practice. And as far as winning, so winning made them confident, and it just achieves or solidifies one goal, and then they just get up and move on and they don't dwell on it as much. And the second quote, it was just confirmation that the goals could be reached or achieved. So as far as feedback is concerned, so one athlete would write down their test scores and she would keep track of it. So she was evaluating on a day-to-day or week-to-week basis of how training was going. And then another one kept a training log that she wrote in every day, and she would set her goals, write her goals down. And then after practice, keep track of the progress of a particular skill or action or something that they were trying to work on. And in the competition, one athlete would get feedback from the coach, video, and then he even mentioned talking about how he used his competitors as a way to determine how he's doing well in competition or if he's not, especially with strategic parts of competition in racing. So he would use competitors to determine how he was doing. Goal barriers, so obstacles to achievement. The number one barrier that these athletes had mentioned all across the board was either injury, sickness, or some kind of illness that prevented them from being physically 100% to compete. Because at that level, if they're not 100% to compete, able to compete, it's really difficult to be Olympic champion or even make it to the finals. The bottom two quotes, one mentioned being burnout, which is a common factor at times in athletic practices because you do so much of training, and then they talked about racing on the weekend, and then he just gets burnt out. And 29 of these 32 athletes attended college. So one of the things was extracurricular activities, and school, because of time limitations on time management or lack of time management, or wanted to go out on the weekends and do some socializing instead of training. Goal commitment, so what allowed them to persevere so long. The average length of time in elite competition for these athletes was about 12 years. And the love of the sport, the love of competition, and we talked about challenge, and challenge kind of ties into the goal difficulty. They like moderately difficult or very difficult goals, so they like challenges, and they enjoyed what they were doing. You know, the range of Olympic games that these athletes competed in was between 1 and 5. So that takes a lot of commitment and enjoyment and love of what they're doing to stay that long in sport. Transitional goals. So what happens after the games? And there were two sets of factors that showed up, some that set transitional goals and some that did not. And the top quote, I didn't set any transitional goals. She had to go back to school, so she knew that when she got the Olympic Games, regardless of what the outcome was, she's going to go back to school. And an interesting little tidbit I got that I added here, one athlete mentioned that a lot of these Olympic athletes do not like to think about setting post-Olympic goals because she thought that they were going to get jinxed if they said anything about after the games. And then one athlete was already said that regardless of the outcome in 2012, they were going to continue in the sport. So that was their long-term goal for after the games. Anecdotally, there's a lot of evidence as far as media reports about experiencing these depressive symptoms, even after a positive event like the Olympic Games or winning an Olympic gold medal. And we kind of term it the post-Olympic blues. And about half of these athletes mentioned some kind of depressive symptoms. So the first quote, it took a toll on me, and it was always ups and downs because even after winning gold, there's disappointment. And talking to different athletes, all gold isn't golden. So there's specific goals or Olympic champions and specific events that benefit more than others. So, for example, if you win a gold medal in the 100-meter men 100 meters, or in women's gymnastics or women's figure skating, that entitles you to a lot of different opportunities than, say, winning an Olympic gold in diving. So they had some depressive symptoms as well. And one of the biggest questions that they all ask themselves is, okay, what happens next? Because if you didn't have any post-games goals, what happens next? And this one athlete talked about how every two out of every 5 days he was experiencing some kind of internal destruction. Couple of examples of dealing with these symptoms was a couple of them moved out of the country and went somewhere else to train and got new coaches, or took time off, took some vacation time off and reevaluated. A couple of them decided it would take about 2 years before they wanted to either try to go to another games or to just pack it up, retire, and go on to a career. Strengths, one of the most extensive qualitative goal setting studies so far that I've read or seen, especially with Olympic champions. It contributed to the type of goal set in training and practice. Training and competition. It expanded a little bit more from the athlete's point of view as far as post-Olympic blues, and it provided some support that specific difficult goals enhance performance. At present, now studies have interviewed these many Olympic champions. They provided a lot of information as far as goal setting and goal related topics. Just as a side note, as I mentioned earlier, the individual interviews were 50 questions and the team interviews were 70 questions. They represented different sports, different winter games, summer and winter games, individual and team sports. Limitations, I didn't have any comparable group of less elite athletes. So I didn't look at Olympic athletes that did not win a gold medal. I didn't have a large homogeneous sample to make any kind of correlation. So I didn't have enough divers or, say, female volleyball players or male track and field athletes. And everything was collected retrospectively, so there's always a potential for memory bias. Some future research, I would like to look at, team goal setting, because that's a whole different thing as far as goals and goal setting because of the environment. In a couple of the team sport athletes that I interviewed, most of the training is conducted with goals set by the coaches for everything that they're doing. Unless they're working individually with a coach, they usually didn't have individual goals. Goal source. So in the literature, there's assigned self-set of participatively set goals. So where does that goal come from? It was a longitudinal study, a retrospective study. So longitudinal studies would be really good to see what happens. For example, in Weinberg and Al's 2000 study, they found that time to train and finances were a large barrier to Olympic competition or participation, where retrospectively, my athletes mentioned that injury was the #1 barrier. So it'll be interesting to see from the beginning of elite sport participation, how those barriers change over time. It'll also be interesting to see how equipment-dependent Olympians set goals. So the two most expensive Olympic equipment per se, quote unquote, is equestrian and bobsledding. So how much does your equipment, whether it's your horse or your bobsled, affect, help, or hinder your goals? There's also pitfalls of unrealistic goals. I think that a lot of times if your goals are unrealistic or you were on track, but you had injury, it may lead to cheating and doping, because then the Olympic Games are starting to get closer. And the chances of being 100% physically fit is getting less and less. And I would also like to look at how NCAA versus non-NCAA sport Olympians. So for example, in the Winter Games, only one of 7 sports of the games are sponsored by the NCAA, which is ice hockey. And in the Summer Games, 17 of the 28 sports represented are sponsored by the NCAA and available at US universities and colleges. So all of this ties into what can it be used for. So we're looking at long-term athlete development as far as implications. A number of these factors that I mentioned in the presentation can move from on a continuum from youth sports to elite sports. So for example, in goals for goal support, parents get their students or their kids involved in sport, and then the coaches become more of a support network. And then as they get older, it becomes teamwork. So by the time they get to the Olympic level, a number of people mentioned having significant others that supported them. Goal specificity. So if you look at age group athletes, you probably don't tell them as a 7 or 6-year-old to run 300 meters in 33 seconds, whereas you probably go, okay, you're gonna run 300 meters, but try to do your best. So it's kind of a do your best or a general goal. Feedback, a lot of times in youth sports, the first feedback that they get is good job or you could do better, versus more specific as they go along. And transitional goals for all athletes, regardless of the level they're at, most of their career or all of their career is a transition to something, because sooner or later they will ultimately have to retire from sports. So when you start an age group, you're going to transition to a different level. You're going to go to juniors. Then if you're in high school, you go to high school. Then you go to college. Then you go to Olympic level, maybe professional career. And then sooner or later, you're going to have to transition out of sport altogether. So long-term athlete development. And kind of my summary here is, to me, this study tells me a lot more about how complex goals and goal setting is, even though a lot of people use the SMART goal protocols. These participants detailed a number of factors that they considered. And again, it's guidelines, not a one size fits all, so I can't generalize. And although I presented everything here like on an individual basis, for example, goal support or goal proximity, it's all intertwined. So my example would be specific difficult process goals in training might be affected by illness, thereby altering the short-term goals. So it uses all the factors simultaneously instead of just looking at it as singular factors. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Nice work, Greg. Thank you very much. We are backed up to a break here. So what I'm going to refer everybody to do is, if you have questions, write them in the Q&A. I know there's one in there already, Greg, and then you can type your response there as the questions come into you. Very, very cool. And looks like it took a lot of work on that. Would be interested to talk to you more about that and the whole process. But we're going to jump to a quick break here. We've got about 5 minutes, and we will, so we can take a potty break, run to the bathroom, and we'll get right back into things here shortly.
Voices in the street, footsteps on the concrete. Guess I hear just every sound on the ground from my footsteps on the city ground. You know the sound. Brothers Barrow. Come tomorrow. To my window. Brothers Barrow. Come tomorrow. To my window.
We're all falling and we need a place to hide. A safe place somewhere in the woods we can start a fire. All we know is what will be our home. We will stay until the break of
All right, everybody, we are back at it here. Short little break right there. We're going to jump right back in with our one and only professional presentation. Well, technically, Dr. Sun, that was a professional presentation, so I stand corrected here. We have Dr. Joanne Bullard from Rowan University representing out there in the East. Hopefully all of your students are checked in here. She's going to talk about the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the well-being of Division III collegiate student athletes. So go ahead and you can share your screen and the floor is yours, Dr. Bullard.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here today. Again, my name is Joanne Bullard, and I am a CMPC, and I'm also an assistant professor at Rowan University in their Health and Exercise Science Department. And I also serve as Rowan's NCAA Faculty Athletics Representative. So since last year, I've been working on a number of different studies related to the COVID pandemic. And today we're going to look at my research from the spring and also the fall among Division III collegiate student athletes. So the overall importance of this study and what we need to recognize is that the COVID pandemic has made this whole past year completely life-changing for all of us. And really for student athletes, they're taking on a new identity as a COVID student athlete and learning how to respond, learning how to adapt. But from the outside in and seeing student athletes go through it firsthand, the purpose of my research was to really understand more of the mental distress as well as the programming needs that could be provided to institutions so that they could best serve their student athletes as they go through the pandemic and all the different changes that occur along the way. The NCAA even has conducted 2 well-being studies in the spring and the fall among all 3 divisions, but they've even determined this pandemic to have caused a lot of disruption and served as a negative impact on the physical and mental health of the athletes. So looking at COVID, with both the impact on the higher education level as well as collegiate athletes, we've had to go through numerous changes and very rapidly. It's been very intense, very fast paced, and we've just had to learn how to adapt and move forward. And that's what we're going to be getting into with my discussion today, into more of the response in comparison with student athletes. But looking into the higher education side, one of the biggest pieces was absolutely that transition into remote learning and the impact that this has had on the mental well-being of college students as a whole. But most importantly, the lack of resources or even the availability of resources while these students are remote or hybrid and not getting the support that they usually could just walk into an office on campus and receive that support almost immediately. Looking into collegiate athletes, we know that so much has changed very rapidly. One day they're practicing last spring and next thing you know, we're finished, right? We're all moving home. So seasons ended rapidly. We've had to, again, adapt and move forward. And this has definitely spiked a concern of the mental well-being of our student athletes. So here's a brief timeline just to get our heads wrapped around what has happened quickly in that last year. Last March, right, we transitioned almost overnight into online learning formats. And almost at the same time, the NCAA had canceled winter and spring sport championships. In August of 2020, the NCAA has also went forward with canceling fall sport championships. In September, some institutions returned. Where we are in New Jersey, we did not return as fast as we thought, and we're still moving towards that. So a lot of college campuses remained hybrid or remote with their learning formats. In November of 2020, the NCAA issued updated return to sport guidelines that we were preparing for. January 2021, spring semester started. Again, a lot of institutions, some did return full face-to-face and others are still in remote and hybrid formats. And most recently with spring 2021 for Division III, especially those fall sports that had their seasons, their championships canceled, they had the opportunity to participate in the spring season. But this was down to conference levels and even institutions to decide if they wanted to take part in it or not. So just to reiterate and look into the main focus of today is about the academic concerns, the uncertainty of what's going to happen in that next semester, as well as the athletic concerns, especially related to going through social isolation, being away from teammates. Do they have the resources to be successful as a student and as an athlete while they are removed? And how are they going to get comfortable with resocialization for sport? The participants of my research included, so again, I administered 2 different research projects. The first was in spring of 2020 in the beginning of May, and the second was in fall of 2020, mid-September. We utilized Division III student athletes in the New Jersey Athletic Conference, which has 10 institutions. In the spring, we had 682 participants from 7 institutions, and in the fall, we had 581 participants from 7 institutions. The instruments and the way this was carried out, we utilized a Qualtrics survey link. Athletic departments that agreed to participate, they received the link from me and they forwarded it out to either their coaches to forward to their student athletes or directly to their student athletes. And so that's how we administered it and the data was collected through Qualtrics. The instruments that were utilized with the demographic questionnaire, we broke it actually into 3 different components. The first was general information, such as what gender they identified as, race and ethnicity, what sport they played, institution they attended, if they were a spring sport athlete for that spring delivery, or if they were a fall sport athlete for the fall delivery. For the coping abilities and perceived challenges, we looked into if they utilized any mindfulness or self-care practices, and if they did, if they would be willing to elaborate on what they used, if they perceived being a student athlete being stressful during the time of the pandemic. And then for perceived challenges, we looked into, and I'm going to get into this with some of my findings in a moment, we looked into the overall social isolation, being away from teammates and moving home, and how challenging they perceived those. For concerns, these were open-ended questions, and I have to be honest, I could not believe the responses we received. I didn't think we were going to get much, and this really served as a good chunk of the data to provide institutions. Concerns were related to academics, related to athletics, future worries associated with COVID, as well as the addition for the fall survey towards careers. 2 instruments that were utilized. The first was the Generalized Anxiety Disorder Scale, GAD-7. And this is a self-report scale. I just did a screenshot here so you could see it. We asked when they were receiving the Qualtrics link to think about over the last 2 weeks, and on a scale from 0 to 3, how often they felt the following constructs. We also utilized a new questionnaire, the Coronavirus Anxiety Scale, the CAS. Same type of a rationale. They were considering the past 2 weeks and how they felt regarding their overall anxiety towards COVID, and rating it from a scale of 0 to 4. So feeling dizzy, lightheaded, or faint when hearing news about coronavirus, losing interest in eating when they thought about or were exposed to information about the coronavirus, feeling nauseous or having stomach problems, so on and so forth. So with the summary of the findings, with my research, I went much more into the statistical correlations, but for today, I wanted to keep it a little bit more general so we can compare spring and fall and use it more for conversational terms. But the stress as a student athlete during the pandemic, we saw big results regarding the impact on academics and athletics. And really common trends among both of these components were themes such as not being able to be motivated or engaged to move forward with their schoolwork, and even practicing sport if their sport was canceled or they weren't with their teammates. There were issues with not having enough resources. So especially in the spring when there was much more shut down, like how do I get to a fitness center? I don't have weights in my house, so on and so forth. Even with academics, how can I make a connection with my professor? I don't know them. I'm not in the same type of a format where I can just walk up to them and have a general conversation. So that was a big indication that they were experiencing a lot of issues academically. Very interesting and was not anticipated was after the spring collection of the data, a lot of the themes with these open-ended questions when we discuss worries for the future were connected to future careers. Issues and concerns with securing internships. What's the job market going to be like? I'm in a clinical type of a setting. How will I ever be able to be hands-on? For effectively managing schoolwork and distant learning formats, we did see differences regarding gender, and female participants indicated being more likely than male participants to manage schoolwork, except those that identified as being Black or African American or Hispanic or Latina. We also saw that senior student athletes perceived this distance learning being more challenging as compared to the other academic years. So my focus as we move forward is on gender. This here is just a screenshot for you of the breakdown for male and female between both spring and fall. And you can see we did have overall more fall participants, female participants as compared to male. Looking into our first area is perceived challenges, where they were rating from a scale of 0 to 10. And we're looking right now from mid 5 to perceiving high at 10. As you can see, I made a little grid here. Yellow indicates a decrease of 5% or more from spring, and green indicates an increase of 5% or more. So for social distancing, both genders, we did see a decrease go down from spring to fall. And we could assume that's because there was a little bit more lax on being around people, different restrictions with social distancing, so on and so forth. For being away from teammates, it appears that men responded a little bit better as compared to women. And then moving home, which was pretty interesting, male athletes actually went up 5% in the fall as compared to the spring, with them perceiving it as being a challenge. On this slide, we're looking at the GAD-7 report of participants that selected several days over the last 2 weeks. And what we can see is going through each of the constructs that for men, we did have majority decreasing. And even though becoming easily annoyed and irritable isn't in that yellow because it didn't hit the 5%, it still did drop down. But now we look at females and we do see that we do have 3 constructs where we had the decrease, but interestingly enough, we did have the increase among, it wasn't a 5% increase, but it still was an increase with not being able to control their worries, worrying too much about different things, having issues and trouble relaxing. So this could prove or show to us that female athletes are perhaps experiencing more anxiety right now in the fall as compared to what they were in the spring, which is different than males. Open-ended formats, again, provided a lot of information that the institutions found that this was like gold to them. This was extremely valuable. I'm not going to read these to you. I just wanted to share some of them as I talk. Challenges related to academics, challenges related to athletics, and then worries for the future. And reading some of these comments really pulled on my heartstrings because I couldn't believe how honest and open student athletes were being, especially, they weren't just Rowan athletes, they were from all these different institutions, so they don't know who I am, and they're willing to share what they went through. One that sticks out to me was during the spring when a spring sport baseball athlete who was a senior said, I would have never imagined that last year, my last game of my junior year would have truly been my last game of my athletic career. Right. So we have to even think about these, this transition period, the athletic identity that these student athletes are going to, especially those that completely lost their season. For the conclusions of this study, my goal was to be able to provide data to each institution. So after and through the data analysis, I provided report breakdowns for each institution of just the overall, but then individualized reports where they saw just from their student athletes and what their needs were. Overall, common themes were related to stress management needs, time management needs, ability to cope with anxiety, as well as how do I be positive during this time period. And this was consistent both in the spring and in the fall. So really the benefits and what athletic departments can do, and I know some we're working on, is now tailoring the services and tailoring the resources directly to certain teams. I know even at Rowan, we had our assistant athletic director even saying, now I know how to hold workshops or what to talk to certain teams about because I have the breakdown of what baseball needs. I have the breakdown of what field hockey needs and soccer and so on and so forth. So it really helps sort of tailor something that was extremely big and overwhelming into what can we do to provide you sort of these critical services in a quick sort of snap of our fingers, because people still, even on campus, still feel a little bit disconnected right now. Here are my references, and thank you very much for having me today. Here's my contact information if you have any further questions.
Excellent stuff, Dr. Ballard, really awesome. So one question here that I thought of as I listened, because you were focused on Division III student athletes, so a little different academic experience at smaller schools. And Lewis Clark State College is a similar feel to Division III schools. And so I'm curious, how do you think your results might compare to students from larger institutions, and particularly like from the academic standpoint? I mean, students, the interactions with faculty at larger institutions are different than we have at maybe smaller schools. So any ideas on that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And what was interesting on my end was when putting together the spring study, I didn't realize at the same time the NCA was putting together their well-being study. So when my data was complete, their data was complete, and to see the report out, I was able to compare a lot of the findings from this smaller population of D3 to D1 and D2. And really, it's very, very similar, very similar. So again, the takeaway, if we're in any form of any type of role where we are, advocates for student athletes, or we're educating them, or we're coaches, or whatever it might be, recognizing that we need to be thinking in advance of what resources they may need to get their hands on. Things such like student affair departments, that was a big thing that they found valuable, especially at Rowan, but I think would definitely translate to bigger institutions.
Very cool. Awesome how you were able to jump on that and do something that's so relevant that everybody's going through right now. So if anybody has any other questions, go ahead and shoot them through the Q&A, and Dr. Bullard can answer those questions as they come in. We're going to shift to our next student presentation. So Kelly, you can go ahead and turn your audio and video on. We have a graduate student from Western Washington University. Kelly Zwicker is going to talk about exploring social physique anxiety, ethnic identity, and gender identity in exercisers. So take it away, Kelly.
Thank you, Dr. Fair, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to my presentation today. I'm going to first define social physique anxiety, which I will refer to as SPA throughout this presentation. Social physique anxiety is related to the anxiety or distress one feels when they feel they're being evaluated by others. So it's a physique evaluation. Exercisers in particular tend to experience SPA more commonly because their bodies are often on display and they're in the presence of other exercisers. So this interest is heavy in research related to exercise because of that fact. So exercise settings and the presence of others has been positively correlated with SPA in exercise samples. And specifically, the relationship between SPA and exercise is pretty complex and unclear because SPA may have an effect on exercise adherence or regularity. Exercise could also safeguard against SPA. So these are all common findings that have been explored so far, but the findings are also unclear. So in regard to ethnic identity and SPA, I would also like to define ethnic identity. This is in relation to one's strength of identification within their respective ethnic group. It also relates to someone's interpretation of their ethnic background. So that's essentially background on ethnic identity as a construct. There's limited research on race, ethnicity, and SPA, and there is currently no research on ethnic identity and SPA, which is why I was inspired to do this study in the first place. It's also important to note that ethnic identity is very personal to one's ethnic experiences and background, and it involves their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors within their ethnic group. And part of my argument for today is that ethnic identity may be a more appropriate variable to investigate with SPA in exercisers in comparison to solely ethnicity. So for gender identity and SPA, there have been studies that have reported differences amongst cisgender women and cisgender men. Specifically, cisgender women have reported higher levels of SPA in comparison to cisgender men. However, additional gender groups are currently lacking. And this is also about gender stereotypes. There has been somewhat of a shift of gender stereotypes to cisgender women having higher SPA, and research has tended to focus on women in regard to SPA research. Another important thing to remember is that most of these studies have been on college samples. So they're more convenient samples at universities of that same similar age group of cisgender women and men. So the present study is really answering the question of what is the relationship between social physique anxiety and ethnic identity in a diverse sample of exercisers. I had 3 research questions to my current study. The first is, what is the relationship between SPA and ethnic identity among exercisers? The second question was, when keeping ethnic identity constant, are there differences in SPA across different ethnic groups of exercisers? And the third question was, which is the strongest predictor or predictors of SPA among exercisers, gender identity or total ethnic identity? In regard to the participants of the current study, there were 1,765 regular exercisers. The age range was 18 to 81 years old, so very diverse age range. Gender identification is as follows. The highest amount in the sample was actually men at 69.6%, and women came second at 28.8%. Participants also had the option to not select a gender if they did not want to state it. In terms of race ethnicity identification is as follows. In terms of the highest percentage of the sample, it was white European American, about 72%. And again, participants had the option to not state their race ethnicity. For the measures of the current study, the first was the Social Physique Anxiety Scale, or the SPAS. This has 12 items on the scale, and it's on a 5-point Likert scale ranging from 1, not at all, to 5, extremely. And then in the past, the SPAS has reported high internal reliability with a Cronbach's alpha of 0.90. However, the current study had a Cronbach's alpha of 0.59. And then for data analysis, the total SPAS score was factored in, and a sample item on the scale would be, quote, "I am comfortable with the appearance of my physique figure," unquote. The second measure of the study was a multi-group ethnic identity measure revised, or the MEME-R. And there were 6 items on this scale with 2 subscales. However, only the total MEME score was used in data analysis, not the 2 subscales. This was also on a 5-point Likert scale of 1 strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. And a sample item on this scale included, quote, "I have a strong sense of belonging to my own ethnic group." The next measure was the God and Leisure Time Exercise Questionnaire. And this measured the mild, moderate, and strenuous exercise per average week for the participants. And how we calculated this was there was a frequency score that was converted to the metabolic equivalent of task, or the MET score. This was then summed to make the leisure score index, or the LSI. For my particular study, the minimum score was 24 on the LSI to prove regularity of exercise and meet inclusion criteria for exercisers. Demographics of the current study included gender, identity, age, primary exercise settings, top 3 exercise types, and race ethnicity. For the procedure, there was a variety of sampling methods used. Firstly and primarily, there was random stratified sampling. And this was when we actually contacted gyms, 60 total gyms, Zumba and CrossFit across the United States via email. It was the information email for that gym, and 20 Zumba gyms and 20 CrossFit gyms at a time were contacted per round. And then the idea was to create or contact additional 20 groups per round until I met 400 participants. However, I did cap the participant count at a certain point, so I only contacted 60 gyms. And then snowball sampling was utilized, so exercisers that took this survey could then pass it along to other exercisers who met inclusion criteria. And then in personal regard to the researcher, I used convenience in snowball sampling of personal Facebook and Instagram pages. It's also something to note with the recruitment materials. It was an electronic survey hosted on Qualtrics that was completely anonymous. And there was an incentive involved that participants could enter in a separate raffle to win one of 10 $25 gift cards from Amazon. And then, of course, inclusion criteria was that if a regular exerciser exercised for at least 6 months, they were included, and at least 18 years of age. So to answer my first research question, I had a Spearman rank order correlation testing the relationship between SPA and ethnic identity, and it found out that higher levels of SPA were associated with lower levels of ethnic identity for the whole sample. So there was a small negative correlation between SPA and total ethnic identity. And then most importantly, we separated by race ethnicity, And we found that 2 specific groups, as noted in the table and circled in yellow with their R values, that there were Black African-American exercisers reported a moderate, statistically significant relationship, and white European-American exercisers noted a small negative correlation. For my second research question, we did ANOVA but I wanted to first note that given the interaction effect of the meme R among race ethnicity groups and ethnic identity, the meme R was not included as a covariate. So an ANOVA tested the differences among means of SPA across racial ethnic groups. And results show that there were no mean differences found between racial ethnic groups as shown in the table. And I have the means and standard deviations listed there. For my third research question, I did a multiple regression, but first we did collapse gender into cisgender women, cisgender men, and non-cisgender individuals due to small sample size of the original gender subgroups. And then when investigating the predictive value of gender identity and total ethnic identity, the model was statistically significant and explained 1% of the variance in SPA. And then there were significant unique contributions from total ethnic identity and cisgender women specifically towards SPA. They both accounted for less than 1% of the variance. So in the total model, ethnic identity recorded a higher beta value than cisgender women towards SPA. And I wanted to first note I am currently in the process of interpreting my results and building my discussion, so I'm open to feedback and suggestions or insight towards this section of my thesis. The first research question is about the Black African-American exercisers reporting that moderate correlation. And this might relate to other constructs that have been compared with ethnicity race groups. Specifically, Black African-American groups in several exercise studies have reported higher levels of ethnic identity, and also there have been factors involved in creating like a protective factor against body dissatisfaction and body image, which are similar constructs to SPA, but different. Body dissatisfaction is the negative form of body image. So oftentimes I have looked at a lot of research in relation to body dissatisfaction in race ethnicity, as well as ethnic identity. So there may be a difference in the ethnic identity across different groups of race ethnicity. So that could interpret why Black African-American exercisers delivered that moderate relationship. And then ethnic identity might vary between these groups. Again, this is a large sample size, and in the future, this could be further explored. But that is what I have interpreted so far from my first research question. And for the research question number 2, when there are no SPA differences found between race ethnicity groups, I was thinking that regular exercise could play a role into this particular result. Regular exercisers, again, that met at least 6 months in inclusion criteria, this factor could have influenced the lack of SPA differences. They could have all had just similar SPA scores in general, which is what we found in analysis. So that's a factor that could be involved. And then again, ethnicity may not be a direct influential variable in the development of SPA or maintenance of SPA. And again, further proves my argument that ethnic identity could be a more suitable and appropriate construct to examine. In regard to the third research question in the predictors of SPA, ethnic identity again may influence different race ethnicity groups differently when examining SPA specifically. Again, this is a very large data set, and in the future we could examine, or researchers could examine, more similar race ethnicity groups in a larger sample as opposed to examining several different ones. So that's something that could be further explored in future research. In regard to gender not being predictive of SPA, this is contradictory to previous studies. Several studies have found that gender has been predictive of SPA in exercisers, but this again was in predominantly cisgender samples. And often as well, these studies that have been looked at before have been in college samples, in limited geographic regions, and convenience samples. So that's something to note as well with the gender and SPA that's been found so far. The limitations of the current study, while this study had some strengths in terms of the large sample size, I wanted to note the limitations. The first would be the lower cone box alpha of 0.59. In previous studies on the SPAS, there have been higher. So that's something important to know when looking at exercisers specifically. The other important limitation is the timing of participant recruitment. So this was happening during a global pandemic, and this could have affected exercise behavior in general. There were definitely gym shutdowns or closures and other changes to exercise environments and behavior. So that's something to note as well, as COVID could be playing a very big role in this result, and I wanted to note that. So for future directions and implications, although this study addressed current gaps in SPA research in regard to race, ethnicity, and gender identity, these need to be further explored in the future. And again, if you're looking at bigger data sets like I did in this current study, looking at more similar race ethnicity groups with SPA could be valuable. And then gender identity, we need more gender inclusivity of additional gender groups beyond cisgender samples. There is a possibility that ethnic identity could be a potential protective factor against SPA. In other studies that have looked at body dissatisfaction, a similar construct, they have found that ethnic identity can be protective against thin internalization ideals. So it could be similar in the relationship there, but more research needs to be conducted. Another option is to study SPA in regular exercisers versus non-exercisers to see if there's a difference there. Again, similar scores were throughout this whole sample in regular exercisers, and that could be interesting to compare those two groups in a future study. Another is looking at additional exercise factors such as various settings, modalities, or even amount frequency of exercise, and compare that with SPA and maybe ethnic identity. And then overall, just exploring the overall role of exercise and how that plays in SPA. As I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, it is unclear if SPA, how that exactly is related to exercise behavior, and more research needs to be conducted to fully determine that. And then of course, I wanted to thank my thesis committee for the work that we've all been putting into this project for quite a while now, and it's been a challenge and it's been a really great, rewarding opportunity. So thank you first and foremost to my thesis chair, Dr. Linda Keeler, for your guidance and support as I develop as a researcher. And then thank you, Dr. Jessica Arthur Kamzel and Dr. Steve Bennett for your valuable insight as I navigate this thesis. So I wanted to thank you all for that. And then I wanted to leave these questions up. If you had any questions today, you can also email me if you have any that you didn't get to today. And thanks so much for listening.
Great job, Kelly. So we got one question that came up through the chat from one of the other speakers, Dr. Sarah Ulrich French from Washington State. And I'm actually going to piggyback on that question as well, because it's in line with what I was curious about. So did you explore any differences by type of activity, say Zumba versus CrossFit? And if there were any differences in ethnic identity in these types of activity? So the point here, getting at how does the context of exercise perhaps play a role in experience of social physique anxiety? So to piggyback on that, I was curious as in terms of the context is the type of clientele who go to Zumba versus CrossFit might be different than someone who goes to Planet Fitness, right? Where you have the judgment-free zone there. So just, I know that's a complex question, but any idea on how the context might influence that just based on the participants that you got and how it might be different with other participants?
Absolutely. I'm glad that question was asked. So in terms of recruitment, I did contact gyms that were associated with CrossFit or Zumba, but they were the general gyms information. So the participants that actually participated in this study included runners, joggers, because they did report their exercise types. So common exercise types were including CrossFit and Zumba, in addition to yoga, running, jogging, weightlifting. A couple of sports were mentioned as well for leisure activity. So all of those were reported. In terms of analyses that I didn't look at a main analysis of the different primary settings, but in terms of what activity they actually did, those were reported. And I did look at those, but I hope I answered your question partially.
Yeah, it's a very interesting area to look into, because as we know, the gym culture, depending on where you go, is different and can contribute to that social physique anxiety, gender identity, ethnic identity, interaction, all of those different things. And different types of gyms attract different types of people. And then there's the subgroup of exercisers who work out at home or work out at a physical therapy clinic or others. So I think it's a very interesting line of research to explore some of those other contextual factors and how that might affect your results. But I did have one other comment just from the research side of it is did you calculate effect sizes as well?
I did. Do you want me to go back to the slide?
Oh, so I just I guess maybe I was distracted on something I was doing on the background, but
No worries. I can go back to it. Which particular analysis were you interested in?
well, just any of them. That's good. Okay, good. Yeah, I just think that's something important to stress, the effect size of it. Sometimes we're focused on the p-value alone, but nice work. Nice work.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to the next person. It looks like, Kelly, there is one other question in there. So you can go ahead and answer that one through the Q&A as we switch gears here.
Mhm.
So next up, you can end your screen share, Kelly, and we'll move on. We have another student presentation, this time a graduate student from Boise State University. So Shalanda, you can go ahead and turn your audio and video on and do your screen share. So we have Shalanda Kuyala from Boise State. We're going to talk about the effects of mental training on acute psychophysiological stress responses in endurance athletes. It's all yours, Shalanda.
All right, can you guys see and hear me all right?
Yep, we can see it and hear you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the introduction. Hello and good morning or afternoon, depending upon where you are. I'm Shalanda Kuyala, and as it was said, I'm a graduate student at Boise State University. And I'm going to be sharing with you today what is my thesis proposal. I'm going to be presenting at the end of this semester, and the data collection will happen this fall. And it is the effects of mental training on acute psychophysiological stress responses in endurance athletes. So today I'm going to discuss some background and specific aims of the project, as well as research design and methods. And lastly, I'll talk a little bit about how this can potentially impact athletes. So athletes face a number of stressors before and during competition. It's unavoidable. How they perceive and cope with that acute form of stress plays a large role in their performance. If athletes are better able to cope with their stress levels, they'll have a much better chance of performing well and at the top end of their capabilities. Acute stress is experienced as an immediate real or perceived threat and can be emotional, psychological, or physical. The most common type of acute stress includes things like an alarm clock going off, an unexpected loud noise, or anxiety before a presentation, competition, or exam. And these levels of stress are influenced by several factors, including the importance of the event, the degree to which someone feels in control of the situation, perceptions of levels of certainty in their abilities, how well they feel they can manage the demands and difficulty of the task at hand, and their coping strategies. And so the perception of a threat triggers a stress response. And athletes typically experience stress prior to competition in two ways: somatically with physiological symptoms, or cognitively with psychological symptoms. So the somatic or physiological stress responses prior to competition can include things such as increased heart rate and breathing rate and muscle tension, to name a few. Also, physiological symptoms of stress include the release of the hormone cortisol into the blood by the adrenal glands. So cortisol is released into the blood by the adrenal glands when the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis is activated by the sympathetic nervous system. Cortisol plays numerous roles in the body, including being involved in controlling the body's daily circadian rhythm. So it's highest in the morning and then it's lowest before bed. Cortisol mobilizes glucose, increases heart rate and breathing rate, promoting a fight or flight response. And cortisol levels can be affected by physical stressors, including things like heat, inflammation, and exertion, as well as psychological stressors, including things like anxiety, disappointment, and fear. And cortisol in the short-term acute stress situations can help improve mental focus and performance. But too much cortisol release can interfere with cognitive processing and lead to poor performance. Too little cortisol release can lead to the body lacking the performance-enhancing effects of cortisol, and athletes end up being too relaxed. So it's important for an athlete to have a moderate level of cortisol to best impact their performance. Cortisol is transported into the saliva from the blood, and it's been used in numerous studies as a measure of acute stress responses before competition. Cortisol is an objective and accurate measure of how the body's systems are responding to stress. The cognitive or psychological stress responses before competition can include negative thoughts, disordered thinking, lack of focus, and negative self-evaluation, to name a few. Anxiety is an important aspect of the psychological stress responses and can also negatively impact performance. The level of anxiety demonstrates how an athlete perceives potential threats, their control of their situation, and their ability to complete their task successfully. So if an athlete has too high of a level of anxiety, it can negatively impact their performance. Likewise, if an athlete has too little anxiety, they may end up being too relaxed before their competition. Anxiety is measured by the use of questionnaire completed by participants, such as the Revised Competitive State Anxiety Inventory, or the CSAI-2R. It relies on self-awareness and honest answers being provided by participants to get the most accurate measure of anxiety. These questionnaires have been used to measure anxiety in many studies. So as we know from the individual zone of optimal functioning, there's a unique level of mental and physical arousal that's required for each individual to perform at their best, the level to which acute stress can make a positive impact on performance. And when that level of arousal is too high or too low, performance is negatively impacted. Previous literature has shown that those who are in their zone perform their best. And when we consider both cortisol and anxiety and how they're measured, we can see they're quite different, yet both are important. Measuring anxiety or cortisol alone fails to provide a complete picture of an athlete's stress responses, as both physiological and psychological responses impact the athlete. Either cortisol or anxiety may be higher than the other, given different situations, and either being too high or too low can negatively impact performance. So we have the need to measure both to determine whether an athlete's in their zone for both optimal physiological and psychological functioning. Typically, most sports psychology studies measure only self-perceptions of anxiety, and some look at cortisol levels, but not both. However, looking at both of those things can provide us with a more complete picture of what the athlete is really experiencing and how important it is for them to be in the optimal zone of functioning. So one way we know we can help athletes get into their optimal zone of functioning is with the development of coping skills. And one way we can help athletes develop coping skills is through mental skills training. So mental skills training is educational based, and it's defined as the consistent or systematic practice of mental or psychological skills. The purpose of mental skills training in sports is to enhance performance, increase enjoyment, reduce anxiety, and achieve more satisfaction in relation to sports or physical activities. So recently, researchers have started to ask how mental skills training can influence both psychological and physiological stress responses. While mental training has been well proven to have positive effects on competition anxiety, only recently has the effectiveness of mental training on both physiological and psychological competition stress responses been quantified together in the same study. And these have included two studies by Candace Hogue, one published in 2019 and the other in 2020, which investigated mental skills training and its effect on psychophysiological responses to stress by measuring both cortisol and anxiety. So in the 2019 study, Hogue measured the effects of mental training and a motivational lecture on both physiological and psychological competition stress responses in college-age participants. So they learned to juggle in an intentionally stressful learn to juggle session. And in that study, cortisol was highest in the control group. The mental training group had higher cortisol levels than the motivational lecture, which was contrary to their hypothesis. However, the mental training group had a higher stresses enhancing mindset, which leads to lower anxiety levels. So the study demonstrated how psychophysiological stress responses may not be equally impacted by mental training. And in the 2020 study, Hogue investigated if psychological skills training would impact performance stress responses in high school athletes. Participants in this study also learned juggling in an ego-involving climate. And in this study, the control group had higher cortisol and anxiety than the psychological skills group. And the psychological skills group did not change from their baseline measures. The results suggest that the psychological skills training was effective at impacting both stress responses in participants. So some limitations of these studies were that they only included one session, and participants were non-athlete college students in one of the studies. And also they were not in real world competition settings. So these studies are important because they've shown that there's a connection between mental training and acute psychophysiological stress responses. So when looking at past studies, there has been a gap in literature where only the psychological self-perceptions or physiological cortisol levels have been tested, but we need to measure both of these things. Also, studies have included only one mental skills training session. They were done with non-college athlete students in non-real world competition settings. And also none of these studies have included endurance athletes. So what my study is going to do is look at both psychological perceived stress as well as physiological cortisol stress responses of endurance athletes before competition and after mental skills training. So the two specific aims of my study include how will athletes' perceptions of stress and physiological markers of stress be related to each other, and how will athletes' perceptions of stress and physiological markers of stress be impacted by a mental skills training program. So here's a diagram to help explain my procedures. I will have two groups, an intervention group and a control group, and we will have a baseline and time 1 and time 2 testing, where all participants will complete the CSAI-2R and provide a saliva sample. Time 1 and time 2 will occur within an hour before a race, and baseline will not be associated with the competition. The intervention group will participate in 4 mental skills training sessions between time 1 and time 2, and the control group will not. So I hope to recruit 100 local high school cross-country runners and split them into even groups of control and intervention. And the reason for including the control group is that athletes may become accustomed to racing as the season progresses, and their anxiety or cortisol levels may go down during the season. And we want to know if there's a change because of the mental training skills or not. I plan to measure psychological stress responses by using the CSAI-2R to measure cognitive and somatic anxiety levels, as well as self-confidence. It has 17 questions. I plan to measure the physiological stress responses by measuring salivary cortisol levels. We'll collect saliva by having athletes use the passive drool method. I'll include 4 mental skills training sessions, which will occur between time 1 and time 2 testing days. They'll be about 30 to 40 minutes in length with time for discussion and questions at the end. And they will also be spaced apart to allow participants time to practice each after learning them. The mental skills training sessions will include breathing and relaxation, imagery, goal setting, and self-talk. So breathing and relaxation helps reduce the levels of activation when athletes need it. It also provides a nice foundation on which they can build the skills of the following workshops. Imagery helps provide a sense of control over oneself and allows one to practice, prepare, and strategize mentally before actually competing. Goal setting helps a person feel as though they have control over the situation and can also help someone view anxiety as being a facilitative experience. Self-talk helps someone gain awareness and control over their thoughts and internal dialogue, so self-talk doesn't become a liability. So once learned, mental training techniques can be practiced throughout the yearly cycle of training and competitions to help manage stress responses and the negative impacts of stress. And while there are a number of mental skills we could have used, these particular ones have been shown to help reduce anxiety around competitions and can be practiced anywhere. In addition, studies have shown that multimodal mental skills training programs, that approach is effective at dealing with competition and other athletic stressors. So when taken together, these skills can provide a powerful toolbox for an athlete to use during times of competition stress, as athletes can choose what works best for them in a given situation, so they can try to reach their own optimal level of both physical and psychological activation. So the analysis that we will do includes descriptive statistics to look at things like mean, standard deviation, demographics, gender, age, year in school, years on the team, ranking, place in the races, and time of races. To test specific aim number 1, we'll look at correlation to compare the relationship between self-perceived anxiety and as assessed on the CSAI-2R and objective stress by assessing cortisol levels. To test specific aim number 2, we'll use repeated measures ANOVA analyses and focus on between subject factors like control and intervention groups, and within subject factors like time, and on dependent variables like somatic and cognitive anxiety, self-confidence, and cortisol levels. And lastly, I want to mention the importance of this study, or how it can potentially impact athletes, coaches, and practitioners. So by measuring both anxiety and cortisol levels together in the same study, it will help provide a more holistic picture of the athlete. And comparing how self-perceptions on well-established measures compare to objective measures of stress will help practitioners better understand how athletes respond to stress and how they could potentially help athletes prepare for competitions. And lastly, I want to thank Dr. Eric Martin for his guidance and support through preparing for this presentation and for my proposal. And I'd also like to thank you for listening today and invite any feedback or questions you have at this time.
Nice work, Shalanda. We just had a question come up. Seth Rose at the University of Idaho. So did you consider having your control group participate in a non-mental skills training related task?
No, we haven't actually. No, we haven't. I have thought that after I'm finished with the study, that I would provide them with the same mental skills training as like a service, just so that they don't kind of miss out on the opportunity. But I haven't thought about them doing something like that. That's a good idea, though.
Okay, and we have a question from Dr. Sarah Ulrich French, Washington State University. So, curious how you will control for past experiences with mental skills training techniques. So it's becoming more common for coaches to incorporate these strategies, although they don't often call them mental skills training. But any thoughts on how you might control for past experience with this?
Right. Well, we figured, I guess, with looking at high school athletes, that maybe they wouldn't have as much as somebody who's like an adult established in their sport or whatever. So we would probably not want to include people if they have a lot of experience in the past with mental skills training.
Gotcha. Okay. And then just one more question. I was kind of curious because it looked like from your literature review, one of the key aspects was that if individuals view anxiety as like a good thing, right, it's facilitated with the juggling studies, then it tended to there still were high levels of cortisol before they competed, and that so that didn't really have the association, right, with the cortisol levels. But I'm curious how you think that might come out to play with your study, because you're going to have high school athletes an hour prior to their race, so I imagine that they're going to have some high levels of cortisol just because it's before a race. So any ideas on how you might control for that, I guess?
Well, yeah, so the reason for testing so close to the race start is because the cortisol levels in studies have been shown, right, to increase up to the point, right, of the kind of, as the closer you get to the race, the higher the cortisol levels. And hopefully we'll see that with the use of these mental skills, that the cortisol levels will also decrease, right, over between time 1 and time 2 testing, so that these will impact both the anxiety and the cortisol levels. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to impact that.
Yeah, totally. It's cool. Then a couple other questions here that popped up from Dr. Jessica Arthur Camisell at Western Washington. These studies are badly needed. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, this is cool to try and get something objective, something tangible with those cortisol levels. But the question is, can you describe your decision to teach multiple types of mental skills versus isolating only 1 or 2 mental skills, right? Because there could be some pros and cons of both.
Yeah, and that's a really good question. That's something that I talked a lot about with Dr. Martin. And, and I think maybe that would be something good for future studies too, is to kind of look at the different mental skills and look at, whether or not, and kind of, right, isolating 1 or 2 and looking at how maybe different skills could impact them. And I just kind of looked at things that in studies that in everything that I've read, like have a positive influence on reducing anxiety related to competition in sports. So, and things that I've also used as an athlete that have helped me. So that's kind of how I decided on those things. And it
Totally, yeah, and it plays into because we know that the type of anxiety that someone experiences, whether that's cognitive or somatic, should help us kind of direct what our approach is, what our skill is. Are we going to use the breathing or the relaxation, which is more directed at somatic anxiety, or is it a cognitive component? So then you have those self-talk and goal setting aspects. And then another comment from Dr. Linda Keeler, Western Washington University. So same question about the control group as Dr. Arthur Camisell, but just a question. I wonder if you could split the types of mental skills training across the two groups, perhaps. Any thoughts on that? It's kind of a suggestion there.
So not really having a control group that doesn't do any sort of mental skills training. Is that what?
But that's kind of how I take it. Linda, you can
Okay.
write something in the chat if there's more to that.
Yeah, I guess that could definitely work. I think what we wanted to do is like really compare like no mental skills training versus mental skills training, and just to really see how that can impact anxiety, both of the measures. So like I said, I think for like there are a lot of different like ways we could do this, right? And it's been something that we've put a lot of thought into, and yeah, it's been hard to decide what to do with that, but
Yeah, really, really exciting, and nice job handling all the questions. You stimulated a lot of interest there, and
Yeah.
so we're going to shift gears now. Great job, Shalanda. Thank you so much for sharing. So on the schedule right now, we have a lunch break, 30-minute lunch break. So I'm going to play some background music, and everybody can grab some lunch. I'll set the timer so you'll see on the screen when do we be back, and we'll try and stay on schedule. So we still got a bunch of great student presentations. We have our afternoon keynote presentation as well as our concluding invited speaker, all to come after lunch. So if you know some people who haven't checked in yet, you haven't seen their name on the participant list, then get on the horn and tell them to check in for more good stuff coming this afternoon. But I'm gonna end this here for a little bit, and then I'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes.
I wanna take you everywhere I go, have you by my side, take a walk round in every town, drive across state lines, like the sun sends a golden stream into our front room. I could be the same old light for you. Like the morning is always new, give it back to you. Like the rain that just passes through. For all you give it back to you. Think about it like a man you need every time I'm gone. Wait to see you like a mile-long train is passing by your door.
Are you having any fun?
And my life is
Can you hear me?
tangled up the same.
Colin, can you hear me?
Yeah, you there, Susan?
You having fun?
Yeah, it's all good. Can you
There's some really smart kids here, young man. This is awesome. I just wanted to say nice job.
thank you. I can't see you. Can you see me?
I can. It's weird how one time everything just went away, but then it came back. And it's all good.
Yeah, I don't know why the oh, there it is. I hit it. Now I can see you.
I really like the way it's working out. You are just keeping right on time. I mean, wow.
Yeah, well, that's why you have a schedule, huh?
Yeah, and everybody's following it, and nobody's hogging it, and yeah, it's great.
It's good. I'm gonna run downstairs and grab some lunch real quick, but I'll be back up here in momentarily.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
All the miles stacked like a millionaire's money, but I can't get them back, and I'm sorry for that, honey. There's tracks behind my feet, mud up to my knees, working with John Henry, but he's so hard to please. He's so hard to please. Down around Big Bend with a West Virginian, hammer in the morning, hammer in the mountain rain. John had a 9-pound hammer, died with it in his hand, never did see the light at the tunnel's end, light at the tunnel's end. All the miles stacked like a millionaire's money, but I can't get them back, and I'm sorry for that, honey. I'm sorry for that, honey.
Tongue-tied, I can feel the shadows, your eyes, I don't know them now. Tongue-tied, and I feel the shadows, oh, I don't know you now. Cannibal star, come over and lay sure what I'm missing. I don't ever know how to hold the weight of my soul when letting go. But I'm falling in my own illusion. I don't know my way back. Tongue-tied, I can feel the shadows, your eyes. I don't know them now. Tongue-tied, and I feel the shadows. Oh, I don't know you now. And I feel the shadow. Your eyes. Tongue-tied. How it rambles round the moon. I let go of belief. Nothing is forever. Everything is soon. And my father, as he stands, a perfect cartoon man, heavy sighed and open-eyed, I heard him speak. Hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. Rising up is fine terrain. The time will come again. And misery's no rest for weary gentlemen. See that humankind is here, like all the rest I'm due. The scratches on the album that you're singing to. Hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. Through the light and through the shadow, edges run all over. I work for money, I live for running on a shaded road, but I caught the whiff of sun, and I knew my race was done. The edges run, the edges run all over. I had flowers, I watched them gather inside of me, but the colors got my tongue. Now my hair's getting unstrung. The edges run, the edges run all over. The edges run, the edges run all over. The edges run, the edges run, the edges run all over. The edges run, the edges run, the edges run. The edges run, the edges run, the edges run all over. The edges run, the edges run, the edges run all over. The edges run, the edges run, the edges run all over. The edges run, the edges run, the edges run all over.
The foe has left and gone outside. It got tired of fighting. The friend has nothing more to hide. Now it's sad and silent. The things you say don't matter anyway. The world is rigged and cold, and no one hardly wants to know it. Goddamn, it feels so lonely. Drifting away from you, it feels so lonely. I don't know, but if you want me, I'll be out here dancing. If you want me, I'll be out here dancing. If you want me, I'll be out here dancing. If you want me, I'll be out here dancing. I hope I don't make you feel bad. I have no will or reason. There's nothing wrong with feeling sad. I wish that I could ease it. The things you say, what's there to celebrate? The world is filled with fakes and fools. Why would you wanna join them? Goddamn, it feels so lonely. Drifting away from you, it feels so lonely. I don't know, but if you want me, I'll be out here dancing. If you want me, I'll be out here dancing. If you want me, I'll be out here dancing. If you want me, I'll be out here dancing. Is it all conceived? Evil irony?
used to carry all the world upon my shoulders just to bring it to your feet. Now there's a ghost who rides the green line every morning, looks a lot like me. It's been years since you left home, faded pictures on my walls are all this slurs, but you still haunt me. Now who's to say what lies beneath this flesh, hollow bones and aching heart? The nest we built by hand, twig by twig, just cracked and fell apart. Wove your words into my songs, try to hide all the scars beneath the lines and the lies you told. Never understood your smile as you said, I miss you, but I'm glad that you're gone. Was it the way goodbye tasted on your
agradecer lo extraño de simplemente ser un alma curiosa, singular, compleja en su calma y tempestad. Dime, ¿por qué será? Dime, ¿por dónde vas? Dime. Y en el amanecer, cuando todo va a cambiar, todo de color, y vemos aparecer un mundo lleno de belleza y de dolor. Dime, ¿por qué será? Dime, ¿por dónde vas? Dime, ¿de dónde somos? Dime, y dime, ¿por qué será? Dime, ¿en dónde estamos? Dime, ¿por qué? Y por pertenecer a la gente del libro, pretendiendo entender los enigmas del universo. Dime, ¿por qué será? Dime, ¿por dónde vas? Dime, ¿de dónde somos? Dime, dime, y dime, ¿por qué será? Dime, ¿en ¿Dónde estamos? Dime, ¿por qué?
A future moment disappears. A future ringing in my ear. I hear her calling, calling, calling me. I hear radio future waves transmit my future message. President and she tries to tell me it's not ever too, it's not ever too, it's not ever too late. It's not ever too, it's not ever too, it's not ever too late. It's not ever too late. Through future forests in the sea, my future dog is walking me. I hear him calling, calling from deep within the thermosea. The Keeney snow burns like acetylene under our feet. It's not ever too, it's not ever too, it's not ever too late. It's not ever too, it's not ever too, it's not ever too late. It's not ever too
All right. Hopefully everybody was able to go and get some refreshments and something that'll sustain you through the rest of the afternoon as we move through some more great presentations. In this next block, we have 3 student presentations and then our afternoon keynote presentation coming up before we take another break before our finishing session. So thanks everybody for coming back and for being here and going corralling some people who haven't tuned in yet. We want to keep the attendance up to listen to all these great presentations. So I'm going to jump right in here. Seth, you can go ahead and turn your stuff on. We're going to introduce our first student presentation of the afternoon. Seth Rose is a graduate student at the University of Idaho working on his doctoral stuff. He is going to talk today about enduring stress, a quantitative analysis on how coping can improve sport well-being in amateur endurance athletes. Take it away, Seth.
Thank you for the introduction, Colin. Hello, everybody. And I'm just going to jump right into it. So many people participate in endurance sports every year, and every year it does seem to grow in popularity. In 2018, approximately 18 million adult athletes had participated in some form of a running event in the US alone. And as the amateur competition scene continuously grows, we see more and more opportunities for adult athletes to participate, to train, and also compete, such as the US Masters Swimming Organization, which is specifically designed for athletes 18 years and older. And then we also see local community cycling races and mountain bike race series that athletes can participate in. And as the ever-growing popularity in ultra events start to happen, we see amateur endurance athletes participating in events such as the Dirty Kansas 200-mile gravel race, and also here located in Idaho, the I'm Tough 100-mile race. Endurance athletes select these events for a number of different reasons. It can be race-specific reasons, such as the distance, the community that's involved with it, and even race location. So maybe there's some form of vacation aspect to it. But we see more reasons for participation that can be attributed to more motivational theories that we see in sport and exercise psychology literature, such as the self-determination theory. Some of those reasons can be to maintain a healthy lifestyle, maybe to self-improve and to gain higher levels of fitness, or maybe it's just to promote and improve their overall health and well-being. There can also be external causes. For example, people who raise money for charity or who participate in events for a charitable foundation to really build that connection and purpose to that competition. And as we saw right before lunch, we know that athletes experience stressors anywhere from physical stress, such as increased training load, maybe sickness or lack of sleep, or maybe lifestyle constraints such as jobs or other time constraints. Specifically with recreational endurance athletes, we see that stressors can be categorized into 2 different categories here, whether it's in the competitive environment, such as the logistics of things, the what if of something going wrong, or maybe some pacing issues during that race. But mainly we focus on a lot of the things outside of competition, such as time, investments, other lifestyle sacrifices, or just motivation and staying optimistic during their training. This particular study is going to be following Lazarus' transactional model of stress and coping. This theoretical framework, this transactional process, has been widely adopted in the sport psychology literature when it comes to stress and coping. And really this theory states that when presented with some sort of situation or stressor, we tend to evaluate or appraise these stressors to assess the importance of it, and then also to decide whether we have the necessary resources or coping strategies to overcome it. Primary appraisals, like I had mentioned, is kind of like that evaluation and it can be separated into primary and secondary appraisals. Primary appraisals is essentially that initial cognitive evaluation, the collecting data, if you will, on the situation. Whereas the secondary appraisal is really looking at the perceived control we might have, and do we have these necessary resources? So not actually coping. But then the coping aspect can be broken down into three larger rank ordered styles: problem focused, emotion focused, and avoidance coping. For the purpose of this presentation, I'm not going to go in depth on these, but these are common coping styles we see within this theory. And effective coping has been linked to higher levels of performance, sustained motivation, and enhanced well-being. Now, Lazarus has stated that the ability to effectively cope with these stressors is thought to be an important factor in enhancing athletic performance. And in early literature, we see coping in sport mainly focusing on this idea between association and dissociation, whereas the more recent literature really focuses on specific strategies, a combination of these coping strategies, whether they're problem or emotion focused coping, has been used to deal with different situations that an athlete might face. And so we know that coping strategies are highly dependent on the stressor faced, but with this amateur endurance athlete population, when we're looking at the balancing act of demands faced with family, work, and life in general, the coping strategies that we're looking at or wanting to look at, we want to see if they are currently coping effectively, more specifically following Lazarus model. Now, coping strategies or a combination of those strategies is an important factor to understand, but it remains unclear what actually determines coping effectiveness. But we do know that there are many factors such as personal and psychological factors like passion or motivation that might influence the effectiveness. But more specifically, the sport personality literature suggests that things like resilience, growth mindsets, and even mental toughness can influence this effectiveness. For the purpose of this study, we're going to be looking at resilience and growth mindsets. And we know that resilience is that important characteristics to optimize our chances of withstanding some sort of stressor or adversity. And we see that problem-focused coping strategies is positively related to higher levels of resilience, as well as adaptive coping strategies. And then with growth mindsets, this is one's ability to have a learning mindset. And we know Carol Dweck's research on this topic, qualities that can be controllable, changeable, and that can develop over time. And these people who have higher levels of growth mindset typically use effective coping strategies when faced with adversity. However, there still needs to be further examination to understand sport-specific personality characteristics in this relationship with this population. A large amount of these athletes are spending a lot of time investing in training, sometimes anywhere from 5 to upwards of 20 hours a week, and majority of these stressors are faced outside of competition. A combination of these daily stressors in everyday life can really affect not only their athletic performance, but really their overall health and well-being, which is important to understand. In the general psych literature, we see well-being usually categorized in two different perspectives. The first perspective, having more of a happiness or satisfaction that forms the essential goal of that person. And this is typically labeled as subjective well-being. Whereas the second perspective is personal qualities and ways of life that promote living well. And this is typically labeled as psychological and social well-being. Now, future research needs to, it's been recognized that future research needs to follow a more global well-being, incorporating both of these perspectives to follow more national and international organizations' definitions of mental health and well-being, such as the World Health Organization's definition here. Much of an athlete's global well-being may be derived from their sport well-being. However, there are inconsistencies in the literature that indicate a lack of understanding of this sport well-being. And understanding sport well-being has been increasingly important and is being increasingly looked at in the literature. And effective coping strategies play a crucial role in mediating the stress and mental and physical health dynamic. And we know that effective coping can enhance well-being. Additionally, well-being is positively associated with task-focused or problem-focused coping and negatively associated with maladaptive coping. However, with the lack of research of sport-specific well-being, there needs to be further examination regarding the validity and reliability of well-being measures in a sport-specific context. And so that brings me to the rationale here. There seems to be a need to investigate specific coping strategies within this population and also its connection to their well-being. And then with the recently developed sport well-being instruments in the literature, there needs to be further examination of its reliability and validity. And also looking at that these daily stressors that these athletes might be having really impact not only their performance, but we know that athletes are more than the sum of their parts. And so this is what the purpose would be. But the specific purposes here, first, we're going to be examining which coping strategies trained endurance athletes use when faced with stress. I'll also be looking at understanding the relationship between these strategies and their well-being. And then finally, finding out how sport-related personality factors mediate this relationship. Endurance athletes who train regularly for competition at an amateur level will be recruited for this study. They have to have trained 3 days per week within the last 3 months. And then they also have to either A, competed in or have been registered for a major competition within the last 2 years, or B, have a race currently scheduled the next year. I'll be flyering and using this as a recruitment process, and then using a snowball sampling method to promote larger sample sizes using an invited an invitation email, explaining the purpose of the research, and also including the URL link to a Qualtrics survey. As far as the instruments that will be used in this survey research, the first part will be a free response question for participants to explain the most stressful or bothersome event in their sport within the past month. It'll be then followed by 4 appraisal questions, validating how stressful it was it in their control, how much of a threat and or was it challenging to them. For coping, I'll be using the modified COPE, and this measures 12 specific strategies of coping. And then after, I will be rank ordering these into problem, emotion, avoidance coping styles following Lazarus framework. And then I'll be asking the overall effectiveness of the coping after that. Based on the current literature and the purpose of the study, I'll be using the 10-item Connor-Davidson resilience scale that's demonstrated good psychometric properties in sport. I'll be using the sport mental health continuum short form, which is recently developed to follow the global well-being theory, specifically measuring subjective, psychological, and social well-being. I'll be using the sport enjoyment subscale of Scanlon's sport commitment model. And then some additional assessments I'll be using is a CNAC2 to measure mindsets and a more popular general psych subjective well-being assessment, Diener's flourishing scale. Now, these are additional assessments because once they finish the sport enjoyment instrument, they'll be I'll thank them for their participation, and I'll ask them if they have an additional couple minutes. We have a few more questions for them to answer if they're willing. And so participants have the option. And this is really to avoid survey fatigue and give those participants the option for those 2 last instruments. And so there are a number of practical implications that that will come from this, or hopefully that will come from this research study. First, enhanced sport well-being is closely linked to more positive emotions that might enhance performance in somebody's sport. Next, sport psychology consultants really are conscious of the impact that they have as being somebody's mental coach or a sports psychologist or even a CMPC. And we know that high peak performance is important, but also the positive well-being related outcomes are also very important. And then lastly, this will enhance intervention effectiveness in improving athletes' coping skills and also inform educational aspects to support athletes, maybe giving workshops to communities, clubs, and organizations in your community. And so in conclusion, this research is going to add to the stress and coping literature. We know that effective coping strategies suggest higher levels of well-being. And so we're going to look at improving the understanding of coping in amateur athletes. We're going to look at the relationship coping strategies have on sport-specific well-being. Also how personality characteristics in sport are associated with this relationship. And then hopefully provide some practical implications for sports psychology professionals in the organization. And with that, that is all I have for today, and I will open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Nice job, Seth. Really cool stuff in there. You know, I'm going to have a question because I'm interested in this. You used to run marathons and all that, and ran college cross country and track, and so I'm curious how you think the coping responses might be different between some of the different subgroups of what you might classify as endurance athletes, right? You'd have even different sports, cyclists, swimming versus running, and you have triathletes, which you know about that and how it's its own class. But even just looking from the running world, you have ultra endurance athletes, like you have the picture, the Leadville 100 in there, right? And how that might compare to, say, just a marathon runner, which is a shorter distance, but there's different things to keep in mind. And then even, you know, endurance athletes on the track, well, you go up to a 10K, but that's a totally different animal than say an 800 or a 1500 on the track. But any thoughts on that, on how, you know, just to kind of extrapolate out what you might see?
Yeah, good question. Coming at this initially, I was thinking just endurance athletes just to gain more, get a bigger sample size. But that is actually one of my demographic questions is these different sports and different distances, you know, below marathon, above marathon into that ultra category. And it's just going to provide me more access to separate the data afterwards on the back end when I'm running the analysis to see if there are larger differences, potentially running some cluster analysis to see if these things vary by sport, vary by different types of distances, which might impact, you know, one's mentality. But as far as initial thing, I was just thinking get as many participants as possible. But having that demographic question, that the analysis piece will be endless. But you're absolutely right. Each sort of sport and even distance definitely has their own sort of qualm and stressors. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, cool stuff. Excited to see what you find out. So there's one more question in the Q&A for you from Dr. Linda Keeler that you'll be able to go in there and type a response to that. Sorry, Linda, I'm going to stay on time here and move to the next thing so you can end your screen share, and Seth, and I will introduce our next speaker. So Callan, you can turn your stuff on. We have Callan Campa, a graduate student at Pacific Lutheran University representing PLU, who's going to talk to us about mental skills training in physical education, goal setting. Go ahead, Callan. And you can turn your audio on. We can't hear you, Callan.
So sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries. Now you're good. It's all you.
Wonderful. I'm a graduate student at Pacific Lutheran University in the Applied Sports Psychology cohort. I am, in this presentation, I will be talking about mental skills training, or specifically goal setting in physical education for middle school classes, and identifying different types of goals and ways that we can effectively implement them for our middle school students. Before I jump too deep in here, I want to offer a definition of a goal from Locke and Latham. They defined a goal as an objective or aim of action that attains a specific standard of proficiency on a task, usually within a specified time limit. So with this definition in mind, I'll be identifying some key components of goals and identify different types of goals and how different individuals are impacted by them. First, let's address why we're even talking about goal setting in PE. So studies have been conducted to evaluate the outcomes for goal setting for adolescents in physical activity and physical education settings. They've found that, or one study found that overall performance was improved in a cardiovascular test of endurance that you may know as the PACER. In this same study, the students who set goals for achievement were 10 times more likely than students who did not set goals, 10 times more likely to either stay within or progress into the healthy fitness zone, which is a standard of scoring for the PACER. As well, goal setting is a life skill. This means that it can be transferred into other areas of life, not just sport or physical activity. So with the knowledge of goal setting and the knowledge of other life skills, such as communication, for example, those can be utilized in conjunction with one another to problem solve through different scenarios in life and to allow those students or users of life skills to focus on the process rather than the outcome. As well, goal setting has been found to increase engagement in students in physical activity and increase their intrinsic motivation and their positive attitudes towards participation in physical activity, leading to more participation. So goal setting theory was introduced by Edwin Locke in 1968. He identifies 5 key components that connect goal setting to task performance. Those are clarity, challenge, commitment, feedback, and complexity. Clarity relates to the specificity of a goal. The individual who is setting the goal and working towards it, they should have a clear idea of what exactly it is they're working towards. Challenge relates to it's the idea that the goal is challenging enough to motivate a person to stick with it, but not challenging enough that they perceive it as unattainable. When that happens, they become discouraged and it may lead to dropout. Commitment is the third component, and it relates motivation and is enhanced when an individual believes that the goal is achievable and that it also benefits them either in the here and now or in the future. There has to be some level of buy-in for the goals for people to stick with a goal, and buy-in is addressed here with commitment. Feedback is the fourth principle, and it should be received by the goal setter so that they can track and assess their progress. In an education setting, it's assumed or expected that teachers would be the one to offer that feedback, and however, they can also be facilitators of experiences where students are receiving feedback from other sources, such as other students, or even through self-evaluations. Task complexity is the final principle of goal setting theory and refers to the idea that the difficulty or complexity of the task itself should be considered when setting a goal. This is not referring to the complexity of the goal, rather that would be challenge. The complexity of the task in relation to the goal setter's current skill level will ultimately influence how long a goal should, or the time limit that they set for a goal. So you may recognize some of these descriptions have similarities to SMART goals, and those were initially initially established to help productivity in business. So SMART is an acronym to identify the most effective attributes of goal setting. Goals should be specific. That way they target a specific area for improvement. They should be measurable. That way the goal setters can quantify and track their progress towards achieving the goal. They should be attainable. Goal setters should understand what it is exactly that they need to do in order to achieve their goal. Goals should be realistic, and this means that goal setters need to consider what resources are available to them in order to achieve the goal. And timely. So goals typically have a component of time to them when desired results may be expected to be achieved. So Duran developed this acronym to increase productivity in business management, and we can assume that those were people who already knew what they were doing. They were pretty proficient in what they were doing, somewhat unlike middle school PE students. So middle school PE students typically are learners, novices in the early cognitive stages of motor learning. So how do SMART goals relate for them? How did they work? We use SMART goals because they're easy, and they're easy to set in that they're essentially a checklist of what makes a good goal. However, they can be overwhelming, especially with the specificity, overwhelming for people who are not so in tune with exactly what it is they're doing. And this is where open and do your best, or DYB goals, come in. So open and do your best goals are both much more vague than SMART goals in that they don't have a specific target. They're lacking that component of the S or specific from SMART goals. They've been found to be more effective for people who are learning and new to a skill than SMART goals are, because there's a less vague point of success. That way people can base their success on what they need to. So in open, no specific intended outcome, and do your best is essentially doing better than you have done in the past. Both of these types of goals have been found to elicit positive psychological responses for physical activity promotion in people who are insufficiently active, and this may include PE students. That specific study was done with adults. However, it was overwhelmingly positive results for open and DYB goals. So students who have different levels of success that are more active, students who are insufficiently active have different levels of success than students who are active or athletic, and that they all should be able to be aware of how they can set developmentally appropriate goals. So our next step is how do we create goals that are developmentally appropriate for all of the students? What I propose is to connect components of SMART and open goals so that there's some overlap. However, it's not overwhelming for any student. We're planning to drop that S, lose that specificity of the goal. That way they can highlight they can go for what they believe to be success for them. When writing open or do your best goals, the line for success is vague, which actually maximizes opportunities for the students to achieve their goals. Yes. So depending on an individual's skill level, familiarity, and experience with the skill, they'll have different goals than someone who has a different level of skill or familiarity or experience with the skill, as the way it should be. Everyone should ensure that their goals are challenging yet attainable for them, and that looks different for everyone. So people who are, or students who are more skilled would benefit more from having specific goals that are more focused on performance and technique, whereas students who are less skilled at a task would benefit more from having vague goals focused on learning, effort, and participation. Our challenge as educators or trainers or just leaders in general in our field is to identify what is a challenge for each individual student, each of our clients, and that can help to determine what goal type would be best for them. Furthermore, teachers can shift away from constantly just going with SMART goals. I get it, they're easy, but our students aren't getting as much as they can out of them because they're just not there developmentally. So educators can help students to set goals that focus on learning and effort rather than performance or technique. As well, teachers can encourage self-improvement and not comparing students' performance to other students. Teachers can help students set challenging and attainable goals to stimulate intrinsic motivation, their effort, and their participation in class. So I want to finish off by introducing this self-evaluation tool that I've created for students to help them identify or better understand the skill and their skill level in relation to that. There's a 5-point scale that students are directed to. Okay, back up. This is in a team handball unit. So students can be expected to use the 5-point scale in order to rate themselves on different skills here. And so a 1, 2, or 3, or if they've never done it, or they don't know how to, or don't remember how to, any of those options would indicate that an open goal would be more appropriate to write because they haven't quite developed that competency that a SMART goal is good for. If they have a self-perceived skill score of 4 or 5, then they might be better suited to write a SMART goal. And this can be used for any skill-based unit as well as fitness testing. Anything that has isolated skills is really, really what I have imagined this being used for. So part 2 of the self-evaluation first has students re-identify that skill and their self-rating, and then leaves them with some open-ended questions about how they are doing the skill, how they think they can be better, and then gives them the option at the end to write an open or SMART goal depending on what they have self-identified their skill as. Each of these gives the teacher some feedback on how the student is doing, not only with the content of what the skill is and how to do it correctly, but also how they feel that they're doing and what they think they need to do in order to improve. So this evaluation handout is part of my final applied master's project. It's still in development, and in that I'm looking at different psychological skills to be implemented in physical education in middle schools. I'm still working on it, but once I complete it, I plan to communicate with some in-service teachers and receive their feedback and also implement the curriculum and tools that I am working to create. So I'm excited for what that will look like, hopefully in the next few months. So thank you for having me present today. I feel very honored to be presenting among all the others today. It's been absolutely wonderful and really has allowed me to take a step back and just reflect on the different clients and interests and experiences that we have, but also people that we work with. So just going into the diversity of our field. Thank you.
Awesome, Callan. Some really cool stuff there. You stimulated my brain about some stuff that I'm doing with my kids. Maybe my oldest daughter is 7 years old, so they're not quite to that 6th grade level with that final example there. But just some things that maybe I've applied. Now I tend to want to go in the SMART goal direction, but with my kids, sometimes I'm doing more of that open-ended stuff, maybe unintentionally, just saying, can you run faster? Can you run from this point to that point faster? Right. And maybe in my head, I'm timing them, but they respond to that. So I appreciate that. You got to consider the context again, the ages. They're not just miniature adults, even though we like to have things be all lined out and specific. So we do have some questions here I want to get to. So in the Q&A, we have an anonymous question. So do your best goals differentiate between your absolute best and your best for today, as in taking into account the bandwidth and resources you have on any given day?
So my understanding is that it can go for either. Do your best goals can be for whatever you have, and considering different components of back with SMART goals and what is realistic, we're using what resources we have available. So kind of putting those ideas together, I would say that do your best goals can be do your best for the day and do your absolute best, just depending on what's available to you at that moment.
Cool. Good job. Anybody else have any questions? We maybe have time for one more if anybody's got one. Ooh, Callan gets off easy today. Thank you. That's really interesting. I appreciate that presentation a lot. Okay, so we will move on to our next presenter. Marisa, you can turn your stuff on. We have the one and only Marisa Fernandez, who's a graduate student at Western Washington University right now. She is going to present to us on an exploration of dancers' post-injury psychological experiences. Take it away, Marisa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fair. Hope you can all see that all right.
Yep, you're good.
Perfect. All right, I'm Marisa Fernandez, as Dr. Fair mentioned, and I look forward to sharing with you my thesis findings from my master's thesis, Exploration of Dancers' Post-Injury Psychological Experiences. I'll begin with a short background on some general information on the topic and what got me interested and ultimately decided to do the topic that I chose. There's limited injury research on dance populations in general, and specifically limited research on modern dancers. So modern dancers, unlike ballet dancers, they're a little bit less represented in general in dance-related injury literature, and there's much less research on modern dancers. In terms of athletic injury in general, there are several factors that influence how individuals will perceive stress and injury occurrence, such as social factors, environmental factors, sport factors, and personality or individual factors. And once an individual is injured, there are also several cognitive, emotional, and behavioral responses that follow. And those are pretty common in the athletic injury research, commonly reported on factors. Behavioral responses to athletic injuries are often conceptualized and assessed by one's coping behavior. So I'll be discussing some behavioral responses later on, and coping will come into play there as well. So based on the limited research on dance populations, specifically modern dance populations, and my interest in dancers, I looked at the athletic injury research and decided to move it beyond and study modern dancers on this similar topic. So the purpose of the present study was to qualitatively explore the post-injury psychological experiences of adult modern dancers. My participants were 8 adult modern dancers who identified as 7 women and 1 man. Mean age was 31 years old, and the age ranged from 21 years old to 57 years old, so a pretty big range there. The participants identified primarily as white. I did have 1 participant who identified as Black and 1 who identified as Asian. Dance levels included college, community, and professional. College level would be mostly undergraduate university students who perform and take classes at their university. Community level refers to non-professional dancers, adult level dancers who perform and dance locally and volunteer typically and are not paid for their dancing. And professional dancers refer to dancers who their main source of income is from dancing. Types of injuries that participants had included muscle sprains, broken bones, nerve damage, torn ligaments, and dislocated joints. Some individuals had certain injuries that would influence nerve damage, or they would have more than 1 injury. However, some just had 1, and some were a little bit more severe than others. So half of the participants, 4 participants, needed surgery for their injuries. The procedure for the study included, I used snowball sampling. So I recruited participants through social media sites, dance-related sites, and I sent out several emails to dancers and individuals I knew, and then they sent them from there. Inclusion criteria included individuals whose main type of dance was modern dance, who had an injury within the last 5 years that took them out of their dance training or performance for at least 6 weeks. The dancers had to be at least 18 years of age when the injury took place, and head injuries were excluded from the study. And dancers did not have to be injured from dancing specifically. They could have gotten their injury somewhere else, but it had to take them out of their typical dance training and performance that they were doing prior to the injury. To collect my data, I used open-ended semi-structured interviews, and I interviewed each participant individually via Zoom. I audio recorded my interviews after receiving permission from my IRB to do so. My question that I began with after gaining demographic information was, walk me through your injury and recovery experiences, starting from the initial onset of your injury through your recovery process. And depending on what the individuals, how they responded and how much detail they went into, I would further prompt for their thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and coping, and social support. The average length of each interview was around 33 minutes, and each participant was compensated with a $15 Amazon gift card for their time after their interviews. My analysis included an inductive thematic analysis. I line by line coded my transcriptions, and I broke down all of the codes and put them into themes, initially coming up with 41 themes, and then eventually through meetings with my supervisors and trying to get it down to a little bit less, we got down to 24 eventually. And then of those 24, those were then categorized into 7 higher order categories, which include emotional reactions, behavioral responses, growth and awareness, sociocultural influences, loss, acceptance, and other experiences. I'll go into each of those with a little bit more detail on the ones that were more commonly reported on. Here is the higher order category, emotional reactions, with themes listed on the bottom here and frequency or number of participants who reported upon each theme listed on the x-axis there, or the y-axis. So I have fear, anxiety, and confusion was the most common theme within emotional reactions, followed by surprise and shock, and thirdly, frustration and annoyance. The other ones included gratitude and hope, sadness and grief, anger, upset, disappointment, and embarrassment and guilt. To give some examples of the emotional reactions, surprise and shock. One quote from a participant was, "Right after my injury, I went into a major state of shock." So shock was pretty common right after or at the onset of injury for several participants, as well as shock about the prospect of surgery. As far as fear, anxiety, and confusion went, fear was pretty common as far as fear of re-injury and fear of surgery. For example, fear of re-injury, the anxiety never really went away. I was paranoid that I was going to re-injure something. Sadness and grief was another emotional reaction that half of the participants reported on. And sadness and grief typically was commonly came in waves, like an emotional roller coaster was brought up. So for example, just like any crisis, I suppose, you go through those stages of grieving. And anger and upset, this is a great example of what came up. I was just angry. I was just irritated that my body did this. And anger and upset also came up in terms of medical situations and not receiving the proper diagnoses and things like that. Behavioral responses as a higher order category had 3 themes within: movement engagement, quiet activity engagement, and compensatory behavior. Movement engagement was the most commonly reported and involved involvement in dance in other ways, such as watching class or modifying movements as needed while taking care of the injury first and foremost, and engagement in alternative physical activities that weren't as hard on the body, such as yoga and engagement in physical therapy and other activities that were a little bit less tough on the joints. Quiet activity engagement included journaling, reading, writing, sleeping more, meditation, mindfulness, TV watching, and other forms of relaxation, typically used as a coping mechanism. Thirdly, compensatory behavior included alcohol consumption, disordered eating behaviors, self-harm behaviors, as well as returning to dance too soon, and other behaviors that may have been used as maladaptive coping mechanisms. Growth and awareness as a higher order category had 4 themes within. I realize these might be a little bit hard to read, so I'll definitely read those out. So the first is awareness and acknowledgement of hardship, which was reported on by all 8 participants in some way. Lessons learned is the second. Perceptions and beliefs in the healing ability or body's ability to heal. And then fourth, enhanced or deterred motivation were the 4 themes within. To give a few examples of 2 of those, enhanced and deterred motivation often was related to determination in healing, determination in returning to dance, motivation or lack thereof in going to physical therapy and following through with the exercises. Increased motivation post-surgery was found among several of the participants who did receive surgery. And then lessons learned was an interesting theme here. So new perspectives on individual capabilities came up and self-discovery through injury and recovery experiences. Lessons learned often referred to lessons on the personal individual, as well as lessons that the injury taught the dancers. Sociocultural influences as a higher order category also had 4 themes within. Interpersonal trust and support was the largest, reported on by all 8 participants, followed by interpersonal protections, COVID-19 pandemic influence, and financial and work-related concerns. Sociocultural influences as a higher order category was named due to the connection between the individual injury and societal or outside cultural and environmental factors and the current cultural happenings of the time of injury. To give a few examples of interpersonal trust and support, one participant said, "It's really important to have people who understand the way your body works and the way that dance works, who are your support systems." This was pretty common. Multiple of the participants reported that having emotional support individuals who had been through an injury before or who understood injuries on a deeper level were especially helpful support systems. However, family, parents, friends, romantic partners, dance teachers, and fellow company members were all mentioned as very supportive individuals. As far as interpersonal protections, that referred to not wanting to be a burden or an inconvenience to others during the injury experience. For example, I didn't want to feel like a burden to them, and I tried not to show any emotion or anything like that. Loss as a higher order category included 2 themes: loss of self-identity as a dancer and career decisions, and loss of independence. So loss of self-identity typically came forward in terms of questioning one's self-worth and one's self-identity as a dancer. And I mean, self-identity as a dancer was such a big part of many of their lives that it came down to who they are as a person too. And dissonance about dance career and whether dance is a feasible option to continue moving forward with or having goals for post-injury. Loss of independence included having to rely on others or feeling an inability to do things for oneself, which was a pretty new experience for many of these individuals who felt like they had been very independent prior to the injury, as well as attachment to one's physical body and capabilities, and a recognition that those capabilities were no longer the same as they used to be due to the injury. Under acceptance as a higher order category, there is one theme: delayed acceptance and diagnosis experiences. So delayed acceptance and diagnosis experiences came forward primarily because several of the participants, 75%, waited a very long time for their official diagnosis of their injury. And 50% realized that injury was severe before they received a diagnosis. They had recognized that on their own, that, oh, this is definitely worse than anything I've ever experienced before. This must be a serious injury. 2 participants received an incorrect initial diagnosis and had to receive an additional correct diagnosis later down the line. And 1 participant received an incorrect injury severity diagnosis, and the injury ended up being more severe than initially the medical professionals initially thought. Within acceptance, eventual acceptance of the fact that dancing would never quite be the same, and a newfound level of awareness and acceptance of simpler movements came forward as well. Other experiences that didn't quite fall under any of the other higher order categories included pain experiences and miscellaneous experiences. Pain experiences included a few examples here. Several of the participants mentioned feeling so much pain at the beginning of their injury that they eventually conditioned themselves to expect pain later down the line. And additionally, high pain tolerance as dancers was reported upon, which changed the experience of pain and injury. And then miscellaneous experiences, 3 examples here are: one individual mentioned feeling self-critical as a dancer and blaming themselves for becoming injured. Another stated that they felt very humbled by the injury experience. And a 3rd participant mentioned feeling regretful of not resting more and taking care of the body during younger years to avoid the risk of injury. So to discuss some of these findings, the dancers in the present study had both similarities and differences compared to sport athletes who have been researched in athletic injury studies in the past. For example, social support was one of the most common themes found in my study, and other researchers have found that sport athletes also use social support as a major coping mechanism for injury. Additionally, stress-related growth in athletic injury research is currently gaining some traction, and more research is being done on that. And I found that as well, that there was growth and awareness was a pretty common reported on. It ended up being a higher order category because several of the dancers reported feeling like they were growing and learning and discovering something from the process. And those are some other researchers who found in athlete populations that has also been discussed. And interestingly enough, despite emotional reactions being the most common theme that came up in higher order category that came up in my study, none of the dancers actually received any professional emotional support for their injuries. And this could be due to a variety of factors, possibly due to the fact that they were receiving a lot of social support from people in their close lives, or the lack of financial resources that dancers often face. Additionally, there is some stigma still regarding emotional support in athletic injury research, and that may have been present for the dancers in this study as well. And finally, COVID-19, of course, is new to the current time, and some of the participants, 4 of them, were affected by it in some way because their injuries were more recent than the other 4 participants. And a few of the participants actually mentioned feeling like COVID didn't affect them as much as they thought it would, others mentioned feeling like it actually helped and was a big blessing for their injury experience because it allowed them to take a break. They would already not be able to dance anyway, so it kind of influenced their experience in that way. There are several limitations of the present study. Of course, it is a small sample size. It's a qualitative study, and there was a very specific inclusion criteria, so finding participants was a little bit more challenging. It is non-generalizable to broader populations due to that. And COVID-19, of course, because it influenced half of the participants, is a bit of a limitation in that way, that it didn't influence everyone in the same way. Future recommendations for researchers would be to continue this line of research and studying dancers, since they're not very represented in the current literature, possibly comparing modern dancers or dancers in general to other types of sport athletes, as well as potentially studying the difference between acute injury and chronic injury or different injury experiences in terms of length of injury. And implications for practitioners, I think this study can help dance professionals know that dancers, when faced with an injury, experience more than just the physical pain of injury. It's a very psychological experience. There's a lot to it beyond just the mechanical disturbance of the body, and recognizing that emotional support may be a very beneficial thing to offer for dancers who have been injured. And with that, I would like to thank my thesis chair, Dr. Linda Keeler, and my committee, Dr. Jessica Arthur Camisall and Pam Kuntz. And I would just, thank you so much for the feedback, the guidance, and all of your knowledge on research and everything you've helped me with. And I have contact information here. And if there's any questions, I would love to hear them. Thank you so much.
Great job, Marisa. Way to fit that right in with the unofficial conference theme, applying this outside of the sporting realm. Of course, dancers can be classified as athletes themselves for all of the different things that are done in that. I just had a question, I guess, about that might add some fruition to the discussion section of your work here. Have you come across anything on the literature with dancers, maybe with self-determination theory? You have those three basic needs: competence, autonomy, and the social relatedness aspect. It seems like your findings, there's a lot of overlap with that, but maybe even some stuff that you can add.
I appreciate you bringing that up. I hadn't actually discussed self-determination theory much in my lit review. And I think that could be something that maybe I go into in the discussion. I'm actually still working on finalizing my discussion. So that's something I meant to mention there, that if there's any feedback as far as what I can include or incorporate in. So I think that would be really interesting because that the social aspect of that is such a big part. So that's an interesting point. Thanks for bringing that up.
Well, there you go. If you need an extra page or two or something, because Dr. Keeler says you need more, then there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I have a tendency to write a little bit too much sometimes, so I'll have to see how I can merge it in, but I like that idea a lot.
Nice work. Thank you for that awesome presentation. So if anybody else has any questions, go ahead and throw them in the Q&A. I'm going to move on to our next speakers. See if that'll pop up. Yes, there we go. That's looking pretty good. So we have our afternoon keynotes. I'm excited to introduce them, Dr. Ann Cox and Dr. Sarah Ulrich French. So the story here is, I know the professionals in attendance can kind of relate to this. Sometimes we get a little siloed in our work, right, with just maybe our line of research or applied practice, or even just within our own campus. And I haven't been at Lewis Clark State College for that long. This is year number 4 for me. But those in attendance who are professionals, you understand those first few years can be kind of a whirlwind after completing the dissertation. But it wasn't until I started planning this conference that I started looking around in the area to see who else was around. And for those who know geographically, Washington State is up in Pullman, Washington, which is only like 45 minutes north of Lewiston, which is where Lewis Clark State College is. But like I said, it wasn't until I started planning this conference that I started looking around and seeing who else was around. And I found these two gems up at Wazoo and saw the kind of work that they're doing with mindfulness and physical activity and motivation, and are areas that I'm passionate about. And so was really excited to see that as I opened my eyes and looked beyond what I was doing in front of my own nose. And so really excited to have both of them involved today and given their keynote presentation. I'll let them introduce the title of that, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Ann Cox and Dr. Sarah Ulrich French. I'll end my screen share. There we go.
All right, Colin, how am I sounding?
You're great.
Okay, let's roll. We want to use all the time we have efficiently here. So first I want to say thank you, Colin, and all of the organizers. This is amazing. I also want to say to the students who are doing such a fabulous job presenting, I still get nervous giving these talks, and I don't want you to be fooled by any degree of practice and preparation and think that I am not nervous. So in line with our topic today, we're going to start with just a little bit of mindfulness of the body so that I can get grounded and maybe give you all a little bit of a breather. So if you want to close your eyes, optional, close your eyes. We're just going to be here a moment. Take your mind's eye or your attention to whatever is making contact with a surface below you. So I'm standing, so my feet are on the floor. You might be sitting in a chair or on a bed or a couch. Just notice the quality of that contact with the surface below you. And now bring all of your attention to the way that the breath is moving through your body. See if you can watch it without purposefully trying to take a deeper breath or a longer breath. Just becoming very present with what's already there in your body in terms of the sensation of breathing. And then open your eyes. That's it. That was super brief, but that is one of the best ways to get a pretty immediate relief from stress. I'm feeling a little bit better, is to become super present in your body. And today we'll talk about how that relates to physical activity motivation. So since the second semester of my master's degree program, I have been really intrigued by this concept of intrinsic motivation. It kind of seems like this almost magical, ideal form of motivation that not only sustains long-term physical activity behavior most effectively, but it also leads to the highest levels of enjoyment. People are simply having the most fun engaging in those behaviors. So it seems if only we could harness that magical energy, we'd be set, right? But if it was so easy to harness, we'd already be doing that. And let me define intrinsic motivation for you. Most of you are familiar, but broadly speaking, intrinsic motivation is where motivation is derived from the rewards that are inherent in the act of moving your body. So whatever is inherent in that experience of physical activity, that is fueling your motivation. And a lot of times we think about those rewards as being enjoyment and pleasure, but keep in mind that there's other kinds of internal rewards, like satisfaction with your feelings of exertion. A lot of us like the feelings of muscles burning or lungs burning or heart pounding, or even feelings of confidence internally as you are developing a new skill. So as I started my research on mindfulness about 8 years ago, I started considering the overlap between intrinsic motivation and mindfulness. And here's a definition of mindfulness. It has a couple key components, one of which is awareness to the present, and one of which is an attitude of non-judgment and acceptance. Let's focus on that first part. So attending to the present moment, I thought in order to reap the internal rewards of physical activity, don't you have to be paying attention to what's happening right now? So that's what we wondered. And I thought if people really pay attention to physical activity in a mindful way, Are they more likely to look like this guy who seems to be experiencing some quite aversive kinds of things during physical activity? Or are they more likely to look like this lady who looks like she's having a super great time engaging in physical activity? Or does it depend, right? So of course it depends on many things, but what role does mindfulness play in your experiences? And we need only look to some research on other health behaviors to actually understand or get a little bit of a clue as to what could happen when you're being mindful during physical activity. In the case of smoking over here, when individuals engage in mindfulness training, we sometimes see that they have a reduction in cravings for cigarettes, and they find smoking to be less pleasant. And so they don't actually want to do it anymore. You really pay attention, smoking a cigarette can be a quite unpleasant experience. So you can kind of break the behavior in that way. Similarly, there's been some research on eating, specifically binge eating disorder. And when individuals engage in mindfulness training here, we see binge eating episodes can decrease, and individuals can improve and not overeat as much as they might have prior. I mean, think about a really decadent food like the one pictured here. If you really pay close attention, you find that often it's the first couple of bites that are the most delicious. And if you really paid attention, maybe you could stop at that point. The point being that the things that are really good for us actually oftentimes aren't all that unpleasant. So what's happening with physical activity? Let's take a closer look at motivation to understand more. We've had self-determination theory mentioned at least a few times already today. I'm going to zero in now on autonomous motivation, which is defined as really the type of motivation that is volitional, that comes from within, and that feels like you want to engage in physical activity. Intrinsic motivation is just like the most autonomous example of autonomous motivation. And I want to distinguish trait from state mindfulness here. So trait mindfulness is how mindful you are in general. So across the day, across the weeks, it's a general tendency. State mindfulness is how mindful you are right now, listening to my words, or in a situation, or in a particular bout of physical activity. And the psychology literature is pretty clear that trait mindfulness is positively associated with all forms of autonomous motivation, both in general life contexts as well as physical activity. Furthermore, we know that state and trait mindfulness have shown independent relationships with autonomous motivation in a general life context, but it hasn't really been examined in physical activity. And we started to think that state mindfulness in particular during physical activity might be particularly relevant to predicting autonomous motivation for physical activity. And so to that end, what we did was we modified a state mindfulness measure that was first developed by Tanay and Bernstein in 2013. And I want to really focus this talk on this subscale on the right. So the scale has two subscales, mindfulness of the mind and mindfulness of the body. And today we're going to talk about mindfulness of the body. This is a focus of attention and awareness on how the body feels and the sensations in the body during physical activity. So I felt present in my body. I noticed the sensations in my body. And participants complete this measure right after they participate in some movement-based activity. So here's what we found using the state mindfulness of the body subscale over the last several years. Pretty strong evidence to its link with motivation. For example, higher state mindfulness of the body relates positively to all forms of autonomous physical activity motivation in adolescents as well as in adults, and in many different forms of physical activity, from strength training to aerobic exercise to sport to yoga. It also predicts increases in intrinsic or internal reasons for exercise over a period of 8 weeks. And finally, as I suspected, state mindfulness of the body is positively correlated with state intrinsic motivation during the same bout of movement or exercise. So we know there's a link there. There's something in common there. What is explaining that relationship? Why might it be that engaging in physical activity more mindfully might lead to or in some way promote more autonomous motivation? So we turn back to self-determination theory for some guidance here. As we've discussed earlier in the conference, we have these basic fundamental psychological needs that when they are fulfilled lead to more autonomous motivation. I'm going to focus in on these two here, competence and autonomy. Competence, the need to feel able and competent and effective, and autonomy, the need to be volitional and to freely choose your behaviors. So what does mindfulness have to do with need satisfaction? What was interesting to find was something that DC and Ryan wrote back in 1980 about the role of mindfulness in motivation. And although they wrote about this, very little empirical research followed their conceptualization. But what they suggested was that the clarity and the pause and the openness that mindfulness affords you, these are some of the qualities that the state of mindfulness affords you, might allow individuals to make decisions and to act in ways that better support their own needs, their own interests, their own values. So they're acting more consistently with their values and needs, which sounds really autonomous, right? So in that way, it supports autonomous motivation. So when being mindful during physical activity, they might actually be able to make decisions that better support their needs for competence and autonomy. Well, we wanted to test this proposition in a movement-based context. So the study that I'm going to share briefly was designed to test a self-determination theory-based model that examined how changes in state mindfulness over here on the left over a period of 16 weeks in yoga classes would predict changes in need satisfaction and then changes in autonomous motivation. So the participants were yoga class students who were taking classes at a university for credit. The classes met twice a week for 75 minutes, and this was over a period of 16 weeks. So what the participants did was complete a measure of trait mindfulness, need satisfaction, and autonomous motivation during weeks 1, 8, and 16. And then they completed the measure of state mindfulness right after class every other week. And here are the main results. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here. I do love models. And for those of you who want to look at all the numbers up here, this is for you. I'm just going to highlight the key points. I do want to note that we use some latent growth curve modeling up here at the top to model the growth in state mindfulness across the 16 weeks. So this round latent construct here represents change or growth in state mindfulness. And what we found was that growth in state mindfulness over the 16 weeks directly predicted changes in autonomous motivation and indirectly predicted changes in autonomous motivation through perceived competence and autonomy. So partial support for our hypothesis. So some of the relationship was direct and some of it was indirect. I also just want to point out that teacher mattered. Teacher was a significant predictor. Who their teacher was a significant predictor of how much they changed in state mindfulness over the course of the semester. So what the teacher does matters, which makes a lot of intuitive sense. I'm going to give you some brief conclusions here. One thing I want to point out are the limitations of this state mindfulness measure we've been using. And that is that the items really focus in on attention and awareness of the sensations in the present moment. And that's part of mindfulness, but it really is leaving out the piece about acceptance or non-judgment or curiosity. And so we are currently working on an expanded version of this measure, but it's important to know that the conclusions we draw here about the role of mindfulness are directly tied to what we can say about that measure and how it's measuring mindfulness. And then the big conclusion is that these results suggest that perhaps when individuals are more mindful during movement-based activity like yoga, maybe they're able to get their needs for competence and autonomy met better, more effectively, and in turn have more autonomous physical activity motivation. We aren't really sure if that's a causal relationship, even though it's longitudinal, we can't conclude causation. And so what we do need are other research paradigms, other methodologies, as well as looking at other theoretical perspectives that might just help us further understand how mindfulness relates to motivational processes in physical activity. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah.
Thanks, Anne. Hi, everyone. I'm going to do all my awkward shuffling here. I think no matter how many times I teach on Zoom, I never quite feel smooth about this. So bear with me. And I never feel like I quite look in the right place either. I appreciate what Ann said about, the students, they've done a fantastic job. But some of these things don't get easier with time. All right, so thanks. Ann did a great job of introducing our work. Oh, let me get us in. See, I can't talk and do this at the same time. There we go. Whoops. There we go. Here's my slides. And Dr. Cox did a great job of introducing some of the key concepts, talking about something that's probably pretty familiar to most of you with self-determination theory and psychological needs. But it's important to recognize that those are just, although an important way to look at motivation, motivation actually can be kind of addressed in a lot of different ways. And a current paradigm in exercise psychology is really trying to look at some of the less cognitive and explicit processes that are involved in motivation. And so dual process models here, or in particular dual mode theory, help us kind of articulate and break this down a little bit more and distinguish between explicit processes. So these are these highly cognitive, effortful processes of goals and thoughts, and distinguishes that from the more implicit processes, which are less kind of visible, tangible, and that also are not as effortful, because they're things that you kind of rely on when the cards are down, or when the capacity is down. So just how you feel, your affect, your pleasure, but also memories and biases and associations that we have. So we have, these intentions and goals. We have all these explicit processes. And one thing that's important is that those will dominate when we have sufficient time and attention and energy. But when we have limited capacity, the implicit processes kind of take over. So it kind of shows us how easy it is to have goals or to have things that we want, and then how hard it is to follow through with those things. So when you're really stressed out or you're lacking time, it's really easy to skip that afternoon workout and kind of cave into the call of that couch, right? And that might be the case if you're inclined to really associate positive experiences of relaxation with just kind of relaxing on the couch. But another person might have really strong positive associations with exercise. And in that case, a person might really be drawn to movement and exercise because they know that that's an energizing and a positive and rewarding experience for them. So what that tells us here is that we really need to pay attention to the experiences that drive these kind of automatic processes. And researchers are now trying to focus on how do we capitalize on this, and how do we really understand what makes exercise experiences pleasant and internally rewarding. And that's a lot of what we just heard about intrinsic motivation and how important that is. So it brings us to this question here. Oops, I've got too many things going on here. Is how does exercise make us feel? What does that exercise feel like? And you don't have to go very far to hear no pain, no gain messages, or for it to really tell us that in order for exercise to count, it must be hard and it must be unpleasant, or it must meet a certain threshold. So really, it's no wonder that many people have negative implicit associations or even explicit associations with exercise. But it's important to kind of like break that down and think what's going on here is what is that feeling of exercise like? So what we know is that interoceptive cues during exercise are what give us information and knowledge about how our bodies are feeling. So whether it's our muscles, our heart rate, our breath, and these things are signals to our body. And when they start to shift and become very unpleasant, it tells us that we're moving out of homeostasis. There might be a threat. And so in some cases, it might be important to stop doing that activity. And the way that those messages are conveyed are typically through a highly negative affective experience. It's also important to note that when we don't listen to those cues, or we pay attention to some but not all of them, it really means that we're not in tune with our internal experience. And that can lead to a whole host of things, whether it's a performance decrement, a risk of injury, but certainly just not being in touch with that experience. But the underlying problem here that's uncovered with this perspective is that our goals and our experiences don't always align with one another, and they sometimes might even work against one another. I want to exercise, but I have all these negative feelings associated with it that are really pulling me away from that in the times where I'm stressed or I'm busy or I have too much going on. So it's no wonder that inconsistent motivation is something that so many people experience. So what we do know is that evidence supports, again, the predictive capability of implicit processes. And we often assess these, or they're most often thought about in research as just the degree of pleasantness that an exercise experience feels. What is this overall sense of feeling? And that's really predictive of continued exercise behavior over time. And like intrinsic motivation, it is one of the most important predictors of long-term behavior. We also know that mindfulness is associated with positive affective experiences in a lot of different contexts, but it might be especially powerful when it's combined with movement, because it might support multiple types or forms of motivation, both implicit and explicit. So we're really trying to increase our understanding of specific qualities of physical activity experiences and how we might maximize pleasure during exercise. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't advancing along. So one concern is that if you pay attention to the way you feel during exercise, that it might be unpleasant, and that might lead to negative affect, negative associations, and motivation decrements. But to better understand experiences, we've started to employ some different methodologies that are about checking in with people moment to moment. As Dr. Cox mentioned, understanding state experiences. And a good example of this is a study by Gottnick et al. And in this study, they observed the effects of mindful walking, and they did an experience sampling methodology where they were checking in with individuals at various parts of the day. And what they found is that when they assessed their level of state mindfulness and affect experienced during mindful walking, they prospectively enhanced one another in this kind of positive feedback loop, so that state mindfulness in one moment positively predicted positive affect in the next moment, and so on and so forth. And so these things were building upon one another. So being attentive to the experience of moving in that non-judgmental and accepting way really appears to support positive affective experiences. So that leads us to really be wanting to understand strategies. So what are some strategies that we can employ to make exercise experiences more positive and more pleasant? And we know that these interoceptive cues that are generated from the physiological symptoms of exercise do become universally unpleasant at very high intensities. So we call this typically at above the ventilatory threshold. That is when your ventilation exceeds available oxygen and lactic acid accumulates. But below that intensity, we see a lot of variability in affective responses, because there are so many different ways that we can all interpret these interoceptive cues that are experienced. And so one strategy that's been showing a lot of promise in exercise psychology is to use self-pacing, and self-pacing with the instructions of telling people to find the pace or the intensity that feels pleasant or pleasurable for them. And what we found, or a lot of people have found, is that that strategy actually leads to exercise intensities that are high enough to be around the ventilatory threshold and to elicit health benefits. And it also coincides with more positive affective experiences during exercise. So it's a really promising strategy to use, but we also have to think about how can we identify strategies to help us cope with these interpretations of these interoceptive cues. So probably the most widely used strategy has been to use distraction or dissociation from those feelings of exercise. So for example, probably again, the most common is listening to music, which has lots of benefits. It makes time feel like it goes more quickly. It's very enjoyable. It can lead to lower perceptions of effort. But there's also some potential drawbacks to using music because it's really a distracted attentional focus. And that might decrease attention from cues that could either be performance or safety concerns, but it also could potentially undermine this fueling of psychological needs because we're lacking an awareness of how we're feeling, how we're gaining in strength, and what that physical experience is like. So the question is tolerance or just getting through exercise going to fuel our intrinsic motivation? You know, we're a little bit doubtful of that, and getting some evidence to suggest that that might not be the case. So an alternative is to manipulate cognitive processes and individuals' perceptions of those interoceptive cues as a different strategy to make those positive experiences within physical activity. So the question we ask is whether associating with interoceptive cues may be an effective strategy to support positive affective experiences. We do know that mindfulness training can lower your perceptions of its exertion and lead to higher post-exercise enjoyment. So we do believe that there's a lot of potential here with linking mindfulness practices with making these exercise experiences more pleasant. So we were interested in studying this and the degree to which perhaps manipulating some of these different cognitive or different strategies, coping strategies, might impact affective experiences in exercise. So we've done a few different studies. Oops, sorry, I really can't multitask. We've done a few different studies using kind of an experimental paradigm. So I'm going to present one recent study that we've done testing the effects of comparing music as a dissociative strategy and also using mindfulness, which would be an associative strategy, and how that might impact affect experienced during exercise. So in this particular study, we use the self-selected intensity of exercise paradigm. We use this in women who did not meet the guidelines for weekly physical activity, so they were fairly low in their activity. And we use a within subjects design here, where each participant completed 3 20-minute treadmill walking conditions in random order, with the conditions being self-selected music, guided audio mindfulness, and a control condition. In task, assessments were taken of ratings of perceived exertion and heart rate reserve to identify their intensity. We also identified what we call core affect, which is asking them in the moment, how do you feel right now? And it's on a scale of, kind of -5 to +5, often representing very bad to very good. So in the moment, how do you feel right now? We did that every 5 minutes during the exercise. And then following each condition, we assessed their attentional focus, their state mindfulness as manipulation checks. And then we also assessed their remembered affect, so how much pleasantness they remembered experience while walking, and also their forecasted affect, which is about what they predict, how they predict to feel in future or subsequent exercise sessions. So just to give you a little bit more of an idea of the mindfulness condition, this is similar to some other walking mindfulness interventions, as we introduced mindfulness prior to the warm-up, so before they started exercising, just to give them a little bit of kind of background and kind of instructions for how to pay attention to the different aspects of their experience, to try to do so with a very open and non-judgmental way, to try to do so with interest and curiosity, and to remind them that it's okay that you become distracted, that's natural, but just try to identify when that's happening and then bring yourself kind of back to that experience. The participants then listened to this guided audio track with wireless headphones that cued them to pay attention to different aspects of that experience. In the music condition, participants listened to a playlist of their choice throughout the exercise. And in the control condition, there was no external stimuli or strategy used or provided to them at all. So what we found is with our manipulation checks, those supported the manipulation of mindfulness. In that mindfulness condition had significantly higher state mindfulness scores, as well as a more internal focus of attention. And these were pretty strong effects that we saw. So we were able to really feel confident that they were identifying and having different experiences with those different strategies applied. What we've also found was there was no differences across the conditions in their ratings of perceived exertion, and that our indicator of intensity showed that although in the first 5 minutes, the mindfulness condition was a little bit lower in intensity, that group caught up to the other two conditions in terms of their intensity, and they were the only group that continued to increase in their intensity in that 15 to 20 minute time block. I also have noted here that we had a wide variability in the intensity levels, ranging from fairly low or fairly moderate to quite high. And then finally, for our affective results, the key purpose of our study, we found that music was significantly more positive than the control in terms of all of the affective responses that we assessed, but that the mindful and the music conditions did not differ in any of those affective variables. And indeed, the mindfulness condition was also significantly higher than the control condition on forecasted affect, that strong kind of predictor of positive association and expectation of future affective experiences. So what that tells us here, our greatest take home from the study was to show that although listening to music is positive, we confirm that, using mindfulness to associate with the experience and to tune into that experience was similarly positive. So this is telling us that mindfulness and tuning in really has a lot of potential to lead to very positive experiences. And it also has the added benefit of conveying information that supports things like psychological needs. Right, so we learned that earlier with some of the work that we've done with psychological need satisfaction. So it seems that it conveys perhaps an added bonus over just the positivity of listening to music. So we're just starting this line of research. We have a lot of other experimental manipulations that still need to be tested, including testing different intensity of exercise, testing this with people with more exercise experience, inducing mindful experiences in different modes of exercise, and taking this outside of a controlled lab setting. So we have a lot more work to be done, but we're also feeling like the work is really starting to come together and tell us some important things that we can perhaps use to apply some of our work outside of this kind of controlled research setting. And I just wanted to kind of highlight as well that we have studied, tried to study mindful in a lot of different contexts with a lot of different methodologies, different age groups, to really try to converge information and knowledge about how mindfulness can really be applied and be used for different groups in different contexts, in different settings. And I'm just going to close out here by really what we want to show is some application of our work. And one of the, again, hidden blessings maybe of COVID has been that while we were shutting down, we were ramping up to do another experimental study, and we had to stop that research, but it allowed us to redirect our attentions to work on the really heavy work that's required to develop an intervention. And so we've been working to develop a program for middle school girls that draws upon all of our work with motivation, affect, mindfulness, embodiment, as well as positive youth development. And that we're excited because we're able to take the time it takes to do that kind of work. So just to kind of transition here, what we're hoping to do is to apply these things that we're learning about theory and in controlled lab settings and apply those out. So here we're going to be using a positive youth development framework, which is part of positive psychology, where we're really working on developing the potential that is within everybody. And that is by intentionally structuring activities that build personal and social assets, and translating this work, theoretical and empirical work into practice. I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Dr. Cox to finish off with describing this program a little bit more. So thank you so much for your time and your attention at the end of this day.
Okay. Colin, we have till 25 after, is that right?
Yes, you have time. Go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, I want to leave time for questions. I really do. Okay, so I'm just going to talk briefly about this program. So one of the things that happens as girls are transitioning into late childhood and early adolescence, they are getting increasingly amped up messages about how they should be as a girl or as a woman, or how to be feminine. And these ideals can start to be really constricting, right? And I'm sure many of you are very, very familiar with this literature that suggests that it impedes their voice, it impedes their physical activity, their expression, and certainly can hurt their sense of positive body image and embodiment. And so our aim is to kind of hit girls who are going through that transition at ages 12 to 14-ish, who are undoubtedly already kind of coming face to face with some of those challenges, and using a mindfulness-based movement program to teach them how to become, or perhaps remain, connected to their bodies if they didn't have such a program. So as we grow up, I mean, this happens to all of us, men and women alike, we become more and more disconnected from our embodied experience. And we're hoping this program kind of helps correct for that a little bit. And when you have this connection to your body through mindfulness of the body and through movement, it can help you respond positively to your needs in all sorts of ways. It can help drive positive physical activity motivation, but also it can help you recognize that you need to sleep, or that you need to relax, or regulate your emotions or your eating habits. And so there's benefits that go far beyond physical activity. So I wanted to close with just really painting a picture for what mindful movement is not and what it is, to give you a little bit more of that. So starting with what it is not emphasizing what the movement looks like from the outside. And I know I'm going to pause here just to make a comment that we're not working with competitive athletes. So this is very different. We're working with more general populations, both adolescents and adults, with the aim of helping them develop a positive, pleasurable relationship with physical activity so that they're likely to sustain it and find something they enjoy across their lifespan. And that can be very different from working with a sample of competitive athletes, although mindfulness is definitely shown to be useful there too. And I say that, I'm just thinking back to all the stuff Sarah said about pleasure and mindfulness, and is this realistic? But I think there can be a disconnect between the level at which physical activity is needed for health benefits and the level at which is needed to be a competitive athlete. And what we find is that at low to moderate levels of physical activity, which do confer health benefits, it's largely pleasurable if we can get people to actually pay attention with an open mind, and perhaps challenge or come up against the preconceived notions or the traumatic experiences that they had from 7th grade PE class, right? So all these things that they bring with them to their experiences as adults. So that's kind of what we're trying to do with these young women, is help them get back in touch with their physical experience so that they can be open to that experience and really have some clarity around what it is like for them, so they can make better choices, or not better choices, just make choices that serve them, that feel right to them. So back to what it is not emphasizing appearance. It's certainly not emphasizing weight loss. It is using mirrors sparingly, when it's really intentional. It is not socially comparing. It's not competitive. So what is it? It is turning the focus inward, and it is using words like noticing. What are you feeling? What are you noticing? What are you aware of? Bring your awareness to. Have an open and curious mind as opposed to a very rigid mindset about what you might be feeling. So an example of that might be you're on a run and you get a cramp. And what is your gut response? I mean, I used to be a runner many moons ago, and I might be immediately really mad, like mad that I had a cramp that maybe would stop me from running. Or no, let's take the time I had plantar fasciitis. I thought I could just run through it. So I just kind of was annoyed. I can keep running through this, right? I did that for quite a long time before realizing you don't run through plantar fasciitis. If I had approached it with more curiosity, like what's going on here, instead of just the resistance to it that's not mindful, I might have been able to make a decision that better cared for my body and not only benefited my health, but perhaps my long-term performance as well. So that's the difference between being mindful of a physical sensation and being either attaching to it or resisting it, which is not mindful. Let me look at my time here. Okay, so I'm going to take you through like a 30-second exercise just to show you something we might do in yoga. It's a simple example that shows you what mindfulness of the body really feels like. If you are able, where you're sitting, simply inhale your fingertips up to the ceiling. Reach your fingertips up, place the palms of your hands together, and bring them down in front of your heart, right? We do this a lot in yoga. I want you to press the palms of your hands together, and I might say, notice your finger pads touching each other. You'll notice right off that if you're paying attention to your finger pads touching each other, you can't be worried about what the person next to you looks like. You can't be worried about losing weight, and you can't be worried about what you look like right now. You're paying attention to your finger pads pushing against each other. And now as you press your palms together, lift your elbows parallel with the ground. Notice your shoulder blades. Close your eyes if you like. And so what I'm doing here is simply giving some cues that could be used during any mode of physical activity, any mode, to bring attention to the internal sensations of movement. That's it. That's all I'm going to give you right now. I wanted that to be brief, but by the way, that has huge benefits for body image, which we didn't get a chance to talk about, because it takes your experience from thinking about what do I look like to what do I feel like from the inside, which is another huge benefit. That's it. I'm going to leave you with this last slide with our contact information. I may see if Colin can send this out to you all. It has our lab website and it has the link to our master's degree program at Washington State. Thank you all. Love to answer some more questions.
Wonderful. This is so awesome. I just am so stoked at how everything has been going so far. And for you students in attendance, this is why you attend conferences like this. We have our morning keynote and our afternoon keynote with some apparently different perspectives on motivation of physical activity and different ways to look at it. There's some overlap there, and then there's some distinct differences. And this is why you do this stuff, to get these kind of perceptions or perspectives and to expand the way that we think about what we're doing. There's just so much going on here. I know there was some backdrop questions going in the chat and on the Q&A. And so definitely want to give you a chance to address some of that, Dr. Cox, specifically if you want to, because I know there were some questions. I do want to share a story here. This is what I do in my classes too. I was reminded, talking about mindfulness. I was out on a run in the mountains in Montana one day, and I never listen to music when I run. I always go out there and I try to be pretty mindful. And I came up on this other runner out there who was running in the same direction. I was just running a little faster than this person was, and I was coming up on him, and we're on a trail, in the mountains, and I said, "Oh, I'm coming behind you," tried to signal so I didn't spook them, and they didn't move. So I got a little closer. "Yeah, I'm coming behind you," and they didn't move. They stayed there, and so I got right up on them when I was about to pass. Like, "Hey, coming behind you," and they must have jumped 20 feet sideways. They were so spooked, but I realized they had headphones in. Running in the boonies where I had literally seen bears on that mountain and heard stories of mountain lions being up there when I've been running. They're out there running, and I don't know where they were. They were in their headphones. But I always tell that story when I think of mindfulness and what is not being mindful or not being present, right? Being aware. But with that, Dr. Cox, you want to share a little bit more about what was going on in the Q&A and the chat on the side? There was some good stuff going on there if you want to expound on that.
Yeah, well, it is at 2:25, but I'll just say one thing. First is shout out to Abigail and Susan who are in the chat. Those are two of our students. Thank you to all the students who work in the Psychology of Physical Activity Lab. We can't name them all, but those are two of our students currently working on the intervention with us. So awesome that you're here. I see you. I had a question about teacher behaviors, and we've done one study on manipulating the instruction that yoga instructors might give to be more mindful or to be more appearance oriented. So that's an interesting line of research, but I have to say it's also a tricky one because it's really tricky to go, how specific do you get with the instruction and what's really practical versus which is not? And it's been interesting. And there was some indication that mindful instruction might be beneficial. I mean, certainly appearance-focused instruction is detrimental to affective and body image experiences in a context like yoga. But we are interested in that too. We haven't done a lot in that area of how does the instruction impact how mindful participants are? Because if we want them to be, we want to find ways to facilitate that.
Excellent. Awesome. So again, if anybody has any other follow-up questions, go ahead and throw them in the Q&A. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break before we come back for our final session. Thank you so much, Dr. Cox and Dr. Sarah Olick French. Awesome stuff. Really appreciate it. And I'll play some tunes and we'll be back in just a little bit.
I went with you up to the place you grew up in. We spent a week in the cold, just long enough to waltz in it with you. Any longer it would've got old. Singing Ace of Spades when Lemmy died, but nothing's changed. LA's alright. I'm sleeping in my bed again and getting in my head and then walk around the reservoir. You must have been looking for me, sending smoke signals, pelicans circling, burning trash out on the beach. One of your eyes is always half shut. Something happened when you were a kid. I didn't know you then, and I'll never understand why it feels like I did. How soon is it now in an 80s sedan? You slept inside of it because your dad lived in a campground in the back of a van. You said that song will creep you out until you're dead. And you must have been looking for me, sending smoke signals, pelicans circling, burning trash out on the beach. I wanna live at the Holiday Inn where somebody else makes the bed. We'll watch TV while the lights on the street put all the stars to death. It's been on my mind since Bowie died, just checking out to hide from life. trash out on the beach. I buried a hatchet, it's coming up lavender. The future's unwritten, the past is a corridor. I'm at the exit, looking back through the hall. You are anonymous, I am a concrete wall.
When the time is running out, begging you to let it out, saying, I don't want to stay. I saw you staring at the door when I told you I was sure you'd leave like you did before. You used to walk all night, trying to leave around the memories and the ruins. And I was hoping to find a victory over time, lost in your attitude. You would put your eyes on mine, saying, I don't want to lose. And I would save you from the fires that burst into your soul. After years gone on the roads, trying to revisit your own, you would learn to disappear. And I was hoping at your side I would learn to know the why of the silence that you feel. But the time is running out, saying I don't want to stay. Begging you to let it out, I don't want to stay. And I don't mind the angels building burning castles around my yesterdays. And I don't mind if you choose to give in to the rules, refused all the way. I would try to hold the time, but the time was never mine. Do you see us all now, trying to move around in this world that you're? Do you see us all now? Do you see us all now? Do you see us all now? But the time is running out, saying I don't want to stay.
All right, welcome back. Here we are, the final segment of the 2021 Northwest Student Sport and Exercise Psychology Symposium. Thanks to everybody who's been hanging with us up to this point. We've got a lot of great stuff still to cover, so appreciate you all being here. I'm going to introduce our next student speaker. Augustine, you can go ahead and turn your stuff on. We have Augustine Herman from Seattle University. The lone representative is going to be talking about using sports science data in collegiate athletics, a coach's perspectives. Go ahead, Augustine.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Well, to reiterate what Dr. Fair said, my name is Augustine Herman. I am from Seattle University, and today I will be presenting a study on using sports science data in collegiate athletics, coaches' perspectives. So to begin, the primary goal of sports science is really to collect data in order to inform training and improve athletic performance. And although this goal exists, we still are seeing a clear gap between science and its translation to sports. And these challenges around the translation can be attributed to both the sports scientists and coaches. So here we see it being with one, the sources of knowledge for coaches being different from where sports scientists are getting their knowledge. For coaches specifically, we see this experience coming from their prior experiences and their work with other coaches, and just any really coaching experiences they've had in the past has influenced how they inform their training. With sports scientists, however, we're seeing more of a data science background, and that's a more heavily data science background. Another attribution here is the lack of knowledge about sports science from coaches, and this can even be put on a lack of sport knowledge by our sports scientists. And then lastly, we're seeing an inability to use data effectively to inform training. And this is connected more so to a lack of efficacy, really, for using the knowledge to inform practice. And this we see kind of specific to a language barrier in which coaches actually are having a hard time understanding the research. So although elite level sport tends to play a really important role in people's lives within the United States, we see that sports science here is virtually non-existent. And there's limited investigating actually done in the US pertaining to coach perceptions of data utilization. And the research that does exist that we found ended up pertaining mostly to NCAA Division I strengthening and conditioning coaches. And it really related to their perceptions, but not in relation to using the data. So the research here is really focused on advances in training methods and monitoring athletes as a way of understanding effective coaching practices and really taking the results of research as being something that makes a coach effective, how they're utilizing those tools. So we also see attributions here in the failings in our educational system, where we are underprepared to test athletes or work with coaches as sports scientists. We're coming in with these backgrounds of advanced exercise physiology assessments and knowing how to walk through these tests, but we're not coming in with the interpersonal communication skills to be working with our coaches and have the understanding of our athletes to have these good connections. And then we also see a need for improvements in coach education and professional development, whether that's conferences, more certifications, just anything to improve that data science side there. So with that being said, and the limited investigation occurring within the United States, the purpose of our study was to conduct focus groups with collegiate coaches in order to examine their perspectives and needs for collecting data with their athletes. Our participants for this study consisted of 12 Division I coaches at Seattle University. These coaches came from our men's basketball, men's baseball, women's softball, women's rowing, men's and women's soccer, cross country, track and field, golf, swimming, women's volleyball, and strength and conditioning. I'd like to just include that our tennis was not included as there are some scheduling conflicts with our focus group interviews. The mean age for our coaches was 40 years. The coaching in a given sport was a mean of 15.1 years, and coaching at the current institution had a mean of 5.6 years. And our population was 77% male and 84% Caucasian. For our methods, coaches were recruited via email or phone call to participate. They ended up having 4 focus groups in which we had 6 open-ended questions that were developed by the research team. And a script was used in order to standardize the delivery of questions and to elicit further responses. And we also recorded these interviews using a digital voice recorder. So for transcription, we used Rev to transcribe each focus group that was recorded. And these transcriptions were reviewed in comparison to the original to ensure accuracy. For data management and our descriptive analysis of the demographic information, we used SPSS version 26. And a thematic analysis was used for coding of each focus group interview. An inter-rater agreement was obtained here as all coders agreed 100% on the thematic coding for every individual response in each interview. So each response here was coded and categorized into a higher order theme, and each question resulted in a varying number of themes. It's also important to include that across the 6 questions, the most salient themes were identified from the responses from each coach. Once these themes were identified based on response, the sum of responses was found for each theme and divided by the total number of themes per question to determine the percentage of top 3 themes for each question. You will notice that some questions show a limited variety of responses, or there were a number of themes that were discussed by a small number of coaches. And so for those questions, we only see 2 higher order themes identified. So the first question related to how the team can benefit from data collection. And this elicited 3 high order themes. The first being evidence to support training, which was actually mentioned by 8 out of 12 coaches. Next was monitoring and tracking athletes over time. And then third here was recovery. In a question that related to performance questions coaches want answered, we gained 2 higher order themes, which related to the biomechanics of athletes and then monitoring and sports psychology. Knowledge of how other universities are using performance data elicited 3 higher order themes. First, specialized consultation, then we had wearable monitoring and biomechanical analysis. Assessments coaches would want to collect as a part of future combined days elicited 3 responses, 3 higher order themes, I'm sorry. And the first being body composition assessments, which was actually mentioned by 50% of our coaches across all the focus group interviews. We then had fundamental assessments, and then neurocognitive efficiency, which was only mentioned by our golf coach. And that really pertained to sports psychology testing to kind of examine that neurocognitive efficiency. The next question related to the questions that coaches would want answered from data collection throughout the season. And here we saw 2 higher order themes. One, data for athlete monitoring, and then the second being data for health behavior monitoring. Our next question related to how coaches would use data collected during the season, and that gave us 3 higher order themes. We saw informed training adjustments, obtaining athlete buy-in, and then data for evaluation purposes. Concerns about collecting data from athletes gave us 2 higher order themes, one being timing of athlete testing, and then the second being the ineffective data presentation. With assessments to exclude, eliciting 2 higher order themes, being body composition assessments and body mass index. So really what we're seeing here is that coaches have a primary goal for wanting to collect data from their athletes, and that is being to prevent injury, monitor athletes for improved performance, and to create optimal recovery plans. And really, we kind of see this in the research pointing out that evidence-based practice really allows for the valuable integration of the best available knowledge for coaches, and it can help to identify the practices that are correct to inform their practitioner techniques. Another thing we see here is our future combined days holding a strong importance with focuses on our fundamental assessments of power and fitness. So focusing on our power output and things such as VO2 max or maximal oxygen consumption. Another thing we also see is concerns about ineffective data presentation. And the data just really needs to be presented in terms that are easily understandable by our coaches. So that they can really use it as a mechanism to improve athletes and reduce those risks of overtraining and injury that we can see occur. Another thing that we really need to look in here is the need to exclude assessments of body composition. And this we think can be really put back to the stigma that we have around body composition and BMI, especially within sport. We see that there are a lot of athletics and styles of sports that require people to look a certain way, or we even have seen in the research that coaches think that you're going to perform a certain way just from looking a certain way. And I think that's why coaches truly want to exclude. There's a stigma, there's that feeling of concern that they don't want their athletes to feel negatively affected by hearing those results. So although this study helps to reiterate the gap between research and practice, it is important to state the limitations as well. The first here being that Seattle University does not offer all sports. So for example, we don't have a lacrosse team or football or hockey or field hockey. And a lot of Division I universities might actually have those. So it might be really important to kind of look into other schools, other sports, just to get this perceptions from other coaches and see how they are feeling about the use of data utilization there. Another limitation here is that it might not be a true representation of the target group. We only really took a sample of our audience, so it may not actually be an accurate societal representation of how coaches are truly feeling. So once again, would just really be good to have a more diverse population to examine this in. And then lastly, we could have some moderator bias. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, our moderator could have changed the perception of coaches and just could have been led to false information if any of the interview participants felt persuaded anyhow by that. So in concluding, we see that we need to develop an effective and logistically feasible athlete monitoring system that is multidimensional and not only answers questions coaches want answered, but can inform them on how to adjust their athletes' training on an individualized level. And this is just important because every person on team is going to respond to training differently. Another thing we see here is that a strong relationship is truly needed between sports scientists and coaches. One, data collection should reflect each coach's needs. And then sports scientists need to provide data to coaches in a user-friendly language so that the data can be useful to not only coaches, but their athletes. So changes in coach education could put an importance on utilization of data into practice. Coaches need to have a better understanding of the data and how to use it to make these adjustments in training. And really to conclude, a better understanding of how to proceed and use data science is needed, especially within a variety of different sports, as well as continued conversation within this, especially if we want this process to be effective and efficient so that both the athlete and coach can benefit from the utilization of data. With that being said, I would like to thank you. One, thank you to my advisor, Dr. Roth, for letting me kind of work on this and kind of get the experience to present, and also to the symposium for occurring. I really appreciated the opportunity to come out here.
Cool, good job, Augustine. So I am really interested in this. I was a Division I coach before I moved into my current position, and am a big proponent of what you talk about here of using data, using numbers, using metrics and assessments to guide what you're doing in training. And I think there's a huge need for this. That coaching is one of those things that there's a huge gap between what is being done in practice and what is shown to be, let's say, more effective from a research perspective. So there is a gap there. So I like how you're trying to bridge this and talking to coaches. And I'm curious because I tried to implement this stuff and it was challenging for me, and I was a proponent of it. And I was around a lot of other coaches that, I mean, they didn't know how to use it. So I appreciate your suggestions there and your conclusions. You got to make it user friendly, but how can we increase access for coaches? Because they don't all have access to the lab. That's another thing to put on their plate to time wise, to get their athletes in there and test them. And then, do they know how to use the numbers? So how can we increase access in the first place with these coaches? Any ideas?
I really think that just goes right back to the need to have improvements in our coach education and professional development. I just think that it just needs to be put in from the beginning. Classes need to have or courses or certifications to get out there and get a better understanding. But then it just comes back down to the mutual agreement between sports scientists, I think, and coaches to have the understanding that it's got to be broken down, that you're not getting the same education as a coach might, or I don't know, there is just so much I think that can go through it, and we just need to make things more accessible. And the only way we're going to do that is if we're talking about it and making it more accessible for coaches.
Yeah, increasing those communication channels. I like that a lot. And one follow-up question, if anybody has any questions, go ahead and shoot them in the Q&A. Otherwise, I'll hog this session because I like this topic. But so you have a lot of individuals who are in the conference here are interested in the psychological aspects of assessment. And I'm wondering if you have any suggestions there for those who work with coaches as well, because this is something that the coaches, again, it's like, well, how do you measure that? It tends to be a little bit more difficult to measure some of the psychological things and make them tangible and make them usable. For example, take goal setting. I've worked with a lot of coaches where they've had me come in and do a goal setting session, and I did all this preparation. I thought it was awesome. And then 2 weeks later, I check in to see how it's going on whether they're following the process goals and moving in that direction. And all they did was post the dang goals on the whiteboard in the locker room, and that's where they sit the rest of the season. So it's like, even when we try and get in there, it's like, how can we get them to maybe get more buy-in too?
I think that's something that's really difficult too. especially because when you're speaking psychologically and there are such stigmas, especially when the psychological testing and having this like specialized consultation, especially when you start going to the mental health aspects, and just really putting an emphasis on the fact that it's individualized. And I think that makes it a little bit more difficult too. So it's definitely something that is going to be a process to find whatever is most manageable, which is why we kind of want people to go out there and try to do this with greater variety of sports and to kind of get the greater idea, because we really don't have a lot of information on how to progress forward with that. But it's just coming back to the fact that it's very individualized based on athlete, and you might not get the same response from each athlete. So
yeah, great. Appreciate your insights and ability to answer questions. Really, really awesome presentation, Augustine. So great to have you representing Seattle U, and you have some awesome comments there in the chat there to check out too. Yeah. So great job. We will move on. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, but that's okay. So thank you, Augustine. Next, we have our next student presentation. Allie, you can go ahead and share your screen and audio. So we have Allie Duzneski from the University of Idaho, and I even think I got the last name right there. She provided some coaching for me earlier. She's going to talk to us about the development and validation of the sport coach-athlete relationship measure, or the SCARM, which I'm interested in this too. You're speaking to my heart. My doctoral dissertation was on the coach-athlete relationship. So excited to see this. Allie, take over.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. As Dr. Fair said, I am presenting on the development and validation of the sport coach-athlete relationship measured, or referred to as the SCARM. So this is going to be broken down into 3 studies, and I'm going to mainly focus on study 1 and briefly go over study 2, and even more briefly go over study 3 here. So I think we can all agree that the coach has a huge impact on the athlete's experience, and a lot of literature covers and goes over a lot of coaches' behaviors and what impacts the athlete, such as performance, motivation, enjoyment, and well-being. However, there's not a lot of research actually that really looks at the coach-athlete relationship and how that impacts the athlete. And so there are currently 4 theoretical models that try to highlight and define the major components of a coach-athlete relationship. So first, we have Bloom's conceptual model, which explains the reciprocal nature of the coach-athlete relationship along 3 dimensions, which is the acceptance, rejection, dominant, submission, and socially emotional dimensions. And then we have Podwardowski's conceptual model, which highlights 3 components and those are instructive, social, psychological, and spiritual. And then we have Lavoie's conceptual model, where a qualitative study identified 4 main components of the coach-athlete relationship, which are authenticity, engagement, empowerment, and the ability to deal with conflict. And then we have Joette's 3+1Cs model that has been developed over several studies and over the years, and is the only conceptual model to turn it into a quantitative measure as well. And so we have closeness, which refers to the affective meanings that the athlete and coach ascribe to their relationship. We have commitment, which refers to how much the athlete and coach want to maintain the athletic relationship. And then complementarity adapts Willman's conceptual model, which grasps or captures the reciprocal nature of the coach-athlete relationship. And then co-orientation is a meta perspective of the other 3 Cs. So it's that shared perspective that the coach and athlete have of each other. So there are related instruments that measure coaching behaviors, as stated before. So we have the Leadership Sport Scale, or the LSS, which measures the leadership behavior in a coach, such as decision making. We have Coaching Feedback Questionnaire, or the CFQ, which looks at the feedback behavior of a coach, and such as instructional feedback or reinforcement. And then, of course, we have the Coach-Athlete Relationship Questionnaire, or the CART-Q, which is a 3+1Cs model that I just defined for you. And then we have the theoretical framework. So it's really important when you're developing an instrument to work from theoretical framework. And for the SCARM, we've identified the self-determination theory, a popular theory today, that is going to be the groundwork for developing the SCARM. And so the self-determination theory, just a reminder, hypothesized that humans are actively engaged in fulfilling their needs, but that this action isn't automatic because a supportive environment is necessary for optimal fulfillment. And so a mini theory within self-determination theory, relationship motivation theory, proposes that a relationship can provide the social context needed to support an individual's psychological needs. So the autonomy, relatedness, and competence that we've been talking about today. Therefore, it is hypothesized that a strong coach-athlete relationship, or CAR, will lead to more intrinsically motivated athletes. This brings us to our overall purpose and the need for the sport coach-athlete relationship measure. So again, there are related instruments that look at behaviors of the coach, but they don't directly measure the coach-athlete relationship. The CART-Q does measure the coach-athlete relationship. It's the only instrument that exists currently to measure the coach-athlete relationship directly. However, it doesn't include key components that the other conceptual models highlight, as well as the other related instruments, such as leadership, training, and team dynamics. So the overall purpose of the current study is to develop a more comprehensive CAR measure. So going into study 1, which is to develop the initial item pool and establish preliminary factor validity. So first we have to identify the characteristics that result in a strong CAR, and we're using the athlete's perspective to do this. So to identify these characteristics, we have used existing literature such as the conceptual models and the theoretical framework that we've established, as well as anecdotal evidence. So we've asked coaches, we've asked athletes what is important to them in a coach-athlete relationship, as well as the expert panel and the researchers, myself and Dr. Damon Burton, responsible for creating these items and dimensions. We've been athletes, we've been coaches, we have experience in this sports psychology consulting field. So we also put our minds together to form these dimensions and items. And then we had an expert panel rate these items who also have all this experience in the athletic world. To further help design the instrument, we used guidelines such as creating items that read at a 5th grade reading level. We used a 6-point Likert type scale, where 1 is strongly disagree, 6 is strongly agree, and we did not have a neutral response to help the variability in responses. And then we did use a STEM followed by item content designed to help with the flow and hopefully reduce reading fatigue. And so that STEM is our relationship is strengthened when my coach. So that's the beginning of each dimension. And then we have the item. So an example would be our relationship is strengthened when my coach cares about me. So again, we had an expert panel. We had 8 panelists to help us choose our items. And so we started off with 7 dimensions and 144 items that we asked our panelists to rate. We encouraged them to comment and input any ideas or items that they thought were important, which resulted in an 8th dimension being added and 6 more items. So then we asked our panel to rank order the top 10 items for each dimension, which resulted in a total of 80 items, so 10 items in each of the 8 dimensions, which are social support, climate and culture, personal professional balance, feedback and accountability, athlete development, mental skills, athlete leadership development, and coach leadership development. So I have provided that operationalized definition for each dimension and some of the items here, but we don't have time to go over each of them, but I have them provided if anyone has a question and we can refer back to it. So something that I didn't mention, these definitions were given to the expert panel, and that's what they rated the items on and how well they fit within each dimension. So an example here for social support, we wanted to capture the coach being there for the athlete. So we have, and again, remember they first are reading our capture the coach being able to make their sport fun as well as being disciplined. So some examples are my coach keeps me focused on my job, and helps me grow as a person. And then we have athlete development, which focuses on that instruction and training aspect, such as teaches me key sport strategies. Being in sports psychology, we of course have a mental skills construct that we believe coaches' job is to also train the mental aspect of the game, which is that first item in this dimension. And then athlete leadership development, as well as coach leadership development. We thought leadership was a very important aspect to capture in the coach-athlete relationship. So going into the method, of course, first we have IRB approval. Before then, we put the survey into Qualtrics to have that link to send out for recruitment. So the criteria for the participants was really wide. We were really looking for any athlete at any level, at least 18 years old, who is currently or in the last 12 months closely training with a coach. This has resulted in mainly recruiting college athletes for convenient sampling, just the personal connections we've had. We've been sending out to coaches. So we have sent out the link to coaches who would then send out the email or the link to their athletes to fill out the survey. Going into the data analysis plan, of course, first we're going to clean the data. Any cases with more than 25% missing data we will remove. And then we're checking for normality via skewness and kurtosis as well as outliers. We will then conduct that exploratory factor analysis to help reduce items and identify those factors and items for the revised SCARM. So we remove loadings that are less than or equal to 0.4, any items cross-loading that are greater than 0.3, and then checking for redundancy using bivariate correlations in Cronbach's alpha. So keeping items that are less than 0.8 and fit within that range of 0.7 to 0.89. We will also be using structural equation modeling to further assess model fit and help us choose the best items and factors for the revised SCARM in study 2, which brings us to study 2. So again, study 1, the purpose of study 1 was to establish that initial factorial validity, and then study 2 is to further establish that factorial validity, conducting confirmatory factor analysis as well as invariance testing. So the purpose of measurement invariance is to assess if participants' responses are due to the hypothesized factors and not something like systematic bias, such as when the participants took the survey or the how the items are put into the survey. Methods and procedure, very similar, same criteria as study 1. So again, we're any athlete at any level, but probably again will be mostly college athletes on a new sample from local universities in the Pacific Northwest region. And again, we will be using a revised SCARM that will be identified in study 1. Again, data analysis plan, quickly we'll clean the data and then conduct a confirmatory factor analysis using a little bit stricter criteria, as it is a revised item and it is a confirmatory. It's no longer exploratory. So again, removing those items that are showing redundancy with a bivariate correlation greater than 0.8 and fitting within the 0.7 to 0.89 range. And then we will use further guidelines for fit indices using the likelihood chi-square statistic along with the degrees of freedom and p-value, CFI, and a root square error mean of approximation. And so that you kind of know what I'm talking about, I have this here for us, which Dr. Cox showed a really good diagram of structured equation modeling. And here's another one, a little sneak peek into some of the data that I have analyzed. I only included 2 factors that we've come up with so far, just for simplicity and looking at this. But here we have team dynamics and mental skills. And then these are the factor loadings on the items that we've created. And as you can see, they're all pretty high, which is exciting. And then those other fit indices that I was talking about are right here. So we have this CFI, we want a CFI of at least 0.95, which we have. The RMCEA, we want around 0.06, which again we have. And then we have the chi-square along with the p-value here. And it's really the p-value that we're looking at. And this is one of those cases where we actually don't want a p-value of less than 0.05. We don't want it to be significant. However, this is still a really good fit for this 2-factor. And I will say it doesn't look this great when I add the other factors that we've identified so far. That's okay. We're just in the exploratory phase. So furthermore, invariance testing is using that model. So it won't be that exact model. Again, it will be the other factors that we'll be looking at. However, it's a hierarchical process that we will use to assess invariance. And so if you can think about that model that I just showed, first we have to establish configural invariance, which is one of the subgroups we're comparing is male and females. And so if we had those 2 models, what invariance testing does is compare those 2 groups, those 2 models at the same time. And we're looking for the CFI to have the same fit indice. And then once that is established, we go down to metric invariance, where we force the loadings to be equal. So those factor loadings that you saw, we force them to be equal across both groups. And we're looking again at the CFI fit indice that we do not want it to drop more than 0.01. And we do that at each of the 6 steps when we're establishing an invariance. And it is important, the purpose of establishing invariance is to be able to statistically confidently say that the participants responded to the items due to the hypothesized factors and nothing else. And once that's established, once you can say that, you can ask substantive questions such as, did male and female athletes, do they view the coach-athlete relationship differently? Without invariance, you can't ask that question. And this also leads us to study 3. Once you establish invariance, you can also compare constructs to related related concepts. So in the beginning of this presentation, I stated that a strong coach-athlete relationship would lead to more intrinsically motivated athletes. And so now, once invariance is established, we can assess this. And the way to do this is we will be collecting data on other instruments, such as the Behavioral Sport Regulation Questionnaire, the Conceptions of the Nature of Athletic Ability Questionnaire, the Task and Ego Orientation in Sport Questionnaire, and of course, the Coach-Athlete Relationship Questionnaire. And we will examine if there's any relationship between the constructs of the SCARM and the constructs from other instruments, seeing if there's any correlation that exists between them, and hopefully establishing construct validity in the SCARM. So I feel like that was quick, but if there's any questions, let me know.
Juicy stuff there. Good job with that structural equation modeling. Sheesh, we're way beyond what my level of statistical ability is. Very impressive in your ability to present that. So yeah, I have questions or comments on this, because like I said, it's an area of interest for me. So remind me, did you say that you tested this out with athletes as your participants, or was it coaches?
It's athletes. So we are using the athlete's perspective on the relationship.
Gotcha, which that's important. And so my next question is then, why not also include coaches, since you are studying relationships, right? And I know that's something in the literature, it's a dyad, it's 2 different people. And so we're establishing an instrument, but we're only looking at one side of the relationship. So can you speak on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think honestly that's a limitation already, identifying a limitation. My future studies I would want to be able to then look at the coaching side of it and the coaching's perspective. And that's why honestly, Joette, the CART-Q is so amazing, is that it does look at both sides. It does include, the perspective of both people in the relationship, but that would be a future research question within that.
Yeah, more statistics, more numbers for it. So maybe just for the audience's benefit, can you talk a little bit about that? I mean, the 3+1C model, that +1 is the co-orientation aspect, right? Which was added later because of what we're talking about here and does the perception of the relationship match, right? Because coach can think that they've got a good relationship with their student athlete, and the athlete can have a completely different perspective on that. And oftentimes that is the case. But can you speak to that and how future research might be able to address that?
Yeah. So what can I ask specifically what the question is? Sorry. What exactly am I addressing?
Yeah, just so what direction do you see that going in, to where, I mean, because you read a lot about this, obviously, as are there ways that we can better capture both perspectives and try to get them align, right? Or better assess them, because that's a gap, right? It's a hard thing to do. My study, we looked at the athlete's perspective, not the coach's perspective, but that's a limitation, right? So is there a way that we can bridge that?
Yeah. So I think the 3+1 C's model is a way to do that. And that was actually what sparked creating the SCARM in the first place. Was my original interest was working with the teams that I have. Athletes come to me and they'll be like, coach never tells me good job. Like, I never hear any reinforcement. And then I go to practice and I hear a lot of reinforcement. I hear good job a lot. And so my first was like, well, where's that difference? Where is this difference in perception, and how can we capture that? And how, like you said, how can we bridge that gap? And so this is, I think, the beginning of it is starting to identify what characteristics lead to a strong relationship. And then how can we make sure that perceptions are shared, and how can we go around that?
Great, Allie. Awesome. Thanks for putting up with my questions. That was excellent work. Really nice job on all the statistics and the numbers and everything. That's hard work. That's a hefty project.
Thanks.
All right. So again, if anybody has any other questions for Allie, go ahead and throw them in the Q&A. Otherwise, we're going to move on. Again, we're staying tightly on schedule. A couple minutes ahead, but we've got our final student presentation. Dominique, you can go ahead and share your screen and audio. So, graduate student from Western Washington University, Dominique Mullicaine, is going to talk to us about something really interesting: a comparison of the effects of autonomy supportive versus controlling coaching feedback on novice juggling performance. I don't even know if I would classify it as a novice juggler. Take it away, Dominique.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dominique, and I'm from Western Washington University. And like he mentioned, I'm looking at a comparison of the effects of autonomy supportive versus controlling coaching feedback on novice juggling performance. And this is a research proposal. So first off, I wanted to start with a little bit of overview before we get into the study that I would look forward to conducting. And I'm going to do a little bit more of a brief overview of self-determination theory. So self-determination theory states that humans have three basic psychological needs. And if these needs are met or satisfied, then one will be likely to have a greater autonomous motivation, a greater psychological well-being, and an overall healthier lifestyle. And these three needs include autonomy, competence, and relatedness. So autonomy is one's own will to make decisions. And an example of that would be someone choosing to participate in a sport of their own choosing versus someone choosing a sport for them to participate in. And the next need is competence. And so competence is a sense of self-efficacy for a task, or your belief in your own ability to perform a certain task or drill. And then relatedness is feeling connected or feeling like you belong. So for example, if you're on a team where maybe your teammates are very similar in age as you and you guys get along really well and you have things in common, you might feel connected and you feel like you belong. Versus maybe you're on a team where everyone's different ages, you don't have things in common, you might not feel that connectedness or that belonging. And that is our relatedness need. And since this theory is not based in sport, we want to try and bring it into sport. And a way we can do that is with coaches and having certain different coaching styles where they would be able to support or meet their athletes' needs. So I'm going to go over 2 different coaching styles. And the first coaching style is an autonomy supportive coaching style. And that type of coach typically tends to provide choices for their athletes when it comes to drills. They also tend to provide athletes with rationale or reason for why they may be doing certain drills. They also tend to provide a non-controlling feedback or feedback that is more encouraging and more helpful. And they also tend to acknowledge and ask about athletes' feelings and thoughts. And they also tend to answer questions as well. If athletes have questions on anything, they are more willing to answer those questions. And lastly, an autonomy supportive coach provides opportunities for their athletes to take initiative. And this type of coach tends to typically meet their athletes' needs. Even if it's one of their needs, they tend to meet their needs more than, say, the controlling coach would. And the controlling coach is a coach that provides no choice or rationale to their athletes. They dictate what they're going to be doing in practice, and that's what they're doing, and they leave it at that. Another thing the controlling coach does is they manipulate their athletes using rewards or punishments. So they get their athletes to participate in certain drills or perform in a certain way by offering them incentives. Or if they don't perform those certain tasks or perform in certain ways, then they will tend to punish them. Another thing the controlling coach does is use social comparisons. So for example, if you have a team and someone may be a freshman versus a senior, and the senior may have more experience, but the coach may still compare that freshman's performance to a senior's performance. Another thing the controlling coach does is to provide overly critical feedback to their athletes. And lastly, the controlling coach tends to ignore their athletes. So when maybe an athlete asks the coach a question or two, the coach tends to just not answer the question at all and just completely ignore the athlete and move on with what they're doing next. And so this coach typically tends to not meet any of their athletes' needs or to thwart their athletes' needs. And so looking at these 2 different coaching styles and looking at past research, athletes who have had an autonomy supportive coach tend to report a higher intrinsic or autonomous motivation. They also tend to report a greater psychological well-being. And lastly, they tend to report a greater enjoyment. And that's in comparison to the controlling coach. As well as when looking at past research compared to performance, athletes who have an autonomy supportive coach tend to report more performance improvements. In this particular study, it was on high school basketball players, and they looked at their competence, their intrinsic motivation, and their performance, and they had a higher performance improvement after given more competent feedback from their coach or their athlete leader. And in the second study, it was on youth water polo players, and they examined the motivational climate of the 2 different coaching styles and their influence on their athletes' sports skills in water polo. And in that study, they found no differences in performance between the groups. So looking at limitations of the past study, the results are inconclusive, since in one study we found that there was sport improvement or skill improvement, whereas in another one, there was no performance difference in between the groups. Another limitation of the past study was that there's only female participants in a few of the studies that we looked at. And another limitation was that a lot of the studies included only youth athletes or only undergraduate students. And lastly, another limitation of the studies was that the testing environment was not well controlled. And so therefore, we want to look at more studies that have a more expanded age range with all genders included. And then we also have a need for a more controlled laboratory study to minimize possible practice effects and outside influences. And so that leads us to my study that I would like to do. And the purpose of my study is to determine the effects of an autonomy supportive coaching style compared to a controlling coaching style on performance in a group of novice jugglers. And so my independent variables are the autonomy supportive coaching style and the controlling coaching style. And then my 2 dependent variables are the 2 measures of juggling performance that we're going to look at. And so for my participants, our target sample size would be 20 adults over the age of 18. And we would like them to be novice jugglers. And we defined novice jugglers as someone who's attempted juggling before, but has not been successful in catching more than 2 balls in a row. And then the way we plan to recruit them would be by a flyer on social media, so more convenient sampling as well. So the procedure for my study would be, we want to randomly assign the participants to the autonomy supportive or the controlling group. And then I'm going to mail all of my participants a can of tennis balls for them to use in the juggling. And then once we have signups and everyone has their tennis balls, I'll be doing a one-on-one Zoom meeting with each of the participants. And we will be going over an informed consent. And then as the researcher, I will let the participants know that the purpose of the study is to teach them how to juggle. And then we will do a pre-test. And the pre-test consists of, the first test will be consecutive catches. So it'll measure the number of consecutive successful catches. And to do this, the first catch will not be included in the count, but each catch will count as 1 point. And then we want to see how many they can get in a row. And then we will average those counts over 3 trials. And then the next test will be a speed test. And this one will measure the speed of jugglers to achieve 5 consecutive catches in a row. And we have that at a 15-minute time limit. And each time the participant drops a ball, the time will continue, the time will not stop, but the count will start again from 0. And we want them to try and get 5 catches in a row. So after we do the pre-test, I'm going to have each of the participants watch an 8-minute instructional video on juggling. And then after they watch the video, they will have a 15-minute practice. And that practice will vary depending on, the practice will be the same, but the environment will vary depending on which group they're in. And I'll talk a little bit about that more after this slide. And after they have a 15-minute practice, then they will have a 5-minute break before they do their final post-test. As far as the feedback and the environment provided in between the groups, the autonomy supportive coaching group, we will have them stand in any spot they would like. They can stand in front of the camera, they can stand away from the camera if they choose. They can also face any direction. They can face away from me, or they can face me, or however they would like. And they can also use any technique to practice their juggling in that 15-minute practice. They don't have to use the exact technique that was shown in the video. They can use any technique of their choosing. And then the feedback that I will be giving them, just a few examples in the autonomy supportive coaching style, would be things like, you're doing great, good job, you'll get it next time, and things very similar to that. And then in our controlling group, we will have them stand in one exact spot that I tell them to stand in. Will be a very specific spot. They'll have to stay in that spot. And then they will have to face me. They won't be able to turn around or face a different direction. They'll have to face me. And then I will let them know that they have to use the specific technique shown in the video. They will not be able to choose different techniques. They will have to use that specific technique. And then the feedback that I will be giving them in the controlling coaching environment would be things like, this should be easy, you can do better. And then also maybe even providing no feedback at all, and just sitting there and watching them practice and just surveilling them essentially. So then after the 15-minute practice and the 5-minute break, there will then be a post-test where the participants will complete the same 2 juggling tests. And again, when we're doing the juggling tests in Zoom format, they will have to stand a little bit far back from the screen just so that I can see their whole body and have a wide range around them. So I can make sure that I can be able to count the number of catches that they do, just in case maybe they have to lean far to the right or to the left to catch a ball. I have to be able to see them. And then after completing the 2 post tests, the participants will then complete the learning climate questionnaire, which this will be a 15-item questionnaire that measures perceived autonomy support. So we want to have them take this questionnaire to make sure that when they were in the autonomy supportive group, it truly was an autonomy supportive environment versus the controlling. And then participants will be debriefed and informed of the true purpose of the study. And then all the participants will be sent a gift card of $20. And this overall experiment is expected to take about 50 to 60 minutes overall in Zoom. And then for our statistical analysis, we are doing two separate 2x2 mixed between within subjects ANOVAs to test the effects of the intervention and determine if there was an interaction between the between subjects factor of experimental groups, so the autonomy versus controlling, and then the within subjects factor of the time, so the pre-test versus the post-test, on both of the dependent variables related to the juggling performance. And then the p-value will be 0.05. And if a significant interaction is found, the researchers will perform a post hoc test and post hoc t-test, and these will all be calculated using SPSS. So coming up, I am planning to submit for IRB approval and hopefully begin collecting data very soon after that. So any feedback that you guys have would be greatly appreciated. That is all I have for you guys today. I would love some feedback on the autonomy supportive or controlling feedback that I'll be giving, or the environment that the participants will be in. If you have any feedback for me, that would be great. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts. But yeah, I think that's it.
So how would you like some autonomy supportive feedback or some controlling feedback, Dominique?
I prefer either, whichever works best for you.
Any sort of feedback. Yeah, anybody have feedback, go ahead and throw it in there. Oh, it looks like we got some questions over here. So in the chat, Dominique. So from Dr. Ulrich French, I wonder about the autonomy support statements as being very general. How is this different from just positive support? What makes it autonomy supportive specifically? Can you address why you selected those statements?
Yeah, I think I chose those ones because I felt like they were more encouraging. So I just felt like it kind of provided a more encouraging environment and made the participant feel good and feel like they were being supported by the person watching. So that's kind of why I chose them, but I think that's definitely something I could look more into and see if I can find more autonomy supportive specific that aren't as general. But I do have more examples as well. Yeah.
Gotcha. And I'm just kind of curious, what's your background with juggling? An expert juggler, you throw some flaming swords through the air or something?
I'm definitely not an expert. I don't think I would call myself an expert. I can do a little bit, but not an expert.
Very cool. So I did have a question about the feedback. Did you account for the affect of the feedback? So the paralanguage aspects of it, which I guess just how you said it versus what you said, because oftentimes when you're providing feedback in coaching or teaching, it's not just what you say. You can say good job in a way, good job, that doesn't. So did you try and account for that?
Yeah, it's definitely something we talked about, especially with like the controlling feedback as well, because I feel like some of that could come off a little bit harsh as well. So that's definitely something we've talked about, is the way that you say things as well, even with some of the constructive feedback in the controlling group, making sure to not say it in a really rude way, I guess you can say. So it's definitely something that we've talked about and considered.
Gotcha. And then just a follow-up to that, was the feedback, was it standardized? I mean, between the groups, did you get, like, you're in the experimental group and you gave them, or let's say you're in the controlling group, did you give them, it's pretty much the same script, just maybe different timing of which comment was given?
yeah, it's going to be all the same, but yeah, maybe separate timings or maybe just in different orders than given in the other one, but it'll be all the same for each controlling versus autonomy.
Okay, and we got another question in the chat that's also in line with my next question here as well from Dr. Charlie Palmer. So what is the threshold for being a novice juggler? Because I was curious about that too. Is there because we already know this, you know, the type of feedback that you give a novice compared to, say, an expert is going to be different. It would make sense for it to be different. So for Dr. Palmer's question, what's the threshold for being a novice juggler?
What do you mean by threshold?
So how do you determine what's a novice? When do they move beyond that? Is there a way, like number of catches in a row or the speed, using your two different measures? What's the threshold to somebody who's never done it before?
Yeah, so I think for the novice, we were saying that they could have attempted it before, but if they haven't been able to have 2 consecutive catches in a row, then they were considered novice. So I guess if they have 2 catches or more, then we would consider them not a novice.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Great. Any other questions? Comments? Throw them in the chat, throw them in the Q&A. Thanks so much, Dom. Really great stuff. Appreciate having you here as our final student presenter. So it is my great pleasure now to introduce to you. Let's see if it'll do it for me. All right. So lucky all of you for sticking around to this point. I'm super excited to present our concluding speaker for the conference. All of you who are still here are in for a real treat. And I've been wanting to introduce this guy for a long time in such a setting. Just, man, I had the good fortune of studying under Dr. Charlie Palmer at the University of Montana. I took my first class from him as an undergraduate student, and then also saw him as a student athlete and got some sports psych consulting from him as well. So know him on that level. And then he was my master's thesis committee chairperson. I spent every Friday for 2 years in his office, chatting, shooting the breeze. Sometimes we talked about my research. Mostly we talked about fishing and other outdoor activities, but also served on my doctoral dissertation committee, and just has been a mentor and inspiration, and become a good friend to me. Just someone I really admire and look up to, someone who's helped me along my journey and helped me get to where I'm at today. So really, really grateful to have him here, and he's going to conclude with some ideas, tidbits, nuggets of knowledge on how to consult with non-sport populations. Remember, the theme is performance psych, sport and beyond, and he has a lot of incredible stories and great experience to share, and so excited to have him here. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Palmer. And you got to unmute. You're still muted, Palmer. Now we got audio.
How we doing now?
You can see the grid of your slides. And then you just got to switch the view there. And get to your start. Looks good.
Boy, there we go. How's that for stressful to get things going?
You're good now.
All right. Well, thank you, Charlie Palmer. Colin, thank you for that introduction. It's been my pleasure to work with you over the years. So I appreciate hearing those kind words from you, but absolutely, I've benefited as much, if not more, than you have from our relationship. So I'm honored to get this slot here at the end of the conference. And Just want to go over this broad topic that Colin mentioned, which is consulting and providing sports psychology services to non-sport populations. And I'll explain that a little bit more in detail as we kind of move along here. And hopefully some of this starts to make sense in terms of piecing together some of my interests and my backgrounds with this interest in folks who aren't necessarily what we would consider traditional sport athletes. The first disclaimer, or the first piece of full disclosure I want to give you is that I absolutely love sport. I'm very fortunate here at the University of Montana. I get an opportunity to work with our student athletes and with our athletic teams, and I absolutely love those experiences. And so as I talk about work with non-sport athletes, do recognize and realize that really the heart and the foundation of my work is still with a very traditional athletic population. And those non-sport folks that I have had the opportunity to work with, I would consider as tactical athletes. And that is basically those occupations that have an athletic component to them. Realize then, as we might get an opportunity to work with non-sport populations, that could be theater or dance or even in the business world, anywhere where folks have to perform, they have to step up, they have to work on some sort of a stage, whatever that might look like. In my work, it's specifically focused on these tactical athletic populations. And so that might be people in different military branches, that might be in certain elements of law enforcement, or my specific background, which is in the fire suppression world on the wildland side, or also then the structural side of wildland fire. So there are many different groups that fall under this tactical athlete definition, and this is just an example of a few of those groups that I have experience working with. So as one might launch then out into these worlds, realize that if we were to do so, we would bring with us our knowledge and our expertise and our abilities and our techniques and our tactics of working in kind of a traditional or a typical sports psychology way. And that might mean then that we pull out our ability to help folks with imagery or visualization, or to hammer through some sort of goal setting exercises, or to work on building team and cohesion or motivation or confidence, or whatever that might be from a more traditional sense of sports psychology. We kind of always have those that are ready. Hopefully our training and our background has prepared us to do that. Realize then that if you get the opportunity to work in some of these tactical athletic populations, that it might not necessarily be sports psychology as the terminology used. These worlds tend to function more under this concept of what's called human factors, which if you look at this list here, you can see that there is some overlap with kind of traditional sports psychology, but also at the same time realize that human factors is kind of looking at things from a little bit different angle. It's very, very interested and focused in human perception and attention, and then the cognitions that we have after we have processed those things. Very interested in human error and decision making, and how people and groups communicate, and the dynamics of teams, and ultimately linked in then with the science of ergonomics and design. So in other words, how can we design things or configure them so that humans are best prepared or best situated to be as successful as they possibly can. So again, if you get the chance to work with some of these tactical athletic populations, you might not hear so much sports psychology as you might hear this terminology of human factors. And again, the takeaway here is that they're kind of the same, but they're also kind of different. So just realize that kind of compare and contrast situation exists. I had the great fortune to kind of have a career before I got into higher education. I came into higher education later in life. And so before that, I had spent nearly 20 years then working in the field of wildland fire suppression. And 10 of those years then had the good fortune of working at the Missoula Smoke Jumper Base here in Missoula. And that was a fantastic job for many different reasons. And one of them was that on a daily basis, I got to study and I got to practice, or at least try to practice, many of these sports psychology concepts that I was learning about while I was in school, and then also working as a jumper at the same time. So it was just kind of an excellent laboratory for me personally to try and put some of these traditional human factors and sports psychology concepts into practice. And then as I moved through my career as a jumper and started accumulating kind of some knowledge and I guess you could say expertise in terms of performance psychology, and with those relationships and linkage built then, it just kind of naturally led to a collaboration between myself and the smoke jumper population of, okay, well, you know these things and you're working and functioning in this world of sport and performance psychology. What do you have then that can kind of help us? How can you come on board and bring our folks up to speed and use some of these techniques and tactics to help us do our jobs better? And there's some very easy kind of sensible connections then that exist. So imagery being one in particular. It's smoke jumping is a very complex act in terms of the equipment used and the aircraft and the spots and the positioning and all the environmental factors that come into play. And so imagery is a fantastic tactic or technique to be able to utilize in terms of preparing for some of those things. But also then, since I had the experience of being a jumper, I was also fascinated then in this, in the role that fear played, which in a high speed population like smoke jumpers, it's not something that most of us or them sat around and talked about. You know, it's kind of one of those elephant in the room things, which is it was there, and I recognized it because I faced it in considerable amounts at times, of just the fact that I was fearful of some of the processes involved in getting out of the airplane and getting down to the ground. And so then in addition to kind of utilizing and incorporating some of the more traditional sports psychology concepts then in training and working with the jump population, then I was able to convince them, specifically in working with the rookie population. So those are the first year smoke jumpers that have come on board and they are just learning the process. I was able to kind of convince the trainers in the organization, hey, let's explore this a little bit because it exists. And they recognize that because they all kind of obviously have some of their own battles with really what is a very, very unnatural act. And in this next slide here, we'll just kind of show you kind of what the process looks like, hopefully. So as you can see, a very, very dynamic process, and there are some very deep-seated kind of psychological protective measures that are in place that one kind of has to work themselves through in terms of being able to get out the door, trust that the canopy is going to open, be prepared if there is any kind of hiccup or any interference in that happening, and then be able to go to a redundant reserve canopy system and make good decisions. And so there are just some very, very deep-seated, again, human protective mechanisms that one has to fight through in order to kind of do that process smoothly. So by being able to first off recognize that and then explore it as a concept with the rookie population to help them kind of work through that, first and foremost recognize that it's universal and that pretty much everybody has had to go through it in some way, I think kind of helps in the processing of it. And then kind of through a psychoeducational approach, just kind of show the folks that, hey, it's out there, it exists. Other people have talked about it. One of those people being Norman MacLean. Hopefully for many of you, that's a name that you would recognize. He wrote the novella, A River Runs Through It. For the last several years of his life, he worked on this book called Young Men and Fire. Unfortunately, Norman passed away before he'd completed that book. So this book was published posthumously. But he explored it in this book where the quote is, "The fear of jumpers is a complicated matter because in some ways a part of each of them is not afraid." So again, to kind of sit down, work through this with the jumpers and just kind of show, okay, it's there. Others have talked about it. It's not something that doesn't exist or nobody's ever explored before. Murray Taylor was a longtime smoke jumper out of Alaska, and he wrote a book called Jumping Fire. In one section of that book, he talks about a conversation he had with somebody where he was relating to that person, kind of this experience of a jumper and the spotter. Each jumper load has a spotter and an assistant spotter on board, which help kind of determine jump locations and things like that. And so this smoke jumper had a discussion with the spotter about, you know, are you afraid? Basically, the spotter asks him, and the jumper says, yes, I am. And then the spotter does an excellent job of just kind of recognizing that and validating it and saying, you know what, we're all scared. It's just part of the process. But you still got to get in the door. You still have to execute. You still have to perform despite this fear that you're facing. And then another piece related to that, and from a historical perspective, and again, this is the book that MacLean covered that I just referenced previously, this Man Gulch fire in Montana in 1949. Tragically, 13 folks perished on that fire. 12 of them were Missoula smoke jumpers. The 13th, ironically enough, was a Missoula smoke jumper the year before. His mother talked him out of smoke jumping because she felt it was too dangerous. So he was working as a fire and recreation guard on the district where these individuals jumped. And once they got on the ground, he joined up with them, which was a fateful decision on his part. But of the folks that were on board, then again, 12 of them died in addition to this individual that joined up with them on the ground. But then 3 smoke jumpers survived. The foreman who burned out a small area when he saw what was happening, but he couldn't get any of the other jumpers to heed his act. And so they continued upslope and perished in the flames. But 2 other smoke jumpers survived, one of them being a man by the name of Bob Salee. He and his roommate were at the back of the line as the firefighters were heading down canyon to go attack the fire. And when they got the call then to retreat, or basically what firefighters call reverse tool order, where they spun around, they went from being at the back of the line with the crosscut saws to now being at the front of the line, which gave them just a little bit of a head start on the other guys who perished. And so Bob and Walt Rumsey, another individual, like I said, were able to survive. At this time in 1999, Bob was the only survivor of those 3. Walt Rumsey and the foreman had passed away previously. But Bob then came at the 50th anniversary of that event and gave a speech. And in that speech, he also recognized then this role that fear plays and how smoke jumpers have to figure out that calculus and get around it in order to still be able to perform their jobs. So kind of looping back then with that recognition that at least working specifically with this population and this fear concept in particular, to me, it really then, the neat thing is it loops us back to more traditional sports psychology, because we can start pulling out kind of some of these tactics or techniques that we know from an evidence-based practice kind of have been shown to be effective. So we can incorporate things like breath control training and eye discipline in terms of where focus might be, help individual jumpers develop pre-jump routines so that help manage kind of some of the anxiety and fear they might be feeling just through routine. And then again, through a training process, then get them practiced on doing things like trying to decatastrophize or take away the importance or downplay a little bit the importance of their performance in this specific instance. And then lastly, just again, to try and highlight and anchor up having fun and enjoying themselves. And again, now we're really back to fairly traditional sports psychology in terms of emotion management types of things. And then the other piece I want to bring your awareness to is in working with these tactical populations, attention takes on a very, very heightened focus. In the more traditional sports, attention is important, but it's not life-threatening. If you take your eyes off the ball, it might mean you drop a pass. If you lose focus or attention on the starter in a track meet, you might false start, but those things are recoverable, versus in high-risk environments that many of these tactical athletes operate in, challenges to human attention can unfortunately have fairly fatal consequences at times. And part of then what comes into play is many different kind of human performance or human factors types of things, one of them being change blindness, which is an interesting kind of concept that really points out that humans are really surprisingly poor at detecting things that don't happen very often. And I'll just kind of play this clip real quick and then we'll just kind of follow it up on the backside. There is no audio here, so there's nothing to hear. So that's a video from a vignette of various attention-based videos from a couple of researchers by the name of Simons and Levine. The DVD itself is called Surprising Studies in Visual Awareness. And what it does is just over and over and over through different video setups show just how challenged we can be as humans in terms of paying attention. Clearly in this case, right, the door comes through midway in the conversation, and the individual, the subject has no awareness that this guy has completely changed. And that happens, at least in this study, about 70% of the time. So the subject, more often than not, has no idea that something very, very significant in their environment has changed. Again, just highlighting this concept of change blindness, where we're just not very good as humans at detecting things that don't happen very often or rare target events. That then, like I said, can come into play in very, very deleterious or seriously negative ways in these high risk or tactical populations. Tom Maravich was a young 20-year-old firefighter on the Modoc National Forest in California. He was an apprentice, a firefighter apprentice, which just means he was a part of a select group then that were picked to go to a fire academy in Sacramento, California. It's a 2-year program where you get all sorts of coursework and classroom work, in addition then to various operational experiences. And so you get to spend time on a fire engine, you get to spend time on a hand crew, on a heliTAC or a heli-rappel crew. Sometimes you might get an opportunity to work in a jumper population. But the goal then of the academy is to after a 2-year process, graduate people who are very, very skilled and very, very well trained in terms of firefighting abilities, so that they can then launch into career positions within wildland fire. Tom was one of those individuals then, like I said, in this apprenticeship program. Tragically, he was killed in his first year then in the program. He fell while rappelling out of a helicopter, and I'll kind of give you some of the details on that. So Tom and his crew were on a fire in California, and they'd been there for a fair amount of time. And in the heli-rappel world, you need to have an operational rappel every 14 days in order to stay what they call proficient. And so once your clock runs out and you're running up against this kind of 2-week period where you haven't had a rappel, you have to have another rappel to keep your certification. And so that's what had happened with Tom and many of the members of his crew. They needed a certification rappel, so they, while the fire was going on and they were providing support services for it, they took a little detour mission then to get in an operational training rappel. That's Tom then on the left skid. The helicopter is facing forward, so the left skid then is on the left side, or what would be the driver's side of the helicopter. And then just shortly after this picture was taken, tragically, Tom basically plummeted from the skid 200 feet down to the ground. And so in that system, I don't know if you can see my cursor here or not, but those two black loops are called the soft loops. Those are part of a harness. So just like a climbing harness or a rappel harness that you would wear, just picture that coming out of the front of you right around your abdomen or so. And then within those soft loops is that triangle shaped thing, which is called a tri-link. And you can see that it has a little barrel lock on here, which you can open and then get it through the soft loops if you need to. And then this piece is called the J hook. And then that J hook hooks into a descent device, which provides friction to the rope. So then as you come off of the skid of the helicopter and weight up the rope, that friction slows you down. So you have a nice controlled descent down to the ground. After Tom passed away, and they of course then launched immediately into an investigation to try and understand what happened, one of the first things they saw then was that this J hook was still attached to this, which is the Sky Genie. That's the descent device that provides friction on the rope. I'll flash back here. That J hook should still be on the harness system, though. So that J hook after a rappel should still be dangling in front of the repeller. But in this case, it was hanging from the descent device out of the helicopter. So they immediately knew something was very, very amiss in terms of the mechanics of how the rappel process should have worked. And I'll just flash this picture up here real quickly, and it's going to be very, very difficult to see or to catch the difference. But I just give that for context to see that these are both correct. This one is drastically different from the others, but on quick look, it's really hard to detect that. So we'll look at it real quick. We'll look at it much more closely. This is what they determined had happened. So just shortly before his rappel, as they were doing a safety and equipment check, they realized that the ring that holds this J hook at the top of the tri-link was broken. So they quickly ran to the helicopter shack and reconfigured a new O-ring then. To talk about ergonomics and design real quickly, one problem or one issue that existed within the system is that sometimes this nut right here would loosen up. And so as a countermeasure against that, what oftentimes would happen would they take a Sharpie, and when this nut was tight, they would draw a line here and they would draw a line on the tri-link, so they would know then that that nut is tight and that there were no issues there. So that fixed one problem, but what it actually did then in hindsight is create a host of issues downstream from it, because it led to oftentimes a hyper focus on this nut and missing other important details. And so when they reconfigured this O-ring then, unfortunately, tragically, they hooked it at the top of it and not within the tri-link itself, so that when Tom weighted up that rope and hung him and got off of the skid to rappel down, this O-ring broke and Tom plummeted then down to the ground. So as I noted earlier, then, was attention an issue in that? Well, it absolutely was, but why might that be? Why might, as human operators, that become a problem? And reality, the interesting thing is that 4 different people looked at this and saw that as being okay. Tom looked at that and thought it was that there was integrity there and that the system was fine. His buddy in a buddy check looked at that and thought it was fine. An assistant spotter on board the aircraft looked at that and didn't detect it. And then the spotter on board the aircraft looked at that as well and didn't see a problem. So again, in these tactical environments where there's much more risk involved, inattention or breaks in attention can have very, very fatal consequences, unfortunately. So with that in mind, the training recommendations then can be determined, one of those being to slow down. There's such a tendency in these high-speed environments to want to try and do things fast, whether that's military or fire or law enforcement, especially as the operational environment gets more dynamic and more things are going on. There is such a tendency to want to be fast, and we oftentimes just need to figure out how to get people to slow down instead. Another tactic then is to try and adopt a mindset of looking for things that are wrong instead of trying to confirm things that are right. So that's a mindset. That's just getting a training system involved where people can, again, try and look for things that need fixing as opposed to looking for things that they assume are right. And then it's a great entry point for mindfulness education or present moment kind of processing, so that we're not lost in the past or worried about the present. We're as focused on the immediate moment as we possibly can. And then in general, and it's kind of as a closeout in working with these tactical athletes, a couple things to keep in mind. And first and foremost is we can help them. What we know and our expertise and abilities in performance and sports psychology absolutely can help not only these tactical athletes, but folks in these non-sport professions or occupations or endeavors like music and dance and theater and even the business world. The next thing to keep in mind, however, is these tend to be very closed cultures. Very, very difficult to get into some of them even more closed off than others. It's not to say it's impossible, but they are very, very tough nuts to crack in terms of getting a chance to consult with them. And then the last piece is if you have some sort of knowledge of their occupation and what they do, whether that be because you did that yourself before, or you've learned enough about them that you're able to kind of understand or have a grasp of some of their vocabulary and terminology, that can help. But just like in a sporting environment where it tends to help if you've got some background in that sport in particular, the same can hold true in these tactical populations where that they approach outsiders with a skepticism at times. And so realize that if you get the opportunity to work with them, that they have a healthy skepticism, and you better have a pretty decent understanding at least of what they do and how they do it, so that you can kind of communicate at their level and speak the same language. And with that said, I'll just kind of open it up to any questions or comments.
Thanks, Palmer. Anybody have any questions they want to send his way? I know I have something that's I mean, somewhat related. Palmer, I know you've mentioned in the past this grid concept, right? How to describe something that in sports psychology, we talk about the zone, we talk about flow, and you've kind of coined this term, the grid, that supersedes that a little bit. And I always wonder about individuals like Tom's case, if they had any of, if they had any sort of grid experience. Can you kind of describe what that is to you?
Yeah, good question. So the grid to me is where kind of we leave psychology and the power of empiricism and the ability to test things and determine from a research standpoint reliability and validity, and then we kind of move more into a philosophical or even a spiritual dimension perhaps of where we might be able to have a perception of being able to slow down time, or that we feel like we've been somewhere before, or that we have an extra sensory experience in some way. Many people have an experience of that, of some sort, waking up in the middle of the night, thinking about somebody, and lo and behold, finding out that something bad happened to that person, or we have a premonition or a forethought or something. In this case, I'm not quite sure your question of how it might apply.
Yeah, well, it reminded me of that because I had a buddy die in a snowmobile accident this year, and his dad apparently had a premonition, right? Had a sort of a grid experience. So your story about Tom, it just made me think about that. You know, I wonder if there's more backstory to that and members of his family, or even himself, that he experienced, or haven't you also even experienced things with getting injured and stuff?
I have, yeah. With Tom's case, I don't know. I don't know. That's a great question for him. For me, yes, I had an experience of what I would describe as the grid, and just my attempt to try and make sense of it. I banked myself up on a jump pretty good. I had somehow I knew it was coming. Somehow I'd had a premonition that on this particular fire, something negative was going to happen to me. I had a vision that I was going to lose my life. And fortunately for advanced medical care and a midnight helicopter infrared pluck off a mountainside in Yellowstone, north of Yellowstone Park, I was able to survive. But yeah, that to me is just one of the many interesting dimensions of kind of where sports psych can go, in terms of when you hear athletes talk about the flow and being able to slow down time, or they saw a play happen before it actually happened, or they knew they were going to win a big game because they had a vision. I mean, that just happens too frequently to not have something behind it. Although obviously it's just, we can't test for that. We can't figure out from an empirical standpoint where that exists or not, but just time after time, too many athletes and performers have expressed some experience of that happening to them. And I just happened to have one of them myself, and again, luckily survived it.
Yeah, cool stuff. So I got a question over here from OG. It's in the chat here, but what's the most important lesson from the smoke jumpers that can be translated to the general public?
Wow, good question. Most important. That's a good question. To me, I guess my answer to that would be performance and the fear or the anxiety or the nervousness piece of how in any kind of performance, especially a big performance, there's going to be some element of that. So how do we process that so that we don't get or allow it to hang us up so that it interferes with our performance? What do we have to go through to just kind of compartmentalize that fear, that anxiety, recognize that it's there, but put it aside so that we can go out and do what we have to do, whether that's a dance or a business proposal or jumping out of an airplane. That compartmentalization piece of, because it's not going to go away. It's no matter how many jumps you have. If your operational environment is risky, if I would assume, I've never been in the military, but I would assume if you're in a gunfight, that's anxiety provoking, and yet you still have to go out and do it. And that to me is the most intriguing piece of just where you put it and how you put it there, and go on and complete the mission, whatever the mission is.
Awesome. So we got a couple more questions here too from Seth Rose, University of Idaho. So this is a good question. There's opportunities to employment for, I mean, we know that there's opportunities to work with these tactical athletes, but not everybody who is in the performance psych world has experience there, right? Like you do, Palmer, being a smoke jumper yourself. So do you have any recommendations and how to kind of break in with these tactical athletes without the background?
Especially on the military side, I always look at the ASP job postings when they come out just to see what's available. And almost always there's military jobs that are out there, oftentimes at the master's level. So that to me is intriguing because that's evidence that what we do is getting broader appeal and more higher ability. I would just say have a passion for those professions or those jobs if you don't have a background in it, especially on the military side. There are so many books and so many first-hand accounts and narratives of people's experience working in those worlds. Reading those books gives a really, really good glimpse of what those operational environments look like. And so by doing that alone, you could bring yourself up to at least an operating speed in terms of what their jobs look like, even if you had never done it before. And then they would know that. They would know that you at least took some time to learn a little bit about what they do.
Great. Looks like we have one more question over here in the chat. So just talking about the critical role of attention and how this ties back into the mindfulness piece and how there's application for mindfulness in these populations. So what type of receptiveness or lack of receptiveness to mindfulness have you seen in these populations?
More and more in terms of acceptance. And my experience has been that yoga has been the kind of the first piece that as you can get them to buy into the yoga piece because of the athletic nature of what they do occupationally. Yoga is such a nice, easy, sensible fit for them because they oftentimes are contending with many of the same things that high-end athletes are. And so yoga is such a great modality for helping them. And then once you've got them into the yoga piece, the meditation and the mindfulness is a much more sensible and kind of realistic next step versus just trying to sell meditation or mindfulness right away. For sure, there's been multiple attempts to introduce mindfulness into especially the wildland firefighter population with mixed results, sometimes good, sometimes not so good. But my advice there would be start with the yoga piece and work your way in. But that's an undiscovered country for the people that can figure out how to bring mindfulness to these populations. One, those folks need it, and two, you're going to be in demand.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Dr. Palmer. Really an honor to have you here and present and close out the conference, and was stoked to be able to introduce you and show you off how awesome you are. So thanks for your insights on this. And for everyone else, that is the conclusion of the 2021 Northwest Student Sport and Exercise Psychology Symposium. Thanks so much to all of you for your participation, for sticking around to the end. You're all hardcore. Thanks again to Lewis Clark State College, Division of Movement and Sports Sciences, my colleagues, administration. Of course, thank you to the Association for Applied Sports Psychology for sponsoring the conference. I do want to put the bug out there for anyone who's looking to host in the future. Start thinking about it. And if you have feedback on this virtual format or maybe doing a hybrid format, or we get back to face-to-face, we don't know, but interested in your feedback on that as well. For all you CMPCs out there, when I get a chance to breathe over the weekend, hopefully next week, I'll send you some sort of a certificate that you can cash in on those continuing education credits. So with that is all I have. Thank you again. Really awesome. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and hope to stay connected with you all very soon. Catch you later. See you, Palmer.
Bye, Seafair.